Nothing, I plead ignorance to this, but I know everyone at home just wants to see the map, and I don't blame you because genuinely I am so excited. So the wait is over. Let's have a look at our brand new battleground.
We're clear. No sign of Legion yet.
Right, listen up. We can attack here, the refining facility. It's pretty tight. Don't hate me, but do we go in hot?
Hey, maybe a little too hot, Babylon. But if we bait them into these positions first,
We can drive them out. Gain the angle.
I'll clear the path.
Follow my lead.
keep this momentum. Right, clean.
There's also the distribution center. All those corners.
Plenty of opportunities for surprises.
Let's push them out.
Take them out while they're busy with me.
Get me some cover on that tower. I see you.
Hey. You ready?
Yeah, I got this.
The main idea for Pro kind of came about with the idea of layered defenses. If a defender takes an aggressive fight towards the main, do they have better options to fall back onto site and continue fighting without having to give up the site completely? While attackers can feel like they're also gaining space in a meaningful way. So there's like that needle to thread.
This map is the biggest we made. Our vista is pretty much 360 degrees. Anywhere you look, you can find really something to focus on.
What we've been really trying to do is push Valorant's art style to the next level. Corrode will really feel like key art come to life.
I'm very excited for the players to find all the hidden details, explore all the story spaces, and find shootable Saltman.
They destroy, so it's a nice little target practice in the pre-round.
We elevated the art style. We have very exciting bomb sites that are layered this time. We have a lot of fights in there that can be very spicy.
Corrode feels like we've taken everything we've learned over the past 5 years of Valorant and really distilled it into a modern classic that we all hope you enjoy.
The match we've all been waiting for.
We're here to assert dominance and to destroy Team Toast.
I've been waiting to get revenge on him for a while. Sorry for the beating you're about to receive.
I genuinely cannot wait to play again.
I'm going to be doing everything in my power to win. She stands no chance at all.
Tyson, you're washed.
I can clutch the hell up here! Oh, Connor, let's go!
Team Tarek versus Team Toast.
I've been plotting my team for a very long time. The players were not just picked out of thin air. Starting off with Kaide, easily one of the best controllers in our scene here. Josh Secchi, one of our biggest upcoming names. Vinny Hacker, are you kidding me? Not only is he fine as hell, but he's a shooter. Oh! And to top it all off, with our fifth, our beloved Yvonne, she's a killer.
This is the most important match in VCT history. I think I put together the 5 best players in the entire world. We of course have Tens. His job is Tens go kill.
Where are they peeking?
We have Mel, who's one of the best players in the entire world. Sadio, the resident zoomer. Jacob from Good Kid.
We've been practicing for weeks against the best teams in the world. We got this, and it's time to prove it.
We're here to show the world that we are just better.
Friends, family, gamers, sweats, and tryhards alike, this is the Masters Toronto Show Match! Introduce them. Fighting to my right side with a 2.5 million ACS total and a combined weight of 4,037 pounds of solid muscle. It's Team Toast! And their opponent, fighting to my left side with a clutch percentage of 437% total and a combined weight of 5,632 pounds of solid muscle, it's Tyree!
All right, gentlemen, I want a nice, clean Valorant match. No cheat codes, no glitches. Protect yourselves with smokes at all times. Protect your neck from headshots at all times. And I want good communication. If not, this match is over. Do I make myself clear? Now touch mice. Let's give them a show.
Well, folks, we have one question for you. Are you ready, Toronto?
RGB, I don't think they heard you.
Toronto, I said, are you ready?
Okay, that was ridiculous. What a sick start to things here today. I don't know who I'm backing more or who I'm more excited for.
I'm pumped for this
But
now.
we got a whole new map to talk about, Mike.
Well, yeah, aside from the matchup here, but again, the trailer, just
Nuts.
there's so many exciting aspects there that I can't wait to see how it plays out in game.
And look, Diego, you're still with us, right? So we need to actually really dive into what Corrode is, because you kind of talked about it there, right? Those last 5 years of experience have brought you to this point, and it looks kind of classic, right?
Yeah, so we really want to just go straight, like, kind of back to basics, you know? Like, we want to build on what we know, but also, like, take into account everything we've learned, like you mentioned. And so with Corrode, like, we're coming with the idea of layered defenses, we really want to hammer that home and really, you know, bring that to the forefront of the map's design.
Because I saw a couple areas in that map. Some looked a little more open, but the post plants didn't seem as spammable, for example. So like some of those sunset kind of memories, but it feels like that's already been adjusted. And again, the other side was also indoors, if I'm not mistaken. So it feels like it's kind of leading us to a new way to use utility and approach it, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think what you called out, A site being completely interior, is like one of those ways in the map's design that we can go and like say like, hey, you can still use utility as an attacker, but it has to be very intentional. You know, you can't just send like across the map lineups. It has to be either through doorways or through windows in and around the site, and that's just one of the many ways we're trying to tackle the feeling that you can actually hold the site.
And I'm so glad this is going up now. Do I see an Ascent B wall-ish sort of setup
How many walls are like this?
Yeah, so I think that is maybe the only one that you can like get decent value from.
But the window up top, it's sort of aligned more to, I guess, a similar setup to outside B, but the util set piece out to try and punish those.
So exactly, yeah. So if you see that Omen has been doing that for a couple of rounds in a row, it's like, hey, let's throw a dart, let's throw Dizzy, let's counter this Omen.
But it works both ways.
It works both ways, yes.
And it feels like there's quite a bit of verticality too, right? Which I love seeing.
Yeah, once you get to the sites, it's
there's layers to it.
Yeah, so I think A is a little bit more flat as you're seeing here, a little bit just more of like slight elevation, but B site does have a bit more elevation. There's that tower position, there's the hut in the center of the site, and then there is like the railings and the staircases.
And I guess we're seeing some really good examples here of kind of what you were alluding to about kind of opportunities in terms of setting things up. There seems to be more kind of confined spaces ahead of the sites to allow for engagements on both sides for attackers and defenders, and it's kind of util oriented. There's lots of kind of corners to clear, but it's not just kind of a clean lane up to side.
Yeah, so we want you to kind of stage your utility, right? So it's like, hey, we need something to clear main. We need something to, like, as you're an attacker and you're going up towards the site, there's things that you want to clear, and so we want that utility bleed happening before you get onto the site. So it's like, hey, we want to try to save our dart for site because that's a really big piece. Let's try to see what we can do to like save it for the rest.
And we are seeing the agent select here.
An interesting approach.
Don't know if they're going to commit to that, but in
well,
your
who
mind,
gets it though?
Your roulette.
That's true. That's true. But in your mind, is there comps that you've played, obviously internally testing, that you felt worked quite well here? Like,
what's the go-to?
What's the go-to?
Yeah, so our gameplay analysis team really helps us figure out those comps, and so I think the comps that they found were the best kind of was like an Ascent Plus. So it's like Vice, Omen, Jett, Gecko, and Soba.
Okay.
I like it. I like it. I do see a Phoenix, and I'd kind of like to see that too, because those flashes feel nice around those like
again, so even some of the use of the wall,
angles,
use of the wall in the trailer as well makes it really. And again, with kind of that leapfrog approach where Phoenix kind of doesn't have a first wave, he can scale up really effectively. So maybe we can hope. I'm still seeing a Reina hover.
Look, I'm just seeing the 10s lock Jett, so there's no pulling punches.
Well, actually, we've got the Jett and the Gecko again swapping out instead of a Soba. We've got the Fade, so we feeling like Toast is almost on meta here.
Yeah, I think Tarek's doing some cooking for sure with the Reina Sage, so I think it should be an interesting matchup.
Okay.
Look, Mel's on Omen, I'm locked in.
Well, I guess from comp alone then, if you had to pick.
Yeah, who's comp?
Who's taking this?
I mean, if they've got the meta comp on the Toast side, I think they might be able to eke out some nice clean rounds. But you never know. Maybe they got some Grimwalls in their pocket on the Tarek side.
True. Now, are you seeing this lean a little more attack or defense in your mind from your testing? Obviously, that changes when the players and the pros get their hands on it. But did it feel either sided to you? Or is it pretty even so far?
I think it's mostly like up to the actual team performance. You know, it's like we give defenders these extra options on site, but if you can't control mid, the sites will fall apart.
And it feels very centered around that mid long line of sight, right? This is Oppa's paradise. I'm imagining chamber. I'm seeing all these things.
It's just interesting. Something he's talking about. I'm interested to see actually if these fights do occur kind of ahead of sight, how easy it's going to be to anchor. Because again, we have examples, especially currently now in the meta of just coming out of Taeho, where it comes down to your sentinel, your kind of last line of defense really that holds onto the side. So I'm really interested to see how that pans out.
Yeah. So I think a common, I guess, setup is like a 1-2-2. So your hard anchor on B, 2 people mid and 2 people on A.
Okay. We'll see who's done their homework.
Yeah.
Oh,
it looks like you have the hard anchor on B right here.
This is beautiful stuff to dive in on. We are going to be seeing. Oh my God! Look.
Wow.
These reveals already.
Who's got the lineups?
Yo, no, honestly, who's been cracking this?
Well, Mel said they've been scrimming for months.
True. Sorry, Shopify Rebellion. She's somewhere new. And it's just a brawl on the side. Tarek instantly diff by 10s. No shock there. But still, the fight continues. Kaide next in the feed, and it's just going to be Tens posted up. He said he ain't pulling punches. He said he's going to be fighting this out. And it's all down to Sid City now. Brutally difficult to try and play this back in up against the 3 here.
Again, a good glimpse here of how the site's actually laid out here, but Sid City. Ready to try and take it again, but the wall goes up, but actually it cracks. Blocked by the archway there.
I like these kind of like close choke points almost. You still got access to be able to play into it, but it does definitely herd you forward. A difficult situation. Kaide!
Opening up.
6 start, dude.
A 3K on the pistol for... And yeah, really interesting. Some of the things. Talk to us about this site in particular, because it looks quite confined. There's lots of possibilities. Actually,
that's a lineup.
That's
right?
a lineup.
They've been
Off
sweating.
rip.
They've been sweating.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, I mean, something that maybe the Toast team could have done a little bit better is actually split more like left and right. It looks like they all 5-1 elbow, where you saw that they were getting some friction coming into the site because they were all so clumped. I think you can think of it a little bit like Sunset A, where it's like, hey, you can make the decision. Oh, is that a timeout
There's
already?
no way this is a tech
Did
wars.
we just get techers?
Have we just been teched?
We can't be teched like this. You can't.
Welcome to the Pan Park
Hey! Well, we get to talk about the map though, right? Now we can actually slow down a bit. Because again, it was quite all in, but I love the fact we're already seeing the value of that Fade utility straight over the top. The reveal was excellent, then you can kind of hit those rotates, you get that information off the middle.
Because actually the ping was so close to where the barrier dropped, so I guess that one of the things that you were hitting on is kind of how deep, I guess how far forward for the defenders these engagements can come. Is that sort of typical of how you'd see an early round start, particularly for an aggressive take forwards?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think defenders should feel like they have some decent options to like kind of fight forward. I think with the way that it's laid out, you know, you can like sort of line up a Fade Eye, you can line up an Omen Paranoia or a Breach Stun, stuff like that, and really try to take the early space. But again, it's kind of a gamble where it's like, if you're going to be putting a lot more pressure on like a main, you're leaving mid susceptible to a potential like late lurk or someone being deposited in there from smoke. Yeah.
So I'm just looking at now on the minimap, the mid splits can be wild. There's so many
that
options.
That pathing towards A looks so nice. Again, we're staring at the map, you're staring at the players, unlucky for you. But yeah, it does feel like mid is just so critical at this point. Because otherwise you are kind of not necessarily funneled, but it's such an encouragement to hit those splits.
But also, like you were talking about the long sight lines and stuff, actually there's lots of spots for an operator to tuck in as well.
Yeah.
It's not like an ascent mid where there's kind of like, you know, one or two walls for the defenders. So yeah, interesting if we get any action in there.
Actually, it's interesting that you bring up Ascent, because I think while we were playing, we actually found like there was like an M1, M2, M3 smoke setup that you can do. Like smoke on stairs is like your M1, smoke in top arch, M2, and then all the way at the top window is M3. So you can kind of, as an attacker, you can have options of what you want to choose. Like, hey, let's smoke M1, let's split A. Smoke M2, let's take mid control and kind of just sit around and see where defenders are going.
And I like this as well, almost playing off site here for Toast side as well. Kind of, you know, the dart coming through towards A, relinquishing the space. I'm going to have to play it back through, potentially, seeing Harry's team take the long road. And there's some of those kind of cubbies, right, trying to be played out by Toast, kind of like exploring what could be held, like how you could sit maybe, even with a shorty, because it is quite close quarters. As you said, you need that utility to clear the space. Your Fades, your even potentially Skies, Geckos, they're going to be well and truly needed.
Yeah, I think a lot of this map, at least from in my experience, is like a lot of initiators setting up their duelists, like clearing the space and saying like, hey, we're good to go get frags. It's like they're trying to work mid.
First time we're actually seeing I guess a group in mid.
Yeah, here's the M3 smoke.
My goat Mel's got this all day, don't you worry.
Let's say Mel's tucked right now. She's ready to spring the trap.
Just you wait, just you wait, just you wait. See?
That's not pretty.
Observers, why do you know?
It's a Prius moment.
Classic.
Wow.
Kaide, relax.
Kaide has been scrimming.
Now, honestly, Kaide looks locked in. This is 5 Alive. Toast is shaking. He's shaking. The nerves getting the better of him. Does anyone come this way at all? Let's see. Come on, Toast. You got this. Be brave. I don't think it's good.
Good for one? Even? What do you reckon?
I think he's got one.
No.
I believe in
Kaide clears this.
Kaide's knifing, bro. Kaide.
Yeah,
go! Oh! I believed. I was all on board.
I mean, we're round 2 going for knife kills. I'm here for it.
Really very nice. So 2 rounds towards Tarek's side. Is this kind of playing out? I don't want to say as you expected. It is a little bit different, right? We've got people go.
Yeah.
Oh
no! Don't leave him hanging. Nice.
Thank God.
Even the crowd was nervous.
The synergy's just not there yet for Team
Toast. It's not there yet. Got to work it out. I'm putting it on Mel mostly.
Okay.
You know, high expectations. And oh,
I'm
the
glad,
replay,
yeah, we
bro,
put that in the
what
replay
hell?
package. Yeah.
remaining.
Damn, Kaide, take it easy. Yo,
Kaide's actually cooking. 5-1. Okay, buy round coming out for Toast boys. We got to see them lock this down a little bit here.
Yeah, I think it looks like they're trying to do a little bit of default. You know, you have Vice lurking over towards A, and I think that's the Astra work, or...
I like this layering.
Yeah.
Like, you can, again, you can kind of have someone on site, a little close like Toast is, and then playing that verticality from that Gecko, right? This is...
Kind of playing
that
almost
judge.
like off their contact almost.
Are we going to have a jumping judge from down here? Why do I feel like that's a real possibility? Taric already removes that layering element, though. The player up towards that top side. Toast, nice little camera here.
They don't clear him.
Not cleared.
Oh my God. Toast lock in. Keep those hands from shaking. Jump up! And he's giving me fire!
He got him!
I can't believe it! Taric goes down! Oh, you love to see that. That's filthy.
Oh, Tenzo puts up the ace side though.
Oh, no!
Diabolical.
That's nasty. I mean, to be fair, Tens is being out-fragged by Kaide, so I think he's got to,
you got to win the mental game now.
That's true.
You have to.
It's mental war. Toast is unmoved. Toast is...
This is a great smoke.
Oh, wow. Oh my God, no! I'm getting flashbacks! I mean, are we calling that corner Toast right now? I think
we can point it now.
I think it might have to happen.
I guess a good example, though, the difference here, because on A, you kind of have to clear this almost horseshoe wall that is it's obviously spammable or wallbangable with the recon coming through. But here, it's almost like the site opens up once you come through this archway. And I guess unless you're splitting through the other side, that choke point could be nasty for Util.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where the mid splits would have to come in, right? It's like you, with all the extra positioning that defenders can take, you really want to take a mid split and pinch them and force them to take uncomfortable fights.
I mean, look, if that Algorn had just looked down, it would have been different. Bit of a trade through in mid. Ten's only going to get one this time. But again, that Aldrone was right there. If it just checked that cubby, it would have been cleared. So there are outplay options. It's getting a little scrappy towards B. This choke point is going to be brutal. Toast this time does go down. You're not going to get Kaide twice like that. You should already take towards site. Again, I love this scaling up towards it. Great Gecko flash as well.
Player standing.
Actually, yeah.
Mel, like Ghost?
Swept through. We'll need an ace.
No,
no, Taric.
No, Mel, please, bro, please.
Somebody trade him.
Oh, God. Josh is running, man. Josh is trying to get there. Oh, dear. Mel, I need you to really focus here, bro. I really need you to focus. So far, has there anything caught your eye that they're doing that you guys had in your play test? Or is it kind of playing out somewhat as you expected? Is it kind of along the same lines?
Yeah, I think it's playing out a little bit as we expect. You know,
I mean, maybe not this.
Yeah, maybe not
that.
But yeah, I think it's like kind of what we're seeing. You know, again, if it's a normal attack map, three lanes. You know, there's going to be evolution more so on the strategy rather than anything else.
Down A.
But yeah, here's some nice aggression actually.
Again, it feels like you really can't take your foot off the gas on either side because you can get these early balls, right?
This contact comes through so quickly, or it can do. Oh, Ten's diffed again. Same as round one.
Okay, 3 players. Mel's got a vandal. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, Mel.
Launching thorns.
My ult is ready.
I'm believing in this like it's going to help it happen. It's not. As it stands, it's good work coming out from Taric's side. And again, like punishing this, keeping these like late positions down middle seems so valuable, right? This is perfect examples of how much control you get by keeping that space in mid. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Split in a way, Ascent in a way. You're getting those moments where it's like so key to keep that map control for rotate.
Yeah, I think Split is a great example where it's if you can control mid as an attacker, you really hamper the defender rotation, and you cut that. Oh wow.
Yeah, that's devious.
One enemy remaining.
Well, I'm curious actually if we do see anybody hop onto it. Well, who else but Tens? I was going to say,
what I did to him.
whoever's going to pick up the operator first.
Okay,
Show me the
on the
money.
op. Tens, why don't you close the door?
Here we go. Again, these are the sort of lines of sight, and you're already seeing that util kind of trying to facilitate a push-up. I like what Mel's doing off the back of this too, right? But Taric on the other side's been gunning today.
I really like this play. Just nice defaulting kind of around mid.
I guess you were talking about what the defaults kind of, I guess the formation looks like is The 1-2-2, right? You were talking about 2 towards mid and then 2 towards A side? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, there's that mid pressure, right? There's layers to this. You don't get that full freedom. Nice lockdown here, actually. This is stunning stuff. For now, though, you're looking at the remnants of the team that was kind of splitting through towards B main. And it's going to be difficult with Toast. Oh, no, apparently it's easy. My bad. That's on me. I overestimated you drastically. So down to the spike having to be picked up here. But Vinny and Josh, more deadly duo.
TP to safety as well, so we'll actually see a full 2v2 in the post here.
You are divided.
So this is kind of like what we're talking about with
Divide
the
to go out.
Yeah. Yeah, with the layered defenses here, Mel is able to kind of, the retake is very easy now for the defenders because they're not taking any forward positioning in the elbow or in heaven. So now you're going to see, it'll start to kind of fall apart for the attackers because they didn't take that extra space.
And Josh completely out of it. And you're right. It does kind of force the hand a little bit if you want safety.
Exactly. So I think, if you're an attacker and you take the site, you might want to go and maybe greed a little bit more for that elbow space, kind of like stop the rotation a little bit earlier, like in this area here. Because if you don't, as an attacker, you're just going to be like fish in a barrel. You're going to get shot from a lot of different angles.
I guess, just quickly, what's the pathing for the attackers to get up to heaven? It's around the...
It's around, so you have to go through elbow first and then up the staircase.
So it's almost something you're looking towards, either clearing ahead of the plant or I guess as cycle, because that's usually where your anchor's going to slip into, much like Split again, coming back into elbow behind and maybe towards stairs. But
I think also it's like, hey, if like your duelist wants to path into heaven on the way to site, like, hey, if there's like a waylay or even an omen too, like TP'ing into heaven and gets that forward positioning.
Think about that. Okay, 2 to 4.
Also interested to see if there's actually any kind of B post line where they can kind of tuck a couple of players in and then somebody come back and cheese a little bit.
I guess it's playing out. Ooh, hold on. Tens might be doing Tens things.
He knows about more as well, but swinging a miss on the second.
Oh, nice.
Oh, he's still good. Nice angle there as well. Nice kind of like playthrough for him. And again, I feel like you're going to be able to hear a lot of these rotations too, because like as much as it is quite a big map, again, you can kind of slip through into those mid connectors sort of areas. You can hear these rotations as they start making noise.
Yeah. I think even now looking at the mini-map, you think about the size of Ascent on the mini-map. It looks massive, actually.
Prius, thank you. Thank you! Tens just a hit and run. Again, feeling omnipresent because of controlling that mid-space. Next player on our show is Josh to finally deal with him. But Vinny and Josh got their work cut out now. There's a firing squad. Mel's getting greedy. There it is. They take away Vinny, leaving just Josh alive.
30 seconds left.
Chase him down now.
Toast. Toast is the worst kind of player, bro. Like,
my favorite kind of player, I've got to say. Spamming through with it.
Okay, all good. All saved in the end. We're actually getting a close game now.
Yeah.
I think like, everyone's kind of getting the tempo of the map as well, kind of getting the control of space. I'm trying to have a little look around for like little goodies. Like the observers normally show me it. You know what I mean? They normally like fly around and find some good stuff. Thank you. I'm already seeing it ready and lined up. And again, I kind of like. Where's the little salt dudes? Where's the little salt dudes?
Yeah, we're not seeing enough of Easter eggs just
no,
yet.
can we cook a little harder on that, please? Again, we have like a half buy ish. I think it's just Kaide down on the Sheriff. I mean, you got to give your gunner the rifle. What are we doing? I mean, Kaide against Mel. The age-old. Tens want to take space. And I quite like that we're seeing this aggression from Tens, kind of showing what you can do space-wise and aggression-wise, but Vinny up to the test. Putting the pain towards him. Kaide does go down. But again, I love the fact that you can take kind of considered aggression.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's, again, it comes back to that sort of... Oh, actually, Mel tucked in here next to the smoke. Good for two. All of them.
There she is. Take a stand, Mel. There it is. We're waiting for it.
She's on her feet now.
There it is. And this is a feel-good map, though. Like, I was initially a little bit worried about some of those 50-50 angles, right? It was something that was in my mind. I know a lot of people were kind of saying that sort of thing, that just being cognizant of it, but already seeing, like, the way it plays out, you just got to be checking your corners. You just got to be using that util. Nothing is safe. It's that instant reminder, right?
Yeah, I think as well, like when you push up through the map, you know, corners will start to like clear themselves. Like as you slice the pie, right? As you're checking stuff one by one, things will naturally open up to you, and it won't feel as complicated as it might seem.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, mid-split coming through. This is what we were talking about. They lacked earlier on.
Yeah, and the late Vice Lurk here.
Oh, nearly.
But she's got a lane to
they've
play
been
from.
wrapped on, yeah.
Ah, that's smart as well. Getting out just in time.
13 HP.
Ooh, lucky for her. But already side control is gained. I kind of like what they tried to do with that split there, utilizing mid, kind of cutting through that path. And they gambled right. We saw the Toast side was stacked up on that B side.
And just quickly on the walls here, is it only the Odin with the high penetration that will go through these walls? So it's not
Odin.
rifles.
Not rifles, yes, correct.
Okay. Wall swiftly dealt with.
Spike planted.
And that's a little awkward for them now, coming through this stage wall.
Yeah, not going to be easy.
Well, this flank could be huge, actually.
And it's
Opted
like,
to go back through mid.
I quite like that they're trying to find a new pathway.
Yeah, Mel just TP'd into a corner smoke here.
Yeah, smart work here. Josh going to be now pressured, cleared on the corner as well. I thought these Stingers might have really thrived in these close quarter. Oh, okay, they are. Yvonne and Derek are doing very well. They found some stability here, but the time started ticking. They've got to get moving. Mel and City trying to work this back through, but a 1v2 is brutal. Yvonne there to shut it out. Back real close.
Again, another example of kind of how, actually on a lesser purchase, if you can get into this site, it can be really difficult to fight back in. So we talked about the flank coming through, didn't wrap all the way through spawn, but come back through mid. It can be really, really rough to actually retake here.
Yeah, I think, again, I think the stage,
nice.
yeah, the stage is actually a really nice pick for the attackers because once they get the site, it like flips the castle. Now they are the defenders almost, and now it's like, okay, how do we, as when the script is flipped, how do we, as the defenders, take the site?
Because I guess the main thing here with this kind of, I'm calling it the horseshoe, the wall around A, that's typically how you'd expect it set up for a defender. It's open for the attackers to walk onto site, so it's actually really interesting. I said another example potentially for the post farm, if we'll see one.
And I quite like the fact that you can see how much value just that single smoke in mid gets you. It allows you to cross up, right? Because I know a lot of people were scared about that, maybe Operator controlling too much space. But Sid City got to respect this now and fall back. Oh! He got a tag on Terran 2, I'm pretty sure here, Tens. Oh dear, he's hungry. He's hungry. Oh dearie me.
This is an aggressive take, actually.
It's all right, he's got to be me.
1v5?
I mean, I believe.
So in this situation, what are you looking for Josh to do to make the most of this time?
I think he might want to plant for back elbow and try to like see if he can maybe like get defenders as like they're coming into the site.
Oh! Tens. Tens ain't got no chill right now, yeah. And look, I know this is obviously a show match, but I love the aggression we're seeing. It makes me so happy.
Yeah, and just going back to that one smoke again, it's actually, it's not necessarily a given. The defenders have to progress forward. There needs to be kind of two layers, maybe somebody coming out from the A side to kind of complement that push. Again, not too dissimilar in, I guess, the setup. That nearly lined up beautifully, actually. But in terms of Ascent, you know, this one smoke on Arches or deep towards Pizza, you're asking the same thing, but you don't get the same kind of pressure from short on Ascent. This really asks you to come out and get ahead of that push.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with Sid City. She tried to fight up a little bit more, but she had to respect the four-man push coming down mid.
But it also looks quite playable. If you do fall back away from that kind of like top mid, I guess, op swing position, there is playable space behind us. You're not completely forced forward. I do want to keep an eye on some of these ults because we start seeing them interact. And again, that Dizzy. So nice. You're seeing like Dizzy looking valuable, the Fade Eye.
Yeah, that was a reveal over the top as well, yeah.
Really, really lovely. Wow. There was a smoke there. Tens.
The fun Felisa here.
And all in the meantime, Sid City's just sat there as well, like played in so nicely.
And look at Cypher at mid. He knows they're contained. He hears the rotates.
Yeah, that is so smart. I get this sort of presence, right? Keeping that, like, even late fight for middle is so valuable. Slipping a player down there gives you so much security towards the B site, for example, here. Sid City doing well just to hold that down, but Toast with the judge. I guess that's why Vice is kind of nice too.
Yeah, I'm just thinking actually, touch it after this round. Rez comes through, Vinny's back on his feet. Actually a push onto the side here, kind of tagged up though.
Oh, Sid City down on 15, but still standing. Could do with some support here. Again, Toast slow and steady, but Mel clean stuff. Mel, calm down.
Just thinking back to comms, actually, just touching there on the Vice, but also the opportunities for Deadlock as well. You're talking about the Sage Wall, but I mean, it could be really, really interesting in terms of util for the post plant to aggressively take space, deny kind of ways back into sight. So
yeah, I mean, I think when this map gets into players' hands, I think they'll find that a lot of things could potentially actually work. You know, especially with when it comes to compet, you'll have the RR reduction on your losses.
So you can really play around.
You can really play around, learn the map. You know, experiment with some stuff if you're feeling like it. But yeah, and just have fun.
And again, I'm pretty sure I just noted this, that Toast is using the Among Us crosshair, I believe it is.
Yes, I do believe that is.
And that would upset me further if I died to him with a judge in Toast's corner. You know, just knowing that now compounds
That's
issues.
why he's a judge player.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It does make sense.
You're not hitting headshots with that thing.
Nah.
Okay, really good position.
And this is what I was talking about, that playable space, kind of top middle, right? Again, it does feel like super close kind of, I guess, choke points, but very swingable, very playable from those deeper angles. And I kind of like that synergy then between TenZ and I think it was, Kobbe as well, kind of like both working that. Let's go, Vinny. Now, just 3 of them remaining. Kaide, Vinny, and Josh. A couple of ults in play here too. Said City gonna get diffed here, gonna say it. Vinny clearing up a little bit, but can he survive now? Kobbe, a little too late for that.
Another push out here. TenZ still looking for something, lines him up again. Starting to get a little warmed up.
It's 7-5. It's a respectable half,
Yeah,
though.
for sure.
10.
Oh my god. Oh, they're all standing.
They're all up.
Oh! That's a bold maneuver at 7-5. But why not?
Yeah.
And I heard there is like a something if you lose.
I've heard rumors.
Rumors.
Yeah.
Whispers. I don't want to bring it up.
I saw a sneak preview of that.
Oh,
Not
we
before the
shouldn't.
watershed.
No, true.
No.
True. But yeah, stay tuned because you'll find out soon enough. And again, like in the distance, there's so much.
I mean,
detail
yeah,
to
just
this
to come back
map.
to the visuals
Like,
again,
look at
like
this.
when you're talking about elevating the art style and kind of the visuals and stuff, the map itself looks great, but the environment on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, like shout out to the art team. Oh, they found one.
Okay, okay.
I mean, yeah,
Look
the
at
art.
this.
What is going on?
I mean, you can tell the art team had a lot of fun with this one. I think it was like something that we wanted to like really like hone in on. It's like, hey, how can we make our maps look even better than they do already while keeping that gameplay consistency?
I am seeing the Tacti Bear in what looks like a hot tub up there as well. Hopefully we can touch back on that soon as Kaide. I mean, just give Kaide a pistol. For some reason, she is obscenely good with it. And actually, I like that little like overhang kind of denies the Dizzy coming through. So you can play some of these corners, still have to be really locked in to clear them.
Yeah.
A bit of a different setup here towards, I guess, Team Tarek here on the B defense. They're stacked up towards the archway.
Like I told you, Kaide's nasty with that pistol.
TenZ.
And she knows it's TenZ.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh! There's another one!
Stop it, please, TenZ. Please, it's meant to be fun. Oh, God. TenZ in a 1v2.
Oh, my God.
Please come back, TenZ. Please
Oh, my
back.
God.
That's outrageous. A Red Bull clutch in a show match. I mean, he was the chosen one for a reason, Mike.
I think he heard you talking about Kaide with a pistol.
Yeah, my
and,
bad, my bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
You,
I take it back.
you stoked the fire.
Yep.
That was nuts, though.
Yeah, that was that.
Oh, the first, beautiful. The second follow-up, though, it's almost like a little fadeaway. Oh!
I love these like
enemy
headshot
remaining.
angles as well. Like you feel like you can play into it, but they are certainly. It gives you these like playable options.
Yeah.
Oh
I mean,
my God.
TenZ. If you're TenZ though, the defenders don't stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
nice to be TenZ, I
Yeah.
guess,
Look at the
right?
example of brute forcing on a pistol.
Yeah.
Tower.
Oh,
And he gets it.
oh, again, these are those 50-50 corners still cleared, but you have that option. If you're not going to invest utility early, you're going to get punished.
Yeah, it's very dangerous to try to contact up, but
Oh,
they're just. Toast is getting his three for sure.
Ace.
Four.
the crowd commands it. He's in his cam. Brilliant. Toast, get out of your cam.
Go hunting.
Toasting cameras. Right, Kaide, deny it, please. Oh no, they've
Actually, yeah.
Here, they're coming. They're coming. They're coming.
Oh,
They're
I
on
think
the
we're going
way.
to see 4 knives out
They're
here
on
just
the way.
charging.
Oh, oh, please, Kaide, don't go down like this. Oh no.
The flash hit.
Toast with the ace. That's a nasty cam shot right back
Yeah,
to Kaide's
not
face.
happy.
What are you doing?
Not happy.
What are you doing, production? How dare you? Nastiness. And the judges look quite strong.
Well, just to come back though, also another example where initially the kill goes one way, but if you're stacked up, these trades can come through. So, and they're talking about kind of scaling up and leapfrogging.
Yeah.
You can get to site so quickly if you win this opening engagement.
Come on. Team Tarek, I need you guys to focus up a little bit here. All right? We need a little bit more play.
Like this wall.
Did you guys play much with the Sage, or was that something that you didn't really see as valuable as maybe we're seeing it here?
I think we tried a lot of different stuff. I think the Sage is like we were trying like a more traditional, like hey, let's like wall stuff as an attacker, and like kind of what Yvonne did, like walling the main. But I think there's definitely a lot more room to explore with Sage, I'd say, especially like on B and A with some of the elevation.
Can you get a wall up to see out the window?
I think you might barely be able to.
Okay.
People are going to be... Mike, why did you give them the idea? Why did you say this? Let me enjoy my games. Yeah, get that utility. Okay. Who's holding the site? Kaide with a Guardian. Trying to play that little bit of a deeper angle, but TenZ...
But they didn't clear it.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, one more. One more. Oh, no, there's the Flying Judge. Oh, good trade. We've got a team of judge abusers, Mike.
Yeah, yeah. It's like there's 5 links in the server.
Okay.
Oh, and there's the Omen going up into heaven, kind of stopping the rotate as fast as possible.
That is super nice, actually, seeing that in play. Toast playing on that corner again. You're going to get this control if you're not going to clear it. This is forcing their hand. Brutal, but you have to be so reserved with your utility, so heads up with it. And was that a little chess piece in the fountain?
The fountain looks like a rook piece.
I just think, I guess there we almost had an example of kind of the jet pathing into sight here. It's
Oh,
almost similar
lovely.
to kind of getting into a ascent in terms of like the smoke forward. They usually dash for the switch to close the door, but you can get up onto the
hut.
Up on top of hut here, and then I guess it's just another updraft to get straight into heaven.
Yeah, I think you'd only be able to get on top of hut because there's no second updraft. I think you'd have to updraft onto the hut. Or maybe you can dash.
Out of charges.
And it looks pretty all in.
He dodges the tether.
Not being slowed down yet, still trying to play his life. Nice little reveal on side, but there's a lot of bodies here. Running out of knives to play with, but the Bucky comes bounding through. Kaide killed. And at least he stops the rot here, but Plant's going to be in.
Yeah, so now the defenders are here, though. They're ready for the retake.
Let's see if they can do some damage on this one. Yeah, nice from Josh, keeping them pinned on the site this time.
Looking for more as well.
Oh, Vinny.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, it's there. Does that help out at all? Oh, no one able to make much of that.
This heaven position is actually deadly as well. Again, the scope up here.
Last player standing.
Then you can get anything done. No, it's
clean.
Now with a 3K.
Yeah, very nice.
I guess as well, yeah, you'd need to hop onto the little, maybe up onto the box to dash, and then maybe it's a little more clunky than the ascent approach, but it was actually a nice set piece in the previous round with the cage in the corner to kind of path over the top of hut.
Yeah.
Again, obviously been doing that in scrims.
Nice little inspect. Oh!
Oh! Yeah, we don't want that. It's not a judge. And again, just to come back here, how spammable is the hut from both sides?
It's not very spammable. I think maybe on the small bits with the Odin, but not the hut, like the thick part of the hut. No.
Okay, Toast without. Oh, excuse me.
What?
Sorry, I didn't realize there was a second player. I found out in the kill feed. Oh, God. He's just filthy. Kaide doing the best you can, but I mean...
I think they're going for around the world right now. They're just in their spawn.
Yep, just taking the tour. Oh, wow, we got some RPers here. That's crazy.
Yes, the
That's
RPers.
crazy. Vinny. Oh, you've unlocked one.
The biggest see his face is like, what are they doing?
Guys, they're all in spawn. Oh. Yes, the fun police did indeed arrive.
Yeah.
I feel like I could lip read that one as well. Top 5, guys. TenZ is kind of kicked up a gear. He's on 23 to 11.
Yeah.
Oh.
You can see he's got back into the rhythm of being on stage.
Yeah. Yeah, he's quite good at stage games, isn't he?
Flank them. It's 5 man.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
We're leaking comms.
I like
that.
We're leaking comms, though.
So where in the map would you say this is the most feasible approach?
5-man slam, probably through B.
Okay.
I think A, the attackers have a little bit more to work with.
Well,
well
they've teased us and they're not doing it.
Yeah, it was all a ruse. And it feels like they're trying to extend a little bit of gameplay here. I'm seeing Classics and Cherish, but I can also see your money. Team Toast. Oh, no, 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 tens. This feels like bullying.
Yeah.
This feels mean.
Big C's though, actually.
Oh God, look at what's waiting. Look. There's knives, and there's a choke point. If they carry on this way, it's probably not going to feel. Oh no, Yvonne, don't. Oh no, they're getting baited in, Mike. They're getting baited in. Sin City waiting.
You can see they want to go in.
Oh, we got one.
It's Tarek the fool.
She's still going. I thought one was enough the second as well. Damn. Are you really going to take that, Tarek? Are you letting that
I love
happen?
how it's Tarek the first to fall.
Beautiful, isn't it? There it is. A sacrifice. Giving it up. Oh, no.
Wait, so hang on, actually, who cheated? Who bought the guns there? So a few guns made it into sight.
Tarek, I need you to up the ante here.
All right, where's my 5-man flank?
We were promised this.
Yeah. Okay, now
It's
we
gonna be a
got
very
5.
loud
We got
round.
5 Odins now.
Now we can see how spammable
Yeah,
the
we're
map is.
testing
There
where
we go.
these balls are.
Well,
this is the one we're on about.
Well, at least you have other spots to play. You have options.
That is true. That would not be fun otherwise. Luckily, mostly unscathed here.
Yeah, they didn't really get too much from that. Actually, they're
I mean, yeah, Toast the falls
look
first.
at mid. They're just getting so much free info.
Oh, comes in.
It's not pretty gameplay.
No, this is not probably the caliber that the next game's going to be like.
No.
But you never know. Oh, it's just very loud here. It's very, very loud. Thank you, Vinny, and thank you, Tarek, for quietening down Team Toast.
Have they run out of money yet? As I say, do we get another knife round? Do we get another weird purchase?
I think they're just going for a real buy pretty soon.
Yeah.
I mean, for Toast, that is just any sort of shotgun, so.
I guess another question as well with to get a reveal into that site, it kind of has to go through the window. What are the opportunities to come over that archer in terms of the skybox? Because is there any kind of possibilities for early reveals to set that up, or do you have to take the space in front of that window?
You kind of need to take the space in front of the window. You can do some level of recon for it.
There we go.
There's something in there.
They're going all in. They want to end this one, it looks like. For this tournament site, we do have that Vice utility here as well. TP up towards heaven. Tens has it go, and it just clips the ankle almost. Josh Zeki, beautiful from
Again,
him.
that right there, that positioning is primed. Oh, but Mel just goes through heaven.
Look, Mel's getting kind of slippery with these positions, figuring out the map.
But did she TP in, actually?
Yeah,
she did.
Oh, okay. 3v2, Mel and Toast. Hello, Tarek, and wake up here, buddy. Mel is reining it in. Nice little glimpse out there.
Yeah, they took the bait.
Oh, this time.
Well, the TP in as well.
Oh, Mel is putting on a masterclass. This could be lovely, but a tap on the spike and a draw. The hand has to show. Okay, Mel. You ending it now up against Mel.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Mel.
She's sticking it.
Where's the time? No. A nice try all around. The 13-7. Team Toast coming out swinging.
It's our first international Corrode champions. Crown.
True. There it is. Mel, top of the board. Tens, top of the board. Very good performance. Nice to see what the Omen can do here as well. Just, TPing around, getting kind of slippery with that verticality. It was super nice to witness.
It was. I mean, I'm glad we saw a couple of examples, particularly towards mid, some of the things we were talking about ahead of time. I'm interested to see kind of how the development of post plants. Kind of that's where I'm leaning with this. The defender side aggression, like you said, setting up kind of set pieces and more initiator-oriented gameplay, but also how the post plants develop. Is there anything that kind of stood out to you?
No, I think they were kind of playing it how I would think like a high-level team, you know, of this caliber would play. Like they were going for a lot of mid splits. They were trying to like take their time as they're getting the site. I think there was times where like example from Josh Lecky where he was able to hold down elbow and get those 2 picks. I think that's exactly kind of what the gameplay we want to see.
Oh, that was good fun. All good spirits though, even after the knives.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, touch and go for a minute there.
Some brawl breaks out on the side.
Coming out,
It was ramping up a little bit, but I think overall, I just want to see what the teams do with this now in their hands. You know what I mean? Get those pro teams out there, see what they can make of this map, because you saw glimpses of what it could look like. And again, we are getting ourselves ready here for the Verizon post-game interview. You can see Yinzu getting locked in down on stage. And yeah, everyone just lining up. And again, I think a good first glimpse.
Yeah, for sure. I guess key takeaways, like I said, is I'm really excited to see kind of composition changes, some of the other things we've talked about.
All right, we're going to pass it on down to Yinzu. Let's hear from the captains of that fantastic show match.
Well, that was a fabulous display of mechanics, skills, talent on the new map. I'm now joined by Toast and Tarik here, but I didn't realize we are going to have everyone here. So real quick, Tens, you're coming back, right? After that, you're coming back.
Maybe. Yeah, Kaide called me Wash, so I had to show her what's up.
You have to come back, Tens. That was crazy up there. But Toast, the judge, the Cypher defense setups, it was so nasty. What about you? Have you ever thought about maybe, I know you like to start your own team, but maybe put yourself in there?
Yeah, this experience has taught me that I don't need to hire players. I can be the player on my team.
I completely agree. But Tarik, it wasn't for a lack of trying. You brought it as well. Love the things that you managed to show us. What did you make of the new map? There was a lot of kind of new things. We saw the Odin spam and so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, honestly, that was not a great first experience on the new map. I was getting judged and ran down just like left and right. But no, I think it's going to be really exciting, and it'll bring a new flavor to Valorant. So it's fun to see what'll happen with it. Yeah, it's going to be good.
And very quickly, which team do you anticipate to be able to take over on this map?
Which team do I think will be good on the map? I mean, I got to say Sentinels.
I agree with you. But more importantly, there's a reason why there is a cake here. As you guys know, the loser is gonna get this cake to the face. So I just want to make sure we're out of the firing line. Toast, you earned this. Enjoy this. You need help? I think he needs a bit of help. Yeah. Here we go. Oh! All right, go for it, Toast. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! What a day it is here at the Grand Finals. Congratulations once again to Team Tarik, but the main event is coming up right after this. One more time, guys, give it up for Team Toast.
All I gotta say is I'm a little bit jealous because I look like Red Velvet, and I love me some Red Velvet. Body built by Red Velvet, you know what I'm saying? But in any case, everyone, welcome back. Golden Boy here on the desk. We have the one and only. We have Leo Faria. We also have Anna Donlan. You guys know them, right? Give it up, you don't mind? Give it up.
Guys.
Muchas gracias.
Hello.
All right, so we do this every event.
We do.
It's kind of become a tradition of ours at this point, which is super fun. So why don't we go ahead and first talk about the new map. Just debuted new map. Looks awesome, looks super fun. Personal experience, have you had a chance to play on it? Who do you main on it?
I have played on it. I haven't decided who I want to main on it yet.
Okay.
I loved watching it in action today, though, because we make these things. We have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I love watching them try. It was great.
And the trailer was great. The cinematic was awesome.
Oh, it was super dope. Super dope. And that cake was Super Cakes approved.
Yeah.
Super Cakes approved.
Super Cakes approved.
Super Cakes approved.
That's right. You got to hear first. But Leo, yeah, I mean, this map looks like it's going to be a pretty fun addition to the circuit when we finally get it added there. Lots of variety as far as like defensive holds are concerned, even though we did see the attackers really do some work. So I think teams are going to have some fun with this one. What do you think about it?
Man, we're very excited. Look, this map is going to bring something like a more straightforward type of gameplay to to Valorant in the VCT. As you said, it is supposed to give you more of that layer defensive, layer defense to our competition. So yeah, we're very excited.
Yeah, I'm pumped to see how some of our pro teams take to it.
That's right. Maps always play a big role in how Valorant unfolds. So looking forward to seeing it in play.
Exactly. Now, another thing, and you guys can probably see it over here, is our MVP bracelet, because we're going to be awarding our most valuable player at the end of this. Leo, who's in your running so far for MVP?
Look, man, I think we have really good candidates this event. I think, look, I think our boy Forsaken has a real shot.
I like that.
He's a pure ex-veteran who's been with that roster since 2021. You know, his like flex player been killing the event, so we'll see.
Right.
But
okay, Toronto, how we feel? You think Forsaken could be MVP? Toronto, what do you think? We got some Forsaken fans out here. Anna, what about you?
All right, I think I'm gonna go Fnatic. I'm gonna say, it doesn't even need up to me. I saw them crown Kayak yesterday. They crowned their own boy.
They did crown Kayak.
So they're telling us they crown Kayak. I'm going with Kayak.
You know what? Honestly, Kayak has been looking incredible up there. We're looking forward to seeing him take to that stage. Oh yeah, that kid's incredible, without a doubt. Now, all right, well, look, we like to talk about some fun stuff up here. And any news that we should be expecting late this year and beyond regarding, like, the game, the sport, everything. What do you got to share first?
I mean, there's always something coming, right? So, look, it is June, right? June? We're still in June, I think?
Yes,
June?
Crazy enough. It feels like it's been 5 years.
I know.
Yes.
Like, every time we come to one of these, I feel like the year just ended. This one has not ended. We still got a lot to go. Of course, we have another agent coming out this year, so we've got that to look forward to. Yeah, no details, but yes, we do have another agent coming. We've got replays, finally. Replays on the way.
Replays! We like replays.
I don't think we deserve applause, but I am super happy that they're coming. We've got the Unreal 5 update. I actually did want to say, like, we saw a lot of player chatter around concerns that maybe UE5 is going to make it like less performant on lower end machines. I actually think it's going to do the opposite, like that. So I want to like make sure people don't have to worry about that. Game's still going to run really well. And then I think, we're going to spend the rest of this year really dialing in things like gunplay, agent abilities, things like that. Like that's going to be a big focus for us. Hopefully you've already seen some of those changes coming online. We've been working on that a bit. I've seen it in this event actually paying off a lot. But I think what you're going to see post-champs is like some of our a little bit more aggressive changes. Not too aggressive, but like there's a good chance we break some stuff, There's a good chance we break some stuff. But the goal is to get it fixed and good heading into 26. So I think the game's going to be in a really, really good spot heading into next year.
Oh, I know a lot of people are excited about that for sure. And, for me as a little esports nerd, Leo, what do we have? Because Champs around the corner. We're going to Paris. It looks like it's going to be a blast. What do you got?
Champs is always, the moment we pull all the stops. Of course, we have stage 2 before, and that playoff is going to be sick. But yeah, Champs coming up. Paris, by the way, a reminder for everyone, verify your account if you want to buy tickets, right? We want to make sure tickets go to fans.
That's
and we have a verification process, so make sure to verify your account. But look, we're very excited. We've been trying a number of new things this year, including leading a little bit more into this convention vibe, more community, more activation, fans closer to the action. And we're seeing that in Toronto. We're going to see that at Champs. But of course, we still have more to come. We have Ascension after Champions.
Yeah.
We have Game Changers Championship coming to Law Park in Seoul for the first time.
That's going to be so awesome. I'm excited for that one.
There's still lots to come this year.
Yeah, even speaking for myself as like an old school esports kid who like went to these conventions back in the day, compete in a lot of these tournaments, it really did bring back the feeling for me. I do want to give a special shout out to the Artist Alley. They are absolutely incredible out there. Yeah, and if you're in the venue and you haven't had a chance to check out Artist Alley yet, please do so. Support local artists. They can very much use your support, and really just creative stuff, man.
I spent so much money.
Okay. Hey, and then there's more money to spend. No, but seriously, go check them out. It's amazing stuff here. And speaking of amazing, we're actually celebrating 5 years of Valorant, and it has been quite the journey to get to this point here, Leo. What's one of your favorite memories, man?
Man, look, it's hard to choose one. I think there's so many. I really love like that very first event we had fans, a crowd in Copenhagen.
Yeah. That was my first event. Yeah, right? Man. Yeah.
Lock-in holds a special place in my heart. But I think my favorite is Champions in LA. Yeah. Just because, look, it was such an iconic venue. It was Riot's backyard, so it meant a lot to us. And the whole story of that tournament was beautiful. Seeing that team in Potter, lifting the championship trophy in front of the home crowd, it felt very special.
Yeah, it was historic. It was such a moment, without a doubt. All right, and what about you? What's your favorite memory of these 5 years?
This was like the hardest question on this entire thing.
Yeah,
honestly.
it's still listed as TBD.
I know, it's TBD in your notes. I was like, what? One thing? Like one thing for 5 years? Look, I will say, I think closed beta, honestly, is like, it's gonna just, I don't know what's gonna top that feeling in that moment when like, we had put our heart and soul into this thing.
Yeah.
We didn't know if anyone was gonna wanna play it. We didn't know if anyone was gonna show up. And then those servers started lighting up, Twitch streams, code drops. Like it was so overwhelming. Andy Ho, our EP, was like physically dropping codes to people. We're like calling, can we get more servers? And that's kind of like, you know, it was like this moment where we knew like we'd made something that people would like want to play and that they would want to invest their time in. And that was the dream. Like we didn't make it for us, like we made it for all these people. So that moment, well, I don't know what could top
you know,
that,
even
honestly.
from like me as like a video game industry nerd, like what you guys accomplished releasing a game during COVID like that was actually quite unprecedented at the time and was historic. Actually laid the groundwork for a lot of the industry moving forward. So, and that's not blowing smoke. I'm being honest. Like that genuinely is like what happened. So you guys have a lot to be proud of there.
Thank you so much.
And it's been quite the journey.
Thank you.
It
It's
really
been a
has.
huge journey. Thank you. And thank you to everybody.
Yeah, for real. And seriously, I mean, it's always a pleasure to get an opportunity to chat with you guys. There's always going to be more trickles of goodness down the road, and I'm excited for it as well. But for now, folks, that is where we are going to leave you here. For now, you mind giving us a round of applause for Leo and Anna. Thank you so much for joining me here on the desk.
Thank you, Toronto!
Because Toronto has been incredible, and the good news is we have more to come because the grand finals between PaperX and Fnatic are around the corner. But for now, let's go ahead and hear from one possible MVP contender. We spoke with Jing about making the grand finals in this Omen player moment.
Hello everyone, I'm Tsing and I'm from PaperX. Wolves were really good. They're definitely a really good team and they also came into this tournament with a lot of confidence. I think Silfat BB has played a really big part in helping them. I've seen like many clips online of him like cheering his team up and just giving his entire team a lot of energy and confidence. So I think that played a really big part in how they're playing right now. So yeah, I think that was really important. So big props to Silfat BB.
Gonna have to do work here. Silfat BB does well to find them.
Of course, it's really exciting and really proud of my team because in Pacific we were like down 0-3 and we barely even made it to playoffs in Pacific. So yeah, I mean now we have really good momentum. So hopefully the Cinderella run continues. I see all the PaperX jerseys in the crowd. You guys truly fuel our will to win. This one is gonna be for you. Thank you.
Now, these two teams have both made incredible runs in their respective brackets to get to this point. The PaperX train rolled through the uppers and scored 3 straight 2-0s, taking down many tournament favorites along the way. And then over in the lower side, you had Fnatic, who survived 4 straight elimination matches, including a best-of-5 to make it back to their first grand final in 728 days. Of course, joining me back on the desk here, you have Kukuka as well as Mimi, as we're going to break everything down for today's grand finals matchup between PaperX and Fnatic. But before we dive into everything, that is going to bring us to our MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which team you think is going to lift that trophy today. Scan the QR code, cast your vote for PaperX or Fnatic, and then of course, all throughout the finals, make sure you use the hashtags VCT as well as Valorant Masters so we can get your good stuff on the broadcast. All right, guys, let's go ahead and talk about this game here because this is PaperX's 3rd grand final appearance, and yet they only have donuts to show for it in the category of wins. What's going on here?
And the first two are both heartbreakers in their history, all the way back in Copenhagen, the first event with a live audience. PaperX fell to FPX's incredible lower bracket run, and then it was another heartbreak when they came back again a couple years later to qualify to the grand finals at Champions in Los Angeles. So now, Bea, the question today is, will the 3rd time be the charm for PaperX?
Yeah, exactly. It's not only that. They've been a part of so many of these best-of-5s, getting further into the tournaments. But so far, it's not only the grand finals, also the lower brackets. They still have to win a best-of-5 globally. And in so many occasions, we spoke about PaperX. Come on, this is their tournament. And as we look at how it's been looking in the comparison between these two teams in these global appearances, we see on the right side Fnatic with those 2 firsts and then going down but coming back up. But for PaperX, they're on the same of like, let's go back to greatness and set a difference today.
In terms of every team in Valorant, PaperX is one of those squads, one of those organizations that has the deepest pedigree, that have been to almost 10 global events across their history in the game. The fact that they don't have a trophy yet is a shock. And that's why people love this team, why they root for them, because everyone has been waiting for that moment where it finally happens, where they finally lift a trophy. And today they have another chance.
They really do. This team has certainly won the hearts of a lot of people throughout their tenure in the history of Valorant esports. But that young man on your screen there is someone who we thought we said goodbye to for a little while, but turns out not to be the case. Jing came back with the squad and ended up being stronger than ever, Mimi.
This was supposed to be his last match at Champions when they lost in that finals. It was a heartbreaking way to go. He went to register for his national service, which is required for everyone in Singapore, but it turned out that he had a medical issue that meant that he could not complete that service, but that he still could come back and play. So PaperX got this opportunity to have their superstar, who they didn't even think that they would have, back on their roster. And now, more than a year since they thought it would be his last game, he's in another final with the squad that has always been his.
If you think about PaperX, you have to think about Jing. If you think
100%.
of why you love this team, why you support them, it's being crazy. It's playing the game the way no other team apparently can do. And one of the players that is one of the best in doing so is Jing. He thrives in the chaos. And I think that today has a very good chance of getting that MVP bracelet if PaperX manages to get the victory.
Which would be massive for him. But taking a look on the other side of the stage, you have that guy right there, Chronicle, who is looking to become the undisputed GOAT, greatest of all time in Valorant. If he wins this tournament, it will be 4 trophies for this man. 4 trophies, and he's only 22 years old.
Chronicle is one of the biggest legends of this game. He was one of the first ever winners that we had in EMEA back in Masters Berlin, doing it with different rosters, doing it from different roles. There is nothing Chronicle cannot do. Initiator, Duelist, Sentinel, it doesn't matter. And if we take a look at the numbers, he's always been one of the most consistent players in this game.
Valorant's most consistent player, I would say. He has been here since the beginning, attending the second Masters event and lifting a trophy there, going to the final Champions that year. No matter what time, what meta, what teammates, Chronicle goes deep in tournaments, and he only gets better the bigger the stage is. He's already improved from the group stage to now in playoffs, and you know he's the type of guy who's gonna step up in a grand final like this one.
Oh, without a doubt. Now, of course, you do got to consider the IGLs in this moment here, because you have Boaster, you just saw on your screen, and Forsaken. And Forsaken stepping into this role for like the first time here. This is a huge opportunity for him, and he's going up against one of the greatest callers in the game. It's a tall task to ask of this young man.
For years, you ask PaperX, who's your IGL? Who's your IGL? They're gonna tell him, we're all calling this Valorant. We're doing whatever. But now you ask him, and they're gonna say Forsaken. He has stepped up as a leader through what has been the hardest patch for PaperX. They had a really rough 2024. They missed out on Bangkok, the first ever global event in Southeast Asia, at home for them. But now here they are again with an opportunity and against a guy who's always loved this team.
Exactly. Boaster has always been in the side supporting, right? Because we've never seen these two teams playing on a best of 5. So, of course, when the tournament runs deep, I think that we've also seen in socials throughout the years how they have such a good relationship between these two teams, between specifically these two IGLs. I love the fact that we have a PaperX that still, throughout the years, has managed to make this style work.
Boaster was a grand finalist for Valorant's first ever global event, and he's still here. He's still bringing up new rookie players. You look at Alpha. He was the guy who brought him into Tier 1. In a lot of ways, made him the MVP candidate he is today. Now Boaster's here again, without Durka, without Mini, those right-hand men he had for his entire run as a leader, and he is still championship caliber. You have to say, if he wins today, there's no contest that he is Valorant's best IGL.
You don't get to this position this many times by mistake. Plain and simple.
No, absolutely. And I think that we have seen his evolution also emotionally. He's lived through every single one of these tournaments. We've seen it at the highest and also at the lowest. So seeing him back here, it speaks volumes about what we're saying.
It's going to be incredible. Now, today will be the first global finals for our rookies. Let's go ahead and hear what Kayak and Patman had to say to Yinsu, earlier today.
I've now got the super rookies of the tournament here with me, Patman from PaperX and Kayak from Fnatic. You might have an idea what the other person might be feeling right now because it is both of your first tournaments and you're already in the final. So I wanted to ask you two questions. First of all, Patman, what does it mean to you to make it already this early on in your career?
Of course, it's a dream come true. Like before, I'm just watching everyone, and now I'm playing in a grand final. So yeah, feel excited.
And Kayak, you won Ascension, you know, like 9 months ago, and now you're already in a global final. How does that feel for you?
I mean, it means a lot, but it's a game same as other games, so no extra pressure, no anything, no expectations. So hoping for a good game.
And of course, the final match, the opponents are very interesting as well. What do you think about PaperX?
I think they are good opponents. I wanted to face them like before the grand final, but didn't get a chance. So finally we meet each other, and I think both of the teams have much different play styles, so it's gonna be a good game.
I hope so too. And what about you, Patman?
I mean, like what he said, we play like both different play style, so it's gonna be like playing a chess, I guess. And yeah, I feel so excited to face against them because before I'm just watching Boaster do like cool walkouts, and now I'm facing with him. So yeah.
I can't wait to see your walkouts. Thank you very much.
Earlier on, we asked you for the MasterCard fan poll who you thought was going to walk away with the grand finals victory. And the results are in. The community says 71.6% for PaperX. Mimi, do they finally lift a trophy over their head?
It makes sense for a couple different reasons, right? That this feels like it's just their time. Losing 2 finals before, being in another one, having a double ban advantage. But still, when you look at this sheet, a lot of us thought Fnatic would win today. And for me, a lot of that just goes to the tenacity of this lower bracket run, that they've done it already on maps they're not good at. And even with that double ban advantage, I think if this gets deep, if we get to a map 5, I back Fnatic in those high pressure positions.
And when we look at the record that we were speaking about, those best of 5s, both of the times that PaperX made it to the grand final was also through the upper bracket. And if history is to repeat itself, maybe that advantage is not enough if the other team has been having everything on the line for so many days.
The first trophy that PaperX ever lost was to an EMEA team who went on a lower bracket run when they came through the uppers. It's a question of
just like Fnatic.
3 years on if history repeats itself here.
Oh man, they say lightning can't strike twice here in Toronto. Well, we're about to find out, people, because after 12 days of competition, we're now down to the final 2. It's PaperX versus Fnatic. Best of 5 for the trophy. The Masters Toronto Grand Final starts right now.
Late mid-lurk as well coming out from Jing. Juicy tries to make something of it. Takes away Forsaken, but the number's still good.
PaperX is like one mind together as a team.
Keep moving, boys.
Listen guys, just play side. People's thought and feeling come together in that moment.
In this though, it's all going a little topsy-turvy.
Last mid. We just play like usual, but there's some pride on the line here. Together boys, together.
Track by track, the final destination is now locked in for PaperX.
I think this moment is really exciting. We barely even made it to playoffs in Pacific, so really proud of my team.
2 years in the making, but PaperX are finally back in another grand final.
First time I ever made it to grand finals, it was Copenhagen. I mean, of course we were kind of sad, but at the same time we were so happy and proud of how far we went. Second time I was in grand finals was Champs LA.
EG are your Valorant World Champions!
I still remember the feeling of walking past EG and watching them hold up the trophy. That loss was quite hard on all of us. We thought like we had the experience from Copenhagen and we would play really well in LA Champs, but unfortunately that was not the case. After the tournament, everyone received so much love from the fans. That made me really happy as well, and it made me push harder to keep being good at the game. Just like us, it's been long since Fnatic has been in the grand finals. It's gonna be a great match.
It's been a while since I've been in the grand finals. But damn, does it feel good to be back.
Fnatic bringing out a brand new look. Beautiful from Fnatic. Sentinels left in ruin. Let's kick off. Well played. I'm here, boys. I'm here.
coming to this day, I have already 3 trophies.
And they sent G2 packing!
Doesn't matter what happened in the past.
One hell of a lower bracket run so far. Nice guy! Let's go!
What matters is the current moment and how you handle it.
And Fnatic Grand Finals now awaits!
This is my first time to have a chance to lift a trophy. I will remember this moment forever.
I think the best aimers is Turkish players. If they try to pick me, I'm gonna show them where I'm from.
This time, I'll be the one lifting the trophy.
We're on my home soil now, so it's time to take over.
We're gonna show you that we are the better team. With my boys, I know what we're capable of, and I know that we can reach the top.
You are all my family. Let's go get that trophy.
Let's make some bloody noise.
We don't need to get wrecked. The train is coming.
Toronto, welcome to your Masters Grand Finals! Today, our last 2 teams are fighting for a place in history to hoist this trophy. So let's introduce our first team. It's Viper Rex! The rookie, Pac-Man! On the up, something! The Sentinel, Device! The Flex Master, Forsaken! And your duelist, Sting! And Coach, Alex! And representing EMEA, the organization that's been here since the beginning and a former Masters winner, let's introduce the Your Flex Chronicle! Your star rookie, Kaya! The IGL Monster! The Sentinel, oh fuck yeah! And Ace, last hope, it's Trashies! And Coach Milan!
It's been over 700 days since Fnatic lifted a trophy over their head, and for PaperX, it's a feeling they've yet to experience. It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. It's time for the Grand Finals.
PaperX, this was not supposed to be their year. They didn't even make it to Bangkok. They started stage 1 wrong, but this train has been on an unbelievable roll all the way to the finals. The question now is only if they can get their first trophy.
And as we take a look at the Omen map select, we see that advantage in the veto. PaperX are going to take out the Haven, something that they've been doing the entirety of the tournament, and Ascent, a very good map for Fnatic, where they've been showing a different face. Sunset is where things are going to start. And I'm surprised that Fnatic, even though they've been leaning towards the Lotus, towards the split, they decide to go for Icebox as their first map pick.
I actually like this idea. They leave the Lotus, the split. I think the two most even maps in this series for the end. Fnatic, though, they need to win on Icebox, because Pearl's their permaban. They've never won on Sunset. They are massively unfavored against PaperX on those two maps. If they win today, I think it has to be a 5-map series. It goes all the way.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very testing the resistance of the team. I think the third one is the one that is the most exciting, and you have a very good point. Fnatic, they probably will suffer in the first half of this veto, but this is what it all comes to. Yes, you've been learning a lot throughout this event. You've been showing new faces, new compositions, and you've also dealt with defeat. How far can you take it?
This final is so interesting. Such different styles of teams. The fastest squad on the attack side at this tournament. PaperX, who's prioritizing these double duelist comps, who is fast, they're crazy, against Fnatic, who is a team all about the macro. They play slow. They try and make every decision perfectly. There could not be teams more opposed in the way that they want to play Valorant, facing off in this final.
But you know what's really interesting to me here, girls, is that, look, yes, PaperX have been known for that W gaming lifestyle. And we love the W gaming lifestyle. But one thing that we have seen at this event, might be a little cringe, W strategy. We've seen these two teams, but most importantly, PaperX add depth. Exactly, that is the perfect word there. And it came in the form of Patman, but it also came with this squad, really Kukuka deciding, hey, in order for us to hit that next level, this structure, the way we have to build needs to start from the foundation ground up, and they have done exactly that, and now look at where they are right now.
Oh, I think that especially because of the way the PaperX plays the game individually, fundamentally, they have to be the best, because they have to thrive in the chaos that they themselves want to see themselves in. So for that to happen, everybody has to have the right reaction, the right read within the game. And I think that Fnatic are going to struggle, especially and mostly important is not when the round happens, but after a very quick round. If PaperX hits you with another quick round, the downtime, the pre-round becomes the most important part in the game.
You're getting hit with a jab and a right hook, right after the other, and that is something you do not want to have happen.
And that's where it's going to be difficult, I think. Most of these players, they've been on these stages before. They've won trophies, or at least gotten damn close in the case of PaperX. But for two of them, they are brand new rookies, where this is their first global tournament stepping onto this stage. It hasn't even been a year since Kayak won Ascension in EMEA. It's barely been any longer since we saw Patman lose out on his opportunity to even go to Pacific Ascension before he got this opportunity with PaperX, and now they're both in a final.
And now one of the reasons why maybe Fnatic has been able to make it this far is the new revamp that we've seen in their coaching staff. We were just seeing it on the screen, both Scat coming from BBL and Milan. We heard yesterday from Yinsu, yes, when the first victory that EMEA had globally after the Gambit, that first champions that we remember very fondly, Milan was part of that ascent.
He was, but on the other side, it's a change-up, right? Mini, the guy who was with Fnatic since the beginning, was at Reykjavik with
on the other side today.
Yeah, first ever tournament, and now here he is, helping out PaperX. We're into the agent select for Sunset. This is a great map for PaperX. We expect them to lock in this Sage comp that they've looked so good on this tournament.
Yeah, we also have seen Kayak regionally playing with that Sage, making a little bit of those walls that we love and could have a lot of impact. I want to see if he's going to be expecting them. For me, is one of the flaws or the gaps that I could see in the PaperX composition is not having that Cypher that I think that on Sunset could be a difference maker in many of the circumstances, especially when you like playing slow like Fnatic. So on the second half, that's what I'm looking at on the side of PaperX.
And especially looking at Chronicle, Valorant's winningest player. He is so good at finding those timings, finding those gaps. His lurks have been impactful for all the years he's been at the top.
Oh man, you can feel it in the venue here. It feels as if, you know, this is like a Super Bowl type of joint right now, and I'm all about it because because you got these two teams with such incredible stories that have brought us so much entertainment throughout the years. You talk about the 5-year celebration of Valorant's history. These two teams have been there practically from the start. So for these guys to be a part of this moment, but also to be facing each other on the stage like this, Mimi, in such a fashion, it really is something else.
It's truly special. Crashies as well. He was there at the beginning, always one of the best with Optic back in the day. Didn't think he'd have an opportunity to even play in Tier 1 again after how things went with NRG. Signs with Fnatic, moves to Europe, and now back on another Masters stage at another Grand Finals with a completely new roster.
And you know what's really impressive about this Fnatic team for me, Bea, is the fact that this squad feels calm and composed in the moment. And in fact, they feel like they're relishing in this atmosphere.
Yeah, there's been some moments, right? But I think that they are learning from all of those moments. One of the people that has learned a lot and evolved a lot, not only Kaya that we're seeing here and how exponential his run through Valorant is being, is also Alpha. The way that he controls mid on this map, if he is able to make a difference from map 1, it is not a good prediction for PaperX.
And that's what it's all about right there, the trophy. And for this young man, that has eluded him for so long in his career. Even the other guy to his right there, Forsaken, now putting himself in a position to lead the team to victory. But folks, the moment is finally here, and the trophy is within reach. Let's get the grand final started and send it over to two of the greatest of all time. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Well, kind words from GB, but there is energy here in this arena today. We have two titans of the sport, to be honest. Legacy teams that have been there since the beginning, and they are battling tooth and nail now for a chance. PaperX, they've had many chances in the past, but now there's another one in front of them, and they are going to want to grip it, but they are up against a Fnatic, unstoppable all the way throughout that lower bracket, looking to carve themselves into the history books a little bit deeper.
It's the team that has a strong claim as best of all time up against the best team that's never won. And there are many squads out there that would love to have as many chances as PaperX have had at a trophy. And PaperX, every time it seems to slip through their grasp. This feels like the moment. Coming through the upper bracket, double map fan advantage. In some sense, it's PaperX's trophy to lose there in the middle between these two teams. But both are going to be scrapping for every inch, and it starts here on Sunset, a map that Fnatic are forced to play.
All steady for now. PaperX nice and grouped up. Contact plays. Hoping that they can grab an unaware player. Fnatic all playing A for retake, though.
It's a confident start, taking this kind of risk. You could well run into somebody holding a one and done, but they're relying on the fact that Fnatic love to play for retake in these situations.
That's so much util saved for PaperX. They better get themselves into the post here, but bodies are already starting to get over towards that A site. Fnatic. 5 plays here, double flank occurring. Something has to be the stopping player in motion, and already trying to take a fight straight through spawn. Nade sailing up and overhead through main though, and these players getting squeezed. Crashies. It's already drawn blood. You're going to be hoping that it's the first of many, but it's a slow orb as well, just to slow the approach. At least for now, it's tepid, cautious, being played. Fnatic know that they have plenty of time to work with here. There's a time to potentially missed again. It's being jumped upon. Alpha here from the side, sticking all the way. Crashies, there's no stopping him! Fnatic, they claim to the opening pistol.
A slow siege upon the A site there from both teams, actually. Fnatic back into the retake. Managed to navigate all of that post-plant util. And the squeeze really came down onto something. He had to hold 2 players off the flank and then got caught by that recon. Crashies with a very important round.
Nice! Come on, man! Come on! Bring me the pistol!
And the Viper Orb set up there for the retake as well from Chronicle, just allowing Fnatic to be able to get back in. A nice idea from PaperX. I think you can see both teams have a good understanding.
Revealing area.
And here, looking like there might potentially be a crunch play in B. Boaster's got a paranoia he could go for.
Cycling through the util. Chronicle's hunting for heads. Not to find too much, but PaperX are not far behind. Rattling a few shots of their own here. Good time to talk about, I think, some of the expectations of players, I think, so far, but Fnatic are stacked with storylines, talent. It's all there. Plenty of players looking to get their hands on that trophy, lift it, Add another one to the tally, perhaps, for some of them. Chronicle, one of our most storied players of all time.
And Alfia as well, who's making a run towards MVP at this event. I think might be the first contact against these eco players. He's able to challenge a bit more aggressively.
It's a paranoia to try and set him up. Aggression called for, looking to try and crunch these Paper Rex players in their place. The Alpha's taking liberties. This is a guy that has been let loose, unleashed, an MVP candidate. Of course, he can take these risks with just a pistol in hand. He's not going to be offering up any sort of guns here.
30 seconds left. Spike
Death by 1,000
A.
cuts. Paper Rex are feeling right now.
And another really solid hold on. Paper Rex not doing anything too crazy just yet. We know that this is a team that can turn up the tempo massively, but early on here on Sunset, playing for all maximization, playing to slowly contact into areas and try to figure out what this Fnatic defense looks like. The more you contact, the more important people like Alfia and his utility become. And Crashies, the drone, the recon, Alpha's trips and cam. And this round, expecting a B pop, Boaster's got the troops positioned to defend on B. 4 players stacked from Fnatic.
All stacked up. Crashies, the lone defender towards A, full confidence in the retake, and Kayak gone wandering, lurking up through mid. He's going to be getting a lot of information.
This is a really nice timing, and Paper Rex, one of the only things they do wrong is clearing these kind of spots.
Slight miss shot.
Good information, though, for the attackers, and Crashies.
Crashies!
What a shot.
What a challenge to take.
He might think, though, that that's the only lurk player. It's difficult to expect the other 4 stacked up behind, but Kayak has read it.
Here comes the pincer, here comes the crunch! Kayak instantly domes 2. Paper Rex are left reeling on their buy round. Fnatic maintaining discipline. It's composure that sailed them all the way through here. The rifles, it's going to have to be raw heroics to see if he can stand a chance in this one. Paper Rex none the wiser. Lurks on lurks, Alfia dropping Divine, and a spike in their laps. It's inevitable at this point.
Jing's got an impossible task ahead of him, a 1v4 stuck in elbow. Even if he tried to save, it's not going to work. 30 seconds, spike abandoned. Fnatic can put the squeeze on. They'd love to get another rifle on board and deny it away from Paper Rex.
Jing, percentage.
He can't even get one. What a beautiful round from Fnatic, Brennan. A couple of strategic things as well for this EMEA team, looking strong early. One of which is Kayak is feeling confident enough to go for that kind of play in round 3. This is a rookie player coming in, having just won Ascension. He's played fantastically inside EMEA in stage 1. But to be able to do that in your first global event, in your first grand finals, that is confident. That's what you need. And the other part too is they're stressing the flank. Paper Rex don't have a Cypher, they don't have a Vice, they don't have any ability to watch the flank with some kind of piece of util. And already after round 3, Alex is calling a timeout. This is a worrying sign for Paper Rex, considering that this is the map that arguably they're the most favored on. That's why they've taken us here first.
And there's all that talk about, listen, the double map advantage. Fnatic don't have a deep map pool. Let me tell you, when you get to grand finals, when you get into that best of 5 territory, forget the strategy, the experience plays the biggest difference. Fnatic have that in spades. And you can make the same argument for Paper Rex, but they've never done it. They've never lifted a trophy themselves before. They've come close, and they've always missed the mark. It's one of the things that's going to be circling around their heads.
But if you think all the way back to Copenhagen, the final map, as far as I can remember, they threw a crazy composition out there as well. They're playing Yoru Breach on Breeze, which is just, I mean, even in the current Yoru Breach era, is a bit of a mad idea to comprehend. They were always happy to go in and throw the punches and see what landed. Whereas Fnatic, I think, are going to be coming into a game like this with heavy ideas and strategy and ways of anti-stratting and breaking down what Paper Rex have got in store for them. Especially on maps they knew were coming early, like here on Sunset.
The Outlaws could thrive in this setting. Sea of players on half armor. The dart immediately dealt with. Kayak is safe.
Never a worry, never a doubt that that recon was going to get broken. Crashies always had that, leaving Kayak to hold onto the smoke. Forsaken.
Yes, risky business, but again, risks have to be taken when you're down like this. Paper Rex want to increase the tempo, increase the heat. Taking control out towards market already. Stray shots, no damage, and need a couple more where that comes from. And now putting in the crunch.
Spike down, B.
Now they crumble towards it, but there's rifles in the hands of Chronicle, and he's taking this one. Oh, and spotted still. It's just that 1-for-1. Chronicle managed to get Pac-Man out of there.
Alfie going to have to be a hero here, coming back through market. PaperX have done a great job of getting back into this round. Put a serious squeeze on the Boaster. He just couldn't hold up to the pressure.
Trying to do some damage towards the end of this one. Alfie has left it down to the 1v1. Forsaken! Alpha just dominates it!
Huge kill off screen as well. The Turkish aim comes through and saves Fnatic in a situation where things got sticky. Light weaponry, only stingers out for PaperX, but they're still down 0 and 4. Interesting moment in that. Boaster threw a counter paranoia to try to keep players back in market. Pac-Man just ran through, just kept running forwards. Living and breathing by the W Gaming, and it did put Boaster and Crashies in a tough spot that Alpha had to recover.
Come on, let's go.
A 4-0 lead, and now Kayak has the funds to be able to bring out the op. He is alone, though, on the A site here. Take a look at this guy. Doesn't really have the most support in the world. Crashies is going to come to get his back like he did in B main early, but PaperX have the util to push him off.
All in your face too, and he hears it. Footsteps around, trying to take that one into the off angle, but there's a rocket in your face. You turned into pink mist in a moment's notice here. Crashies, he's stuck, isolated, skipping, hopping, trying to survive. Boaster.
If Jing had thrown a nade in there, then surely he would have been dead, but
Crashes
instead
forward.
focusing on taking the site.
Crashes forward, he's already taking the timing against them, and he's trying to take it forwards. Fast and loose is the play. Wall into the back of the site, though. It's all being contained in that flank again. Drone close, no coverage inside, but Boaster's there to respond. Pac-Man only expecting the one. He's already jumped away. Boaster and Alpha going to be left to do it all. Finally, Alpha reveals his hand. Look at the wrist, the hat goes out. It's going to be good information. Hammered up. Start rebounding. The time is going to start ticking soon enough. PaperX is still a bit more disciplined. Looking to try and play this one together now. First target down. Boaster's gone, and Alpha is next. So PaperX, they do show up and they get that round on the board, a critical one at that.
A little bit of a late awakening here on the stage, but nice to see the PaperX have got what it takes when there's ults on the board. Slight mechanical error there for Kayak at the very beginning. Had a shot actually on the Devi. I think he caught it dead to rights, but just got off the angle at the wrong moment. Chose to scope back up, and that cost him his life.
Dude, it's so easy, mate. Come on.
Now Kayak's going to have to play with his Neon ultimate. Already invested pretty heavily economically in the previous round. And now PaperX going into the Cypher setup.
Dart tucked around, it's an instant drone, and walking, wading out through mid. Pac-Man looking to contain it. He's missed the timing on it though. These players have already slipped straight past. Kayak.
He's going to hear
some damage. Oh, surely hears it, yes. Tip-tap of the footsteps, and he buys his time, buys it well. Here's the ult to buy, shuts him down, but up through mid. It's Pac-Man. Straight up the gut, instant res as well. It's going to be undoing that damage.
And a
little bit earlier.
A massive gap in mid here, Brent. Forsaken through completely. Pac-Man as well. They've cut a swat straight through the middle of this Fnatic defense. Just rotating through, and Chronicles left to pick up the pieces and wonder what the hell happened to this defense macro. PaperX were all gathered up towards A, and yet still found that perfect timing. And this is really going to hurt or start to put the hurt on the Fnatic eco too.
Something in Chronicle, shoulder to shoulder, he spots out the barrel, so handed a freebie.
But just going for the save here. PaperX got good value out of that res. Devi online early, able to undo all of the good work that Kayak had done with his tiles push. And again, I just want to stress how much Fnatic are going for these mid pushes and these flanks. They're really trying to abuse. Feels like the biggest part of their anti-strat so far is trying to abuse the fact that PaperX do not have that Cypher in their composition. Push down, try to get the flanks going for the A retake. Something that Boaster loves to do when we've seen him call in the past on maps like Haven, for example, against these Sentinel-less comps. But this time just missed that timing on Pac-Man. And I think it can be tough to play against PaperX sometimes because they do take unorthodox timings. They're willing to take a bit more risk. And so back-to-back rounds. That shot too. instantly denying the Neon ultimate. Creating space for the res.
Too easy, guys, come on.
Alpha also had all of his Cypher utility on the A site that round. And once again, he's going to put it all down on B, so not using any of it for top mid information, except for this cam, which is going to be able to see feet as you walk up mid. But if Alpha's not tapping it regularly, then Patman could still find a timing.
A real switch up as well from the game plan of PaperX.
No, they're really focused on this A pressure, trying to get big value out of Patman's utility, even if it's not actually Patman who's there taking the space.
Drone, PaperX trying to hide their intent.
Very slow so far on the attack side for PaperX too, isn't it? Really trying to mess with expectations.
Oh, the dart, it doesn't clear. Kai was sat nice and pretty. Patman none the wiser, thought he caught a timing there. Paranoia is going to be sweeping forward, Star's going to be blinding up Alpha. Nade rebounding, we'll have to respect it. Market control, PaperX is for now, and you see now Hunter's furious and there's signs of life. That's from afar, crashes. We're going to supplement it, trying to put a stop to this one, but PaperX, they're denying that momentum they've got. This train is not stopping, not here, not now.
They barrel through, unconventional pathing there for PaperX. Didn't send anyone through B main. And Fnatic were left wondering. As the wall came down over towards Boba, slicing off the defenders on site. Chronicle didn't know which way to look. Very much an adaptation here for PaperX in terms of how they're approaching this one. The game plan coming from Alex, maybe even coming from Mini too. Remember that former Fnatic head coach is now doing assistant coaching for this squad. But the game plan appears to be slower and more deathball-y. They're not trying to split. They're just trying to stay together and take out Fnatic piece by piece on rounds like this. If they haven't had the success over towards Elbow, then working through Market and up to Boba was wondrous there. This is now 3 rounds in a row for PaperX. Trying out a really unconventional, slow pace to their game. And at any point here, they can turn up the tempo and it's going to catch Fnatic off guard.
That's the thing with PaperX though. They're reaching new heights, an evolution for this team now.
One enemy
A little bit more of that nuance that's available to them, the slower play, working the map on their attack sides.
And I think they have to. If you play that undisciplined W gaming style, the one where it's not so refined, I think Fnatic eat that up all day long. They're a disciplined team. They love absorbing aggression. That old PaperX style just simply wouldn't work, I don't think. They have beaten them before. It's one-on-one between these two teams, so I'm not saying it can't ever work, but I don't think it was the right idea to go into this game with. But in this tournament, we've seen a better, more thoughtful PaperX. Willing to pump the brakes and play with a little bit of discipline in the mid-round after doing the same fast pressure. They've still got that killer instinct. They're just willing to temper it. It's now Fnatic who are going to have to take a timeout of their own. The newer coaching staff, who've had so much success with this roster, looking to add their input into things. And I would say now's the time to try to hit something quick if you're PaperX. If you wanted to change up the tempo at any point in this game, coming out of your opponent's timeout, that's one of the best opportunities for you. It is going to be a bit of a half-buy round for Fnatic. Kayak with a Glass Cannon Guardian, a Stinger, and a Sheriff around the place. So maybe PaperX will play with patience in this one and turn up the tempo for the next. Early B main, though, is already a little bit different.
Yeah. Spread out. Control, one away from some big ults as well. Jing. Looking forward to that showstopper. Contact plays good for again. It's just poking out. Now spotted here with a snake bite, rebounding. Ricochet and Chronicle looking to try and slow them down. Our bodies behind this one. It's a delayed hit. Jutting smoke. Got to be careful of this one. Alpha inside it, trying to sidestep straight towards it. Something just dismisses him. And Jing already taken up that timing. Slips into the gap and finding his mark. Boaster has to operate at a bit of run and gun. Backside control is still there for Fnatic. Plan down now for PaperX.
One enemy remaining.
And PaperX are not stopping. They're not content with just the front. They want the entirety of this map.
Really good adjustment there as well. Alpha, a little unfortunate, does hit the 140 with the Phantom. You see there the aim punch on something. And Alpha moves away thinking that he's already got the kill. His Crosshair resetting onto the next target before even confirming that something had hit the deck. And after a 0-4 beginning to this map, it feels like Paper Rex, the vibes are back.
Yeah.
They've tied up the game, and going into this, Kayak once more picking up the operator, and still a slow beginning actually for Paper Rex. Really not trying to challenge early on. It's been more about contacting. And then the question becomes, who's actually holding the contact for Fnatic? Because often they're playing really passive lines. And here you just see Boaster jiggling, and Kayak holding elbow.
Operator in hand, one of the best tools for the job, but seeing signs alive. Jing, that's his cue to go. Sending it, ricocheting against the wall. That's no damage done to Boaster. He's eager to draw it upwards. Just trying to wrangle control of the rifle. Kayak's been overwhelmed. Paper Rex crack open the A site. And crack heads while they're at it. Jing, not content with just a few. Device steals them right from his sight line.
A huge round, and the defense collapses again from Fnatic. Kayak had to hit that shot. He put himself on such an aggressive angle. A really deep position that you see this Neon dive from in elbow. And if he doesn't hit the shot, then he can't escape. Neon's got great maneuverability, but you've got to get the first in order to avoid getting traded. A Boaster fell shortly afterwards with that scramble in the smoke. Chronicle once more not really able to have too much impact in his 5th grand final appearance. Thus far, Paper Rex have been avoiding him mostly. A couple of times now that we've seen him save, and Divide back up to another res, by the way. So got his 2nd available, and that's just a really nice tool for being able to deal with those early skirmishes if Paper Rex play as a pack.
I
think it'd be fair to call them the fan favorites.
Oh, yeah. All smiles here.
That's why I was saying yesterday, I really feel like Fnatic are going to be the villains of this story. They've set themselves up as the barrier between Paper Rex and the trophy that's always one step out of reach. You have to go through a team that's managed to do it back-to-back. But at the moment, Paper Rex have picked themselves up after a bad start and have been pretty much flawless since then.
The early timeout has worked wonders.
Kayak once more getting into this deep position, willing to take a bit of a gamble here, tucked himself down behind this box in mid. Last time, didn't find too much value from it.
Deep pushes are everywhere on the map. Fnatic. There's Boasters out through A main, down through mid. Getting a good idea now. This is going to be landing over towards B. Chronicle tucked to the corner. He's going to be feeling that heat, takes the peak. Dealing with these players out towards the extremities, but not through bottom mid. Instant res. Forsaken brought back into the fold. Crashes. Just can't control that Guardian in time. Something. Feeling that heat, and that stun does good connection. Kayak trying to make some moves. Alpha dominates market. This putting a bit of fear now into the step of Paper Rex, forced the plan towards the back of the site.
But playing together, Forsaken and Divine need to come up with a plan here for dealing with things. Suddenly, though, they split apart, trying to get on either side of the Neon wall. So Kayak may be the target. Feels like Paper Rex need to take the fight into one of these guys on Fnatic.
Sitting ducks right now. Alpha, low enough. Shot to the dome, though, will do him in. Kayak, he's got to do it in a 1v2. Biding his time in through the smoke, waiting for something to fade. Eventually there. Barrow sticking out though, and a 3-2-1 face from Paper Rex. Ransom that 2-round lead.
Even when things are looking tricky, they've got a game plan, they've got the right micro calls. And that honestly was quite passive too from Kayak towards the end. Like to see him get back in that more confident way, although what he was doing in the mid-round was nice to be able to crack open B main. Alpha wins one hugely important duel against Jing, but couldn't overcome Divide, who's top of the scoreboard, 10-5.
Similar setup. Paper Rex not changing things up. Do they expect Kayak is going to be tagged? Jing! Just adjust the aim, crashes. Does trade. Now the heat and the pressure is going to be turned up onto Alpha. He steps forwards, a bit of spam coming his way. That's a Hunter's Fury into the back of the site. Alpha trying to capitalize off this chaos. Moving forward, sidestepping, crashes. Indomitable from this spot.
Drops Divide, drops the spike, manages to sidestep the Hunter's Fury in the meantime too, but they know where Alpha is, and it's tough to really support him.
Trying to clear him out. Rifle in hand. Trying to lead the march forwards, and the spike potentially retrievable, but Fnatic have eyes on it.
Yeah, Boaster's done a great job here, actually, of getting... Nice! Beefed the movement there. Was just trying to get on top of the box. He was in a spot where he could support Crashies, and now there's a dangerous timing until this wall breaks, but it looks like it's just about to expire, and he's been saved for that. 3v3, and Forsaken with an Omen ult means that this spike isn't really in enemy territory at all.
Part of the reason why Chronicle hasn't rotated. Picks it up, slow it down. PaperX only have 30 seconds to work with here.
And what a call. He's calling to go back into the same site, trying to fake out the idea he would have left.
20 left. Boaster, watchful eye smoke dissipates, but too many targets. Too much to deal with. Crashies. It's all on him. Tries to buy time, but a bullet to the dome and a bullet to the temple. Chronicles left in that 1v2.
This situation, though, finally winnable for Chronicle. An opportunity for impact.
Looking for an easy fight first. The first Mo spots it out. Snakebite. No rebound necessary, but doesn't really connect. Something sits it down. Viper's picked. Thought about, committed. Let loose entirely. And the bullets are raining down on him now. Time ticking away. Spraying away. Chronicles hoping, praying. Hoping that PaperX will give him absolutely anything to reload and run forward. Forsaken knocks him out.
7 rounds in a row for PaperX here. Fnatic just making too many mistakes on the defense side. KaYak kind of whiffs a little bit in this opener, doesn't land a single bullet on Jing. And then Boaster chooses the worst time to drop from high ground to low ground. As this smoke dissipates, he's choosing to walk forwards. Not accurate to hold that smoke as it leaves the PaperX players in the open. Small errors and a massive comeback in this half from PaperX.
Well, it's all the way back off the side of that timeout.
Forsaken as well, picking up an attack op. He's got the money to just go for a rifle afterwards. Just watching mid. And a little pacier perhaps, going for a B-pop here.
Yeah, Fnatic hard, disrespecting though. Deep push out towards A main, so they've got the information, they know what's up.
Jing, one away from a showstopper, but choosing not really to go heavily prioritizing it. Instead, looking to try to clear the flank. They know this has been happening.
Game of timings. KaYak drifted in and out. It's Batman who falls. Something is next. Fnatic, full control towards it. There's a paranoia in your faces, and they're going to be disengaging.
Best opportunity for Fnatic to snag around since the first 4.
Leaving PaperX to stew.
And PaperX thought it was a mid push, realized it wasn't, so now they're exploring mid themselves.
In the shoulder, Forsaken, that is a ballsy TP. Out wide, off angle played.
Could be on KaYak here. Could be on KaYak over towards A. You see Jing is making his way towards it, but all 3 players on PaperX trying to make their own individual timing play.
Forsaken is caught one. Can they catch the next? Crashes! Topples! The court access towards it, but still, it's B main control for Fnatic. It should be in a good spot for it. Site needs to be cleared out here. In through the back of the site, it's going to be that plant.
10 seconds left.
Watchful eye on Twall on a bit as the curtain drops. So does Alpha. Rocket to your feet, you cannot stop this team. When PaperX get going, there's no denying them. And KaYak will try everything. But 8-4 is where we leave it.
The train took a little while to get going here on Sunset, but then it just plowed through Fnatic. A 3v5 that they turn around with a brilliant lurk play. Again, a great idea of what to do, a great call on it, found the perfect timing. Forsaken looks amazing here. He's even overtaken Divide.
Unreal scenes so far. PaperX not slowing down, but we're going to send it down to the floor. A special guest is standing by.
I am delighted to be joined by the Riot CEO, Dylan Jadeja here. Now, Toronto has been such a fantastic host city. Welcome back, by the way. Wanted to ask you, how are you finding the event, and also, what have you been up to?
I gotta tell you, this is such an incredible city. It's home for me. I grew up in Brampton, so it's really special. Yeah, that's right. It's really special to walk the streets of Toronto and see people wearing the Val logo and to be a part of this community. You guys bring such incredible energy to this event. It means so much to us. This is one of the greatest cities in the world, and so to have the opportunity to showcase this to all of our players around the world, that's great. I also would be remiss if I didn't take a second to say thank you to all the players here, to all the players who are watching this online, to the co-streamers and the influencers. You guys make it possible for us to bring this event to our players, so I just want to say thank you to everyone. I got the chance yesterday, by the way, to go back to Brampton. The food is the best in Canada, I just gotta say, so.
I completely agree. Now, it's made even more special by the fact Valorant just celebrated its 5th birthday. I remember being there when the game came out, so I wanted to ask you if you could maybe reflect and tell us what it was like on, on launch day.
Yeah, it was crazy. We launched Valorant in the middle of the pandemic with no real perspective on how well it would be loved by players. We knew we had built something that would serve the needs of an audience that cared deeply about a tac shooter. And we thought we had nailed that, but when you launch it in the pandemic, you never know how it's gonna play out. And then we didn't know how we were gonna serve the game. We were working from home. So we shipped this from people's living rooms. And it wouldn't be where it is if it wasn't for this community. It's been inspiring and humbling to have this be co-created by such passionate players. So we're very, very fortunate and very blessed to have this community build this game with us.
Thank you so much. And also, PaperX might lift their first trophy in 5 years as well. So let's jump back in the game and see if they can close this out.
We're going to see how this first map all shakes out. Time's already ticking. These players are eager to get back into the fight between each other. Fnatic and PaperX.
What an end to that half, though, for PaperX. I mean, if there was any team with momentum here, it would be them. Take a look at the Coinbase Econ report and see if you can pick out a player for PaperX that would be looking to try to invest heavily in the defense half. This is not a map that you expect them to be going too much towards the operator. You know, they eliminated Ascent, for example, which is where something's going to be going heavy with that. But here, it's more to do with them playing as a pack, playing as a death ball. And I think Jing and Devi have been great at being able to set up those tip of the spear moments with Forsaken either coming in behind or setting up lurks. And they've just all had phenomenal impact so far. Really feels like they've settled into the rhythm of this map.
Yeah. I was worried at the beginning, Josh. Can't lie.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, they're a great team. They've got deep in a lot of tournaments, but winning has eluded them. And you gotta hope that they don't choke another, I think.
Yeah.
At the moment, though, set up in a great position on a map they should have been favored on.
A lot of running around occurring. PaperX are stacking A towards the 4 players. Early setup, creeping and crawling forwards. Chronicle has to be the player to receive. It's an off angle for him. Damage done and more! Chronicle and Alpha, I mean, they just put those players in their backpack.
Toxins going up.
Something's going to try to recover this one. Actually might have caught a timing. Back around the backs, but scurried away. Chronicle and Alpha live to fight another day. Alpha even going re-exploring.
Yeah, he's going to have to take down Flight. It's not clean. Any stretch of imagination. Something took down to 10 health as a result of it.
Standing ahead.
All needs to be broken now. Clearing the way. That doesn't clear most of it, though. This is impossible scenario for Fnatic. A pistol round in their sights. Already control. Tripled up. In through the back of the site. Main is theirs from Kron.
Last player standing.
Lurking into the fray. Patman is the last one left now to stand against this. What can he really do? The rookie. Not a lot. Revealed up. It's a classic right click, simple enough.
So both pistols in this map going the way of Fnatic, but really very few rifle rounds. I mean, one, if you could even call the bonus round that in the first half, going the way of the EMEA team.
Did I kill you?
So we'll see if that trend continues. Fnatic got a great start out, and they just couldn't convert any further. But Paper Rex, that same gap that Fnatic were trying to exploit in the first half by sending flanks, pushing mid, that gap does still exist here on their defense side, that lack of information. For example, in this round, how open market is.
Poison toxin screen down.
Deep control, Paper Rex just disrespected him really. Flushed a nade, trying to earn up some ults.
The slower that Fnatic play, the more that Paper Rex are going to be worried about those gaps. And it means that Paper Rex themselves have to be pretty proactive in the defense.
Poison's off.
If you play against Paper Rex and you just hit sites over and over, you make their job very easy here. Because they don't have to worry about the lurk, they can just play for the retake. But when you play slow, the way that Boaster calls, there's going to be worries in the back of Forsaken's mind. And they'll have to take timings like this to re-clear mid and then spread back out.
Deploying drone.
One of that 3-2-1 swing. I'm getting me there, at least for the due diligence. Clearing out the way, this is Paper Rex looking to try and flood their way back in. They've only got pistols, trying to make the most of it right now, but again, bodies topple and fall, complete collapse onto the site. Patman, yeah, not live for much longer. 2 now. And this half here for Fnatic, looking to see if they can convert this bonus. It's going to be a healthy one.
And Paper Rex are going to play to try to flood. They love playing quickly. As you put the spike down, they're going to be running back into sight, trying to deny you. Very coordinated with their utility as well, but fast-paced. So far in this tournament...
We are holding this A, bro. We are defending now, again, on side.
Yeah. They're not even going to have the chance to get into post plants very often and play these really calm, controlled post plant setups. It's going to be frantic. They're going to feel like defenders, just as Kron said.
Fnatic are getting a glimpse into mid. Jump spots. Info gathered.
Looking to diligently clear these corners. Waiting to see if any of the Paper Rex players have tried to take a tricky aggro timing.
It's a deeper wall from Patman. It's causing some concern, but cleared out now by Fnatic.
And Devi's wall is really good at blocking these gaps. So he's popped it down over towards A right now, and nobody from Fnatic choosing to break it, which means in theory, the defenders can back out of A and go to cover a different gap. But they're waiting here, expecting Boaster to be a good enough caller to want to break this wall.
Yeah, they're poking, prodding, just trying to bring it down. It's going to be fading at a moment's notice, and while that was occurring, Something was the only player holding top mid. He's gone. Kai takes him out. Forsaken responds. Paranoia is going to be sweeping forwards as well, putting a bit of pause into the step of Fnatic. Slow as they go. Time to be taken. Crashes the one with a spike here, and he's going to be dropping it into Forsaken's lap. Full control here. This is the round that's gone a bit skewed with Fnatic. They need a miracle in and out. A random spam. It's been picked up, but Jing is straight there. Bullet to the body of Alpha. There's not much left that they can really do from this spot. Paper Rex up to 9.
And Forsaken does such a great job holding market, forcing Fnatic to pay for every inch they take in blood. Even though Something falls, Forsaken is not willing to give this up. Even with a drone in his face, he chooses to challenge, to fight.
One enemy remaining.
And then catches even a timing on crashes.
Don't mess with me, bro! Don't mess with me, okay?
And that kind of conditioning is going to cause Fnatic to use more utility, be more cautious, always doubling up. Forsaken steps forward again. Oh, he's been caught on the other side of the wall.
Yep, it's going to be dropping down in front of him, and Alpha just drops him in instead.
That's rough. He was trying to break the cam there and still get back into market in time. That's a fumble.
Deep dart to clear this way. Wall's going to be propped up. We can expect it to still be slow and steady by Fnatic.
And this time, Paper Rex do what I was talking about, where they wall up and leave. But they're pushing the other side of the map, getting Patman in a pretty deep inserted position in B.
It's looking like a B split. Boaster has that B main control for him. A very important fight going to be occurring on both sides. Here's Something. Just drifts right into the crosshair play. Smart! Jing! Like a rocket man, but the bodies are toppled anyway. Fnatic find the advantage and the edge is left to Patman. Scrambling, running right into the sights. Chronicle.
You love to see plays like that from Paper Rex, leaning on some of the classic odd timings of aggression. But Fnatic dealt with it. Maybe this is the kind of pace that they're more comfortable playing against. They were very ready for that peak from Something.
One enemy
It's super
remaining.
similar to what Forsaken went for in the previous round, trying to timing the drone. And then as much as Jing got value from that peak, Fnatic come out on top. Another good start to a half. But that didn't stop Paper Rex from coming back and getting 8 in a row.
Go get him.
Paper Rex are just clearing out A right now, allowing something to build up a little closer to the Hunter's Fury, which is a incredibly useful ultimate, especially when you want to play that flood defense style. Puts a lot of pressure on the planter. In this round, Boaster's calling for his team to explore over towards B. And Patman, he's been trying to challenge this. Once more, they do not want to give any space for free. Fnatic are going to have to fight to get into these post plants.
Wall down, barely broken. Not quite there yet, that's going to be signs of life. So okay, Jing, let's go forwards. It's an eco round. Rocket rebounds, no kill. Alpha taking Jing out of the fight. A lot of the biting around that Paper Rex were hoping for. It's going to be dissipating now. Deep drone has rather reclear some of that info, but it's called for Fnatic. We're going to go over towards B. Forsaken and Patman. The only defenders, the only players to try and put a stop to it. Kayak.
30 seconds left.
It's going to be offloading that ultimate now. Overdrive in hand. Trying to put a stop to Patman, and there's only so much you can do. There's a Neon AD in your
Player
face.
standing.
Inevitable at this point here. Trying to go for the trade out. Alpha's there in time.
And Alpha, yeah, is the hero of the round. Takes a pretty large risk in stepping forwards to the showstopper, but catches a nice timing onto Jing. Catches him in the side, utilizes his ultimate, and they realize there is a huge gap in the defense all the way up mid into Market and Boba. And they catch these players on the B side, separating them entirely from those defenders that would love to rotate and support. Here's the timeout once again, called by Coach Alex. This was what made all the difference before. Alex had some input, and they ran the next 8 rounds in a row on their attack side, Paper Rex. What's the adjustment here? I think it is very tough to play against Fnatic's slower pace style. When you don't have a Sentinel in your composition, you can't just sit back. You've got to meet that caution with some aggression of your own. To some degree, I think Paper Rex today need to be playing fast and cocky, yeah, but they also need to be playing smart. They need these adjustments coming through from Alex to be able to tell them the right times to go aggro, the right ways in which to play the retake.
We can see from the money situation, Divine opting into the operator, might still stick towards it.
This goes here.
Change his mind, but maybe a central piece to try and hold together this defense.
And I think the interesting component of that too is he's the Sage, and the wall is also an essential component of their mid-rounding defense and their info game. So is he going to play for the wall early and then in the mid-round get posted up with the op, or does he try to take early angles and ignore the fact that his wall could be finding them good value in the mid?
Wall in his face for now. We find towards the top. Sakam taken out, and a double phase!
Destroyed!
Oh my, obliterated!
And so now you've got no op, no wall, no res. One of your most important players hits the deck so early.
Paper Rex are left wandering out into the open, but Alpha. Good pick. Best that they could potentially find.
He might have even seen 2 on the minimap there as he died, because it looked like something and Patman were doubled up.
So Paper Rex have brought it even, 4 versus 4 now, and another 3-2-1 into the space! Kayak! That's disgusting work.
That's beautiful. The Neon movement as well, to just glide away from the trade. He's sharp, confident, and starting this hit into the B site.
Yeah,
Paper Rex, I mean, they don't even have the tools, the funds here to contest, frankly.
They've scrambled away. Might look to try and save some of the guns. Operator perhaps, but they're drifting in like they want to try and take a chunk out of Fnatic.
They've got 4 players that aren't going to be able to buy in the next round.
Unwise. I think they've realized it.
One of the players could go for something. If they'd found a lurk, if they'd found a pick. But Patman, he picks up the operator and they just play for it into the next round. 2 opportunities for Paper Rex to be trying to find an early pick through mid. One with the op and one with the double face, and both dismantled. Really sharp shooting here from Fnatic.
They're going to be drawing it level with that one. 9-9 for Fnatic. That experience, that grit.
You talk about drawing in, though. Look at the net drawing in on these players trying to save.
They got to save them. Forsaken steadily being overwhelmed at this point. Slightest gaps, they're going to try and run him down to the final moments. No respite. No saving.
And
no consolation prizes. And yeah, no money. Like you said, Josh, this is now a dire circumstance.
God, what a shot.
That's beautiful.
Barely sees a glimmer. Healer kill. And then the kayak 1v2 afterwards is spectacular as well. Something doesn't get much of a chance there.
I helped you, bro.
Standing ahead.
PaperX are willing to take the risks on rounds like this, and it's Forsaken who goes straight down with the...
Already the deep TP, but he's surrounded potentially there, and it's just offset immediately. Patman going down. Clears up a series of unknowns. Fnatic can start to slowly get a grip on what's going on.
They Viper walled for mid, so the Forsaken could push, but that meant that Patman didn't have his own Viper wall in B main that he's been playing around.
Forsaken still stanced up, but okay, can't avoid that one. Kayak is sharp right now.
Fnatic are doing a great job of dealing with all of this defensive pressure, and like I've been saying over and over again, PaperX have to do this. It might look like PaperX are just kind of walking into their demise, but their composition relies on them getting active on defense. They can't just sit back. And Fnatic are not giving them an easy game here. They are not hitting sights and execing until the very final moments. And by that point, PaperX have already given them a pick.
Applying that even pressure across the board, something, re-exploring. It's a head ripped off, but immediately again, the answer back's there. Market is open and accessed here for Fnatic. Something's being squeezed.
You know where both of these players are, though. Boaster's just calling for a full rotate over towards A. Something got a kill. Divide threw out a slow orb. Divide even getting picked over towards Boba. And they've got a great idea of where something is.
Yeah, and time
it's a
whittled
4v1.
10 seconds left.
No real opportunity here for something. Maybe feeling like he has to do it all.
Spike planted.
Spike planted on A. This is a dire circumstance for PaperX.
Forsaken only has 800 credits too. So this is just a slam dunk save. Something's entirely on the wrong side of the map with no information, and I don't think he's going to keep a weapon. Alpha spins 90 degrees, decapitates something. Fnatic take the lead back. It's been a while since we were able to say that.
Yeah, that string and run of rounds that PaperX earned in that first half. Offset now, Fnatic. There is no denying that resilience. They've showed it all tournament long.
One enemy remaining.
There's only a few teams in the history of VCT that have completed a lower bracket run. They would love to add their name to that list.
One of those legendary lower bracket runs, FPX at Masters Copenhagen denying PaperX the trophy when PaperX came through that upper bracket. The first time that PaperX ever had a chance at a trophy. Another slow beginning from Fnatic, never allowing PaperX an easy round.
Cautious tail that they're weaving across the map.
A drone up over the top, trying to get a little bit of information, but doesn't see Alpha yet, tucked behind the pillar. And they might want to go for that same 3-2-1 mid re-clear. Even Divide coming to try to help it out.
Come towards it, broken up towards the top. There's fights to be taken, but battle lines redrawn and lurking up onto the angle. Patman deletes Boaster.
That's
Start
big.
for PaperX, and they put the wall up as well to reinforce towards Market. Watch the lie up towards it, but Alpha! My God, that's instinctual.
Beautiful timing, but Divide's there with the res.
Hunter's Fury though to try and punish, and this is getting hot and heavy. Brought all the way towards him. There's no tags from Crashies, no clearance. Forsaken ducked right underneath it. There's that Orbs propped up. It's a full spam committal to the clip, but already the timing forwards, that near sight just catches onto Kayak. Won't deny him that kill though. He's having to put Forsaken in his place and now taking control of the site. In the blink of an eye, there's only 15 seconds left. Slow Orb, stun rattling the nade, ricocheting, Kayak being chipped down, and PaperX, they do drag it level.
So tough for Fnatic to be able to get the spike down in that situation. Not only was the time against them, but something still had the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket too. Boaster going for the fake there and just completely whiffing the teleport. Mechanical error. Seen a couple of them today from a few players. I think that showcases the nerves that can hit even the most experienced people when it comes to the grand finals. The game level though, and PaperX with a really critical one to win in that prior. They still have massive ultimates that if they can run the time down are going to be super important. That shock dart is supposed to break a trip. And the lineup just off.
Rattling. Handshake with the bullets. Forsaken. Forced to respect it when the Viper orbs up. Drop down with a double face through the box. No damage done.
Forsaken though is always going to be re-challenging. He's super aggressive.
Trying to take that fight, and he has put the rookie in his place. Kayak is no more. Chronicle going for a little bit more. Again, these smokes causing issues.
Forsaken just cannot be dug out of these spots. He was doing the same thing over towards Market to win PaperX around previously. Look how much Fnatic are struggling to be able to even get information over here. They're droning in towards B, trying to pull defensive rotates. Boaster might be the playmaker up mid.
Yeah.
But Forsaken is here again.
Moved in, drops down though.
Whiffy!
It is Whiffy. No control over the rifle in that spot. Something puts a stop to it in a 3v5 scenario. Fnatic still looking to see if they can test towards that A side. Jing propped up. Missed the timing onto the cross. Barely alive there. Just shredded back and forth with the bullets. Fnatic have access towards it, but Hunter's Fury is let loose to try and deny the plans. He's giving them hot feet. Crashes up through mid. But there's the connection they were looking for. And PaperX take back control of momentum of this map.
Two crucially important rounds here towards the tail end, where it looked like Fnatic had properly clawed their way back in. And I think so much of it is down to Forsaken. The space on the map that Fnatic want to try to take, it's impossible. Forsaken is everywhere. He should be respecting utility. Most players would. They wouldn't be willing to take this level of risk, but Forsaken is. And he's constantly re-challenging, trying to get back on the angle, playing on the very edge of the risk that he can take, but not getting punished for it. And he's just making all of this map control feel impossible for Boaster's calling. That's why Boaster had to make that play up mid in the prior. Once again, it is only Forsaken defending this spot over towards A. And yet they'll have a hard task going through him.
He's not keen to give it up.
They do have a camera that they can pop that should be able to get a tag and push him off potentially.
Scanning ahead. Yuto's going to be sent flying forwards though to TP. Evacuation back to the side. Paranoia. And the dart up and over towards the top. There's a smoke to play in. Forsaken. He's safe for now. Responds with the rocket. Forsaken. Just sidestepping all of them. And reinforcements have arrived. PaperX trying to hotly contest most of this space here, but they have given up all of B in the process. And now a mad scurry and a dash. Fnatic making moves over towards the opposite side.
They've got enough time. You can see PaperX doing a re-clear at the moment, and that has informed this rotate for Forsaken. He gets down in the anchor spot again. He is everywhere. He is everything. And Fnatic look like they've given up on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, is Boaster waiting to maybe teleport in if Crashies had managed to open up the site? This just looks like a pure save.
No time left. It's whittled down. And PaperX.
Look at the impact, Brent, again that Forsaken had here. He was impossible to get through. They had to use a cam, a recon, huge amounts of info. The Neon ultimate as well to push him back. And all that happened was he teleported back and played inside of his own smoke. Used the paranoia, got 2 kills, and then teleported to the other side. And made them save through sheer aura. The anchor play is phenomenal from this guy so far.
Insane confidence. And all the smiles. A little bit concerning.
Yeah, I was saying, perhaps Fnatic are the villains to PaperX's protagonist anime arc, and yet, with that chuckle, maybe Batman's the villain in disguise.
The Riddler's in the building. Or the Joker, take your pick.
Forsaken, though, has just been storming up the scoreboard in these last few rounds. Kayak and Alpha, yeah, were doing huge work for Fnatic on that run in the third quarter. And now that we're getting towards the end of the game, PaperX up towards map point. It really has felt like the final boss is Forsaken to get through. This player that plays everything for PaperX. The glue guy, the leader, stepped up as a caller. The evolution of Forsaken has been remarkable to watch. When they were first stepping onto the global scene and contesting for trophies, he was a bit of a W Gaming duelist player. Kind of crazy, chaotic. Won them rounds for sure, but also lost them quite a few. And now he is pretty rock solid. It's difficult to watch him put a foot wrong.
1 round away from that first stepping stone the PaperX are looking for. Deep hold again. This is aggression though by Fnatic. Hold up. Bit of spam into the box. And instantly calling for the retreat.
Looking to try to put the pressure on early, maybe anticipating that that's where Forsaken was going to be playing. And the cam up above the pit, not going to spot Patman.
Gemini's timing something. He's going to be handed that surely. A fight has been taken. A lot of damage under Crashies. The stun ricochets perfectly in place. And Divide topples. Something trying to fill up those gaps though. Straight from behind, Spike dropped down. Smoke up, Bakai's ahead of it. It's all down to something in that 1v2.
He knows the Boaster's going to play for the ultimate. He knows that he doesn't need to defend the spike. And so Something's now found a much earlier timing into market.
Ahead of it now. Here's the plan. This is the best timing for it. He can isolate a fight. 1v1 Alpha! Safe pair of hands.
He saves Fnatic. That could have been an unreal play from Something. He's been struggling to hold on to these gaps in the map. He's got a really difficult job trying to hold on to mid. And here Divide gets overwhelmed by his stun, and Something caught up, has to turn, pivot in a moment and catch his Chronicle. Almost made the magic happen. But still Fnatic, with that grit, push us to the final round of regulation. Can they give overtime in map 1?
So Paranoia forwards already, PaperX. Very fast play indeed.
That's it.
And the Warlock, none the bloody wiser. It's a bloodbath in towards the bottom section. And Palmer now looking to try and put a stop to any of it. No more funny business. PaperX. They want this first stepping stone and they want it bad.
The perfect time to pull out a set play like that. Leaves Chronicle and Crashies in a tough 2v4. Boxed in on site. PaperX, this first map feels just an inch away.
Viper's Pit offloaded. A blight onto the site that's given them that safety net. Fnatic trying to play through, but immediately it falls. And PaperX take map number 1.
A gorgeous play, a perfect decision. The tactic, immaculate at the end. Alpha left wondering what the hell happened and where he was being shot from. That map was favored to PaperX, but they ended it with style.
Big step in the way. GB and the analyst desk, of course, breaking it all down. You don't want to go anywhere.
Let's go, boys. Good job.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
To face your death, cause you play the roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocketeer and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Hey.
Let me show you how the folks does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
What a way to kick off this grand finals. I'm now joined by PaperX's head coach, Alex. That last round has got to be one of the most outrageous things we've ever seen on a stage. Was that you during the timeout? Was that Divide, JJ? Where did that come from?
It's definitely not me. We had it in our bag a long time, but we were running out of timeouts already. It was, I think, Ting. I think it's his favorite move. So haven't shown it. Finally, it's out.
I can't wait to see more of that. Good luck.
And we loved it. What a way to wrap up that first map. And he ended up getting PaperX winning, and that almost went to overtime. Fnatic made that sunset quite challenging, but that, of course, brings us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because it's got to go to Forsaken.
And he's giving the credit to Jing for bringing that game back, but I think you have to give a lot of it to Forsaken. This guy who's stepped up much more as a leader coming into this event on this entire run. And despite him saying that, hey, I'm IGLing now, I'm not shooting as well as I used to, he's still putting up numbers in the server. This round was incredible, and his impact in that second half, too, was just out of this world.
Forsaken is just defined by the impact. You might look at the statistics, and like you said, maybe it's not as much as the golden days, but now the kills he gets are so important. Like a 3v5, I thought it was over, but you can never count PaperX out.
That's right. And also, Mel's on the desk, everyone.
Hey.
Give it up for Mel. She's here with us here to talk about the game for a little while. But yeah, let's continue this conversation here, because it really did, Mel, feel like Fnatic at the start of that game were in the driver's seat. 4 rounds straight, you get the timeout, and then from there you started to see PaperX gain that confidence and come back into the game.
Yeah, this game felt like the definition of streaky and momentum. We saw PaperX, they were down 0-4, and then boom, they collect 8 rounds back to back, but then they swap sides, and then it's Fnatic that ends up taking the lead again.
And in this first half, PaperX, I think some of the lack of experience playing on this map for Fnatic show. They've only played it twice in officials this year, lost both times. And what PaperX does a lot is they love working into mid, trying to fight up, and then split one of these sites, sage walling the other side. And that's so tough for anchor players to deal with when you're trying to fight into main. And then 3 players are splitting through mid, isolating you there. And then the rest of the team is going to be completely cut off by that wall. And they were so successful with those rounds on attack.
Yeah, being an anchor, you already have to hold several choke points, and you add that third when the other team is abusing mid control. And I want to say that at the bottom there it said off guard. And the thing is, we talk about their attack, it is so off guard and surprising, but on defense we saw the craziest combination of util to get, I think was it Jing up on that sage wall at the end through the window.
So
I have
cool.
never seen that.
Yeah, that was cool. And like Alex said, it's out there now. Everyone's seeing it now. All right, well, let's go ahead and jump over to the coach of Fnatic to get his thoughts as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now joined by Coach Milan from Fnatic. Now, you know how good Forsaken is, we know as well. How do you deal with him for the rest of the series?
I mean, you just gotta keep an eye on him, you know, see what he's doing. They're always in your face. They love to get in your face, get aggressive, and I think if we take it easy, allow them, like, absorb their aggressiveness, we'll be fine.
Well, I hope that game plan works out. Thank you very much.
All right, well, there you see map 2 coming up next. It's going to be Icebox here, picked by Fnatic, and this is one of those maps, Mel, where it is statistically looking good for the boys in black and orange. Can they pull through, though, is the question.
It is Fnatic's map pick first in this series, and it has been really dominant for them. They've had great wins on it where the other team barely even accrues like 4 or 5 rounds. And they just run a super standard comp, and they play the map in a way that really sets up their play styles well on the team. They have Alfir on the lurk. Notably with an Outlaw, they have a great jet player in Kayak who really popped off the last time we saw him.
This map is going to highlight the difference between how these two teams want to play defense. PRX is a team that loves playing flood retake, heavy fighting onto sites, putting tons of util into their anchors. Whereas Fnatic, when they're playing the Sage comp, you're almost always going to see them back up, play these set retakes with the wall that they're super highly successful for. So I think a lot of this game is going to come down to PaperX in their post plans, how much space they can take to deny those strong Fnatic retakes.
And when you say that, I mean, obviously, are we going to see something taking those aggro fights? But notably, Jing on the Omen, the difference between these two comps is the Sage passivity and the Omen aggression. And I'm gonna be looking at Jing, seeing where he's playing in those post plans and what fights he's taking.
How does that Omen really shift the game, right? Because the smokes are very different than just a solo Viper comp.
It really opens up everyone to take fights, because when you have that second controller, now the Viper's like, okay, they don't really need my wall for the post plant too much, because if I go down, then the Omen can smoke. And that works both ways, right? If the Omen goes down, the Viper can play the wall. So it opens up actually everyone to make all these aggressive fights. sacrifice, which is just so good for the Paper Rex style.
And it's also Jing playing it, so
Right.
you know
Yep.
he's going to be a guy who's going for those individual plays as well. It gives some of that kind of opportunity to double TP and go for your own stuff with the paranoia too, outside of just the strength the agent brings.
All right, well, Mel, thank you so much for joining us here. But for now, let's send it back over to your casters and see if Fnatic can come back into this one and tie the series 1-1. Back over to you, Brennan Sideshow.
We're about to find out here on Icebox. It's territory here for Fnatic. You can think about it in a certain sense like that. It is a best of 5 and the double map ban advantage is on the side of Paper Rex, but they're not done yet. They've shown that resilience, that grit. They've dug deep this entire event to make it here to this point right now.
They've always been one loss away from elimination. I think this, though, this map does feel like a bit of a must-win for Fnatic. The one after this, Pearl, which is Fnatic's permaban, is where Paper Rex are taking us. So Fnatic have got to get out to a good start here and equalize the series if they want a serious chance of picking up another one of those trophies. In this half, be expecting Paper Rex to be contesting space. Think about the way that they made it difficult for Fnatic to get room on their attack side. I mean, this, for example, a triple face, super committed from Paper Rex. Hoping maybe just to find Alpha yet, taking a timing. He's normally going to be the solo player on A if the rest of the team is working B. But Fnatic are just trying to figure out which part of the map Paper Rex are playing for. Where are they fighting? And this is a silent way of fighting.
Yeah.
Here.
Slow siege. Tripled up.
Here they
Hoping
come.
that someone springs this trap, and they have. Alpha catches wind of it.
And immediately this Paper Rex triple face evaporates, dissolves, leaving only Forsaken and Jing. And even Jing actually leaving the A site entirely, ready for the reaction of Fnatic into B.
God, that spike, and they're just seeing it as well. Crashies is trying to take that timing forwards. Devi shuts it down before it gets a little bit messy here. Site control still a little bit all over the place. There's a timing here, Boaster! Can't get the shots lined up, can't get it in order. Paper Rex are walking all over them right now.
A nice pistol round, the first one for Paper Rex in the series. They didn't need either of them on Sunset. It was a tight one, but they managed to get it over the line. This idea works perfectly against the way the Fnatic are going to be taking these slow-paced fights. You set up to punish people as they're contacting in.
No more.
The Fnatic coach is not too happy with how that one's gone, but know that things are still winnable even without a pistol. And Fnatic start out in a pretty similar way. Forsaken grabs the ult orb over towards A. There's a smoke up on Belt that stops you from being able to contest this angle early. And on B, Patman trying to hold a pretty aggressive position and punish you if you try to take B main for free.
And a go wandering. Oh boy, punished for it! Tavai is rolling heads off shoulders. Backup is right there by his side. Clean sweep.
Can't be getting 3 from that position with only a Sheriff. That's ridiculous. Halfway up almost to getting his lockdown online. What a shot, the first one. Barely see anything of Boaster's head. And another demonstration that Paper Rex are going to take fights. Plenty of players in that spot would see many people in mid and just back up. Allow the turret to be broken and worry about Kitchen instead. No, Paper Rex are going to contest that space and force you to earn it. Something with an off online in round 3. Something walking up with the off in round 3.
Want to be held here off angle. Could be shots rattled, and yeah, one to the dome. Something is the one. Dropped in his place, Boaster. Calling for a pause on the rest of the troops, no more exploration.
It's a massively important kill, but Boaster's got to know that there's another player behind that.
Deploying drone.
Drone being used by Fnatic. Clears out a lot of the site. Jing, though, is laying in wait. Time to strike might be nigh. There's a wall up onto the one side, a bit slow, rattled. Walls up though, time to fight! They're just trying to tip-tap, Guardian in hand. Can't settle the recall enough here. Wall's gonna be dropping down, open access to these fights to buy. He's still here, still kicking. The Snakebite not connecting. Forsaken, trying to assist the best he can, but as Util used to clear him out in spades. Fnatic.
No charges left.
Slowly, it's a glacial pace. Patman trying to stop this one in his tracks though. Snakebite
30 seconds left.
ricocheting, forces an uncomfortable planting spot. It's a 2v2 still. PaperX, access towards it, drifting in. Kayak! Goddamn single digits. Him and Patman trying to take this one. Patman snaps to Kayak's dome. One left to start. Patman lights him up.
What a beast in the clutch this newcomer to PaperX is. He's won some mightily important 1vx's. And here dismisses the rookie on the other side of the stage before taking down a player with a ton of experience too. The Red Bull clutch to win the bonus in a spot where it looked like Fnatic actually were in control. But the more that they went forward to try to get the plant down, the more they opened up opportunities. Boaster, he opens, but couldn't close. Alex is happy about that one. The more flood defend aggressive style really is working here for PaperX. Fnatic are finding it difficult.
Big drone, it's broken early. Crashies was just looking to clear that space. They know that something has been taking liberties.
I think it was a shock dart there as well that did a pretty large chunk of damage.
Oh yeah, cancelled it.
Alpha's going to try to work his way up to you, but it's difficult. Device got his full setup here.
Paranoia trying to refight this one. A crunching Fnatic. Slow take. Stopping his tracks once more. Forsaken. Pushing them back and away. PaperX are not content with just scraps. They want to go even further. Forwards again. Damage. Kayak.
I got the spike.
Might have just brought this one back from the brink. His weapons abound, but 8 HP to do it all. And Devi not eager to lose that chance.
Another spot where Kayak probably isn't anticipating Device swinging. Most people are going to play a 2v1, a lot more cautious than that. But PaperX are finding the right timings today to put pressure on Fnatic in unexpected ways. These are the risks, the gambles that PaperX have taken and honestly have in some previous tournaments been punished for. But this time, today, it is really working. Fnatic's coach is already deciding to take a tactical timeout. We are seeing these really early on in the halves. I think Alex talked a little bit about it during the coach's interview, the fact that he was already out of them by the time it got to crunch time, you know, like 11-11 kind of stuff at the end of Sunset. The pressure hitting early on.
Living to stop that momentum that PaperX have. It's not within its tracks, but it's hard to do against a freight train going at Mach 10 speeds. That's what PaperX are playing like. Lights out, determined to be the ones to lift that trophy.
The only team to really put a halt on it was Gen G way earlier on. And honestly, since then, the train has just been accelerating all the way through that upper bracket. It's really difficult to stop a team that has momentum like this when they're feeling confident and are going for peaks at unexpected times. You've got to be ready for anything against PaperX. And what's frustrating in this tournament, I would imagine, is that it's at quite different timings compared to usual. Here's an adjustment. Snakebite.
Ooh.
And a shot and a half there to delete Jing.
Snaps up. Jing is gone.
So they've denied Forsaken getting that Hunter's Fury online and found themselves in a 5v4. Couldn't ask for a better beginning for Fnatic.
Push, that's a cheeky one, Patman. I don't want to overstay yourself though. Drones forward, something's going for another bite of the apple! And he evens the score.
I don't think that's too bad though for Fnatic. They do still have a res to be able to work around with. They're droning. Boaster's taking a little bit of space in mid. This is a risk.
Yeah, and he's pre-aiming the wrong spot here. Just spotted it. Something seen it. Out through the shoulder. Dart against it. The spam expecting the Boaster would cross out, and he's got out. Scot-free. Alpha exploring on the other side. Device done. The spike in the hands of Chronicle. It's going to be a quick plant now.
Yeah, that's huge. Fnatic were anticipating that Paper Rex would be denying the res, and so B would be more open. Instead, Devi was holding it and got deleted. Still a player advantage for Fnatic in the post plan.
An ADS stop, Alpha yet, top form. Really trying to drag that first round on the board here for Fnatic. Brute force and mechanics. Exactly what they ordered. Forsaken's still going to be making a go at this one though. Alongside Patman, time though ticking. Spike is getting out of hand to push forwards. Pressed the advantage. Alpha yeah! Smelling blood in the water.
If he gets online, could be a very different game. I mean, he still played fantastically in the first map, don't get me wrong. But we've seen matches that Fnatic have been playing, honestly, not just at this tournament, but at the end of stage 1 too, where he just took over. In my opinion, probably front runner for MVP at this point, Alpha yeah, but competing alongside Jing, maybe even Forsaken for that kind of title. They'll need him though. Paper Rex still up 4-1.
Few ults online, Fnatic. Another bit of util, gotta respect that.
Yeah, that constant conditioning of taking the ult orb early is just forcing some level of utility to be used for Fnatic. This round, they decide not to use the snake bite, but have to use a slow orb instead.
Patman, here's a drone. Side steps out of it, looking to take a timing rather than breaking it.
Yeah, he wants to play this aggressive. Again, think about the way that Forsaken, for example, was playing on Sunset. You want to force Fnatic to earn every inch.
All up, all down. Boaster sees an advantage and a spot to try and play in, but the first shot just missed. On either side here, smoke up in your face. And Paper Rex re-exploring.
A completely empty here, Brent. Paper Rex have got the right read to play it for retake.
Done through mid as a dash active. Kayak wants to try and go with it. Updraft over towards it. Alpha, my God, tapping away and snap into the domes of any adversary.
It's remarkable the consistency that he's got. Had to deal there with a player in a pretty unexpected position at bottom tube. Forced a 1v1 and came out the better end of it. Something's in a fairly unwinnable position. And again, Alpha yeah goes hunting at the end. He is thirsty. Got his lockdown online. Sovereign as well on both sides to try to deal with it. So the Killjoys are not in a perfect position to be able to get value out of their ults. But this has knocked Paper Rex's economy back after just 2 rounds. And the plays that they're going for, getting shut down. This one, not necessarily set up, but a pretty reasonable timing for Divide Go for. Trying to take an unexpected peek, knowing that was probably a 1v1, but just gets sat in his place by the Turkish aim god. It's incredible when you think about some of the changes that these teams have made. I mean, let's take it from Fnatic's perspective. Trying for another trophy without Leo and Durka, which I think people would have talked about them being absolutely fundamental parts of the reason that Fnatic were able to go back-to-back in 2023. But still able to rely on pillars of the team like Alpha yeah and Boaster's Calling, Chronicle 2. You know, this core has been able to plug in other pieces. A rookie of Kayak, a player looking for redemption like Crashies, and still have a chance, another chance at glory.
A testament, I think, to the quality of the core on Fnatic. And Paper Rex will be trailing when it comes to that economy, but not with the rounds. They take the timeout, discuss what has been going wrong.
And I think, really, the type of fights that they've been going for, there's still a decent chance of success in these spots. But it's about getting Fnatic in situations and timings that they're not quite anticipating.
Well, quick dash though, this is Fnatic.
Way faster.
Way faster. No one from Paper Rex to really receive. They might be able to get a few pot shots in potentially. Swinging wide as I say that, Devi around the corner already. But he's looking for that open sideline, not going to be given too much. The spots the one, even that repeat, rattling shots off. Updraft now, knives in hand, something going to clear the way and cleave. A path to victory, Kayak gone. Cut out the picture now, Swarms. The Nano Swarms themselves, lockdown even being committed. PaperX are using this ult on ults. They realize it's winnable. Up towards the top though, Boaster needs to be managed. Bullet to the side, Sheriff's there, and he needs to try and break this one. No, Bullet surely is just there. And one detainment on it, something sticking. Ult just yanked out of the back pockets. Anything to secure this round for Fnatic now, and they need it. Something trying to play his life to the final moments. The right click to no avail.
And a round win for Fnatic, though a costly one on an anti-eco. Having to use some pretty large ultimates there. But a lockdown utilized on both sides. Definitely felt winnable when something came in over the top. I can understand why PaperX would want to send it. They did, in fact, manage to break the lockdown coming through from Alpha.
Enemy remaining.
Unfortunately, weaponry just not quite good enough and not enough people caught in Devi's lockdown. This round, though, Forsaken, the end result of all of that, has that ult to empower the rest of his team to flood defend, and something with an op.
Being deep push by Jing as well.
His op was amazing earlier on in the tournament. We got to see him pull it out on Ascent, and he was working magic with it.
I have the spike.
Get his chance again, but hard to tell where Fnatic are looking to lead and end.
They're throwing down a slow orb over towards A, making it feel perhaps like they're taking early A control, and then Boaster leading them back towards B with three, sorry. Making sure that they're grouped up, able to trade out Patman if he goes for something wild.
Spotting Alpha. Just him even going for a bit of a fight towards Taken. I mean, he's lucky to be alive there.
That's so bold.
Pop it up onto the box. And the read is only coming in just now. PaperX realizing potentially a little bit late. Scattered bodies, but are going to hit a wall now. Realize that they've missed their mark, potentially. Snap towards the top. Patman's still alive here. Something from the side. And Alpha wants to try and slink in himself. There's 28 seconds left, and they're getting cold feet. They're going to go towards A. It's all on Alpha.
Alpha's found a beautiful timing here. Might be able to catch something in the back, and he's already calling for Boaster to make the rotate around.
Absolutely, and he bites his time perfectly. Just deleting adversaries now. There's 14 seconds left. You've got to get a move on.
He's going to be able to get spiked down here, though, Boaster.
He's going forwards, a TP back behind as well, obfuscating the intent. Jing to really just put a stop to all of this right now, but Alpha in through mid, traded out, cleaned up. One left onto the site. Boaster is to try and put a stop to it, and the reflank as well occurring. Crashies drifting all the way in, and backs towards him. They are none the wiser as I say that. Device shuts me up. It's left down to Boaster, being squeezed onto the site. Devi and Jing tightening the net, spamming away, and they find their mark.
What awareness there from Devi towards the end. Crashy's knife out, trying to find the timing, almost perfect. And Devi just thinks to check behind for a moment towards screens. They haven't seen the Sova in a while. Look at that play, though, from Patman. Working his way forwards again, aggressively challenging as the plank goes down. Always forcing Fnatic to work for it. And inside the pit, great coordination from Devi. And Forsaken, I think it was towards the end. Just closing the net. Op back in the hands, something going aggro.
Yeah, straight down mid, but there's knives to meet him. Kayak is there, holding for the peak, the barrel, just poking out. Seems to be aware of the chance.
Has he spotted it?
I don't know. With the angles being played, he's definitely holding for it. He suspects it. Something going to overstep.
An inch further forward, and Kayak for sure would see it. There gives away the hand.
Yeah. Just from the jump spot there, and an attempt at a punish. Updraft. No committal. Alpha is right there.
That's an insane adjustment from Alpha here as well. Devi tries to swing into cover and gets deleted.
He's trying to plug up those gaps, but up through Kitchen they are none the wiser again. It's Kayak. Drifted in, walking in. Dash is active, missed the timing. Caught it onto all of them! Kayak!
The patience in that moment.
Tears open the map. Fnatic, they realize they've got it at this point. Again, leaning hard on Alpha and Kayak to get it all done.
That's incredibly impressive, though. A reminder once more that this is Kayak's first global event. This is his first grand finals. It hasn't been that long since he won Ascension and started playing in the big leagues.
The money's not good, something not long for this world at this point. Up put over towards the top. Kayak, tasty little three-piece.
That's some unbelievable composure for a rookie player, though. That's the kind of timing that you would only expect somebody with a huge amount of experience to be able to pull off. And Jing just has no clue about that. It is a little rough when you watch it back from his POV. But the trigger discipline. Panic from Patman. And they've let things slip a little bit here. PaperX down onto another eco, and Fnatic with a great opportunity to tie it up. Alpha even going for an attack off. You know that in these kind of rounds, PaperX are going to be trying to challenge you. Trying to bait out that aggression from the defenders and punish is all about what Fnatic are going for here today.
Jing really being the only player that can do some damage in this spot. Bulldog gripped in his hands. He's got bodies with him too. PaperX trying to hold this one down.
There was a potential for a timing on the other side of the map as well, but Patman denied it as Alfia reconnects with the rest of the squad. This is going to end A into 3 at least.
Yeah.
The stack is here.
See how this one goes. Darts being held as well for the signs of life. There's smokes on smokes. Propped up into the face, but all contact. Slow and steady is called for by Fnatic, and that's the time to strike. Well, the iron is hot, and they find their timing. Perched up, Kayak. Just dishing it all out now with the bullets.
Jing tucked in. Patman deleted on the flank.
There's not much that Jing can really do from this spot. I mean, surely, yeah, just a Bulldog. Can't quite get it under control, and Kayak is the one online now. Take a look at this player. You said it, Josh. You would not expect this guy to be a rookie on this stage. But Icebox is his playground. It has been all tournament long.
Now you look at the two players that have been at the top of the scoreboard for Fnatic today. It's the same in map 1 and map 2. Alpha and Kayak finding their opportunities to be the playmakers as well. Opening up these rounds. From the entry and from the lurk. A reminder that Alfia brought an attack off into the previous round and he still got it here. So looking to try to shut down something if he was playing on A rafters. A pacey opening as well though. Taking this exec space quickly. Trying to punish Divide, for example, if he was going to be playing for the Orb, or Patman as well.
Jing has been prone for a little TP play or two. Alpha, slow as you go. Big boomstick in his hands. He's been lights out. All up though to try and slow this approach. PaperX trying to stall this one out, but as a drone through, and Kayak is already
he's so
popping
aggro
up towards the top, and he's spotted it. Players, but he's taking bullets in the process. Tucked to the corner. If he's going to be able to survive as a wall to try and at least block some of the bullets. Forsaken grabs himself too, crashes right back at it, but no coverage in through the back of the Sun. Jing, no time for overheating, Sun. Keep that gun out. 17 bullets.
Alpha just with an AWP.
Alpha would have to just absolutely light them up, but it's a guessing game for him. PaperX at least keep hold of this lead that they've had, at least for most of this map.
These are the timings I'm talking about though, Brent. You watch Crashy's POV here towards the replay. He throws out a recon dart, which means the Chronicles alone get in the plant. He does an amazing job of picking up Divine and Forsaken, but he then thinks he has a timing to send utility, and he's not ready for Jing's fight. PaperX take timings that are just slightly off, and they do catch teams napping.
This is gonna be fun.
Can Fnatic tie things up at 6-6, or are PaperX going to have the lead off the back of winning that pistol early?
Omp v Omp. Kayak. Jones going to be spotting it. Clears something off the line. Patman. Look at the clear, but yeah, reposts it back up. What a read by Fnatic.
Now that is gorgeous.
Hunter's Fury pulled out. Jing, he's in their spawn. He's already taken out Alpha yet. This is PaperX offloading everything at their disposal now. Lockdown, drop down. But a plant down without any problems. Fnatic going to be retreating. Crashies in a prime spot.
In theory, Chronicle could actually go for this res in mid.
Smokes up in their face. Kayak barely forwards there. Divide, will he look to the side? There's a res in mid. Bringing these players back, but the Paranoia is already sweeping forwards. PaperX, they take that timing and they take it themselves. Striking straight at them. And Fnatic have to rely all on Crashies up from the high ground. Half on the defuse. Forsaken. Surely he's earned this now, but he's in that 1v2. And Crashies dominates from the high ground.
Crashies, so much experience in these big moments. The last hope for North America in this tournament, and he comes through huge for Fnatic there with his positioning on site. PaperX knew that the rest of the players from Fnatic were stuck in mid, and he had to do everything from that high ground angle.
What a run back from Fnatic. They bring it to 6-6. One hell of a map.
Red Bull gives you wings.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
We're back into it as well. The Coinbase Econ report, you can see even across the board here.
Yeah, I mean, and a huge amount of damage done by Alpha, yeah, which makes perfect sense because he's up towards 12 kills. Matched on the other side by Divide, but I think some of the impact that Alpha was having on the attack side, fairly unmatched. Now, I think the game is going to shift pretty significantly, though, here. This half, you heard the Death set it up. Fnatic love playing the retake. They are going to be playing for Chronicles Wall retake on the pistol. That's their normal strategy, at least. And that is the entire opposite way that Gen G, for example, play. A team that smacked PaperX around on this map in this half. PaperX were constantly fighting, always denying, never allowing PaperX any space. That's the Pacific style. Fnatic don't really play like that, so we're going to get a really different game here. In theory, PaperX should actually have a ton of room to be able to get onto these sites.
PaperX just walking for now.
This has been their style in all of the pistols on their attack side so far. Very contacty.
And the smokes, they hide the intent pretty well. Drifting up through window, a couple of random bullets as well. Fnatic are trying to reinforce this one, they're doubling it up. It's Boaster and Crashies against the bloody world. And they're ready to deliver. Crashies already with quick 2-1s, and now missed around ideas. All gone a bit skew whiff, really. Fnatic are in complete control.
Jing's smoke gave the game away there. A brilliant read from Fnatic. They knew exactly what was happening. Felt a little too similar perhaps to what's been happening on Sunset as well. All of those contacty plays around the map. Relying on the fact that Fnatic like to play in deeper, more cautious positions. This time, Fnatic choose to draw a line in the sand at Kitchen.
Like that confident. go like that confident. If they're coming to you, run to them, bro. Just kill these noobs, bro.
It's a good point.
It's interesting that Alpha says that, because that is his way of playing, but it's not the way that Fnatic themselves usually fight. Be interesting to see if his words of wisdom carry through. Boaster, though, backing off instead of stepping up.
Yeah.
Looking to try to play the numbers and play the retake. More of the classic Fnatic style.
Following those sound cues, looking to potentially take some early fights. Kayak. Shot to the body. Marshall will do that. There's no armor on the board here. Trying to go for that plant down. And if going to push this one back, not quite. It's going down. Slowly being collapsed upon here. PaperX don't really stand a chance. Just from the hip. Something classic. Does some damage, but that's about it.
A pretty clean round. Boaster and Alpha, they didn't even invest, so they've got plenty of opportunity here to have a good buy heading into their bonus round. But Fnatic are going to be doing a lot of this, where they're trying to react to what PaperX are doing around the map. Trying to stack bodies and get in position to go for that retake. Kayak, though, is contesting as the plant goes down there. You know, Fnatic might have a bit of an adjustment. We've got to hear it from Alpha.
One enemy remaining.
But it will be very interesting if Fnatic decides to take the fight to PaperX. Kayak picking up an operator. That's come out of the Boaster bank.
Okay.
It's a good job we're not doing the econ report now, I suppose, at the end of this one. But yeah, Boaster, always the selfless leader.
Kayak trying to post himself up. Well, the support, and wow, something. Eager to try and take that fight. Kayak makes him regret it. Here. Shoulders just poking out here. This is Fnatic.
Going out.
Pick advantage. Precisely the place they love to be in.
Jing's down to go really aggressive with this Omen. I've seen him teleport onto screens before. Ult into crazy spots. In a playmaking situation like this, down 4v5, you're wanting Jing to step up.
Hunter's Fury pulled out of it. That's earned early. Crashes been earning his kills and his orbs up through mid. Another lurk happening. Jing is gone. Patman had to delete that turret, and Alfier's right there behind him. Avenging poor Timmy. Devi and Forsaken, you might have got this plant down. But how the hell are you going to dig yourself out of this one? Mistakes need to be made, and Fnatic not in the habit of making them often here. The dart against the back, all is revealed, and Forsaken can't do it all.
Fnatic overall in this tournament are playing about 2/3 of their rounds for retakes, but you see here, they're not all even 5v5 retakes. Finding picks as the attackers work their way in.
Destroyed.
Both from the operator and from the ultimates, applying that pressure and creating an easier retake for themselves. An almost impossible situation for those final two that were left alive. And I think they've got to be better at dealing with getting onto the line to fight Kayak's op. That was a pretty lazy way of trying to get onto that angle. One dart that didn't even land towards back yellow, and something swings at the same time.
Aggro here with a slow orb just to try and deny that belt space.
Both teams fighting for belt space and the ult orb.
Patman, hold on, walk about, Sheriff in hand, he just can't quite control it. Alfia, lucky to be alive from that spot, but still claims the kill.
Definitely would have been a punish on a rifle round.
Now regrouping up, Fnatic have got bodies ready to receive. They can fully aware of this one and how it's going to be landing, but as a sideways swing, sets up Devi perfectly.
Placing swarm grenade.
Stinger in hand. Plan can now go down here. They brought us to a 4v4. Close quarters weaponry. PaperX are going to be looking to try and take this fight towards Fnatic. No playing offside for it. Fnatic still grouped towards screens. The rifles looking to try and dissuade any chance of PaperX getting away with that funny business. Grouped up together with the discipline. Chronicle, lights out from him.
So dependable, so reliable. Very good reasons why he's the winningest player of all time in Valorant. A win here would be utterly incredible for Chronicle's career, but everything has been the whole time. Crashies did not like the way that he took that fight. Shot bullets at 3 separate people that ran past him. Had to bail out of that one early, but got bailed out by the rest of the team. This is now 4 rounds in a row for Fnatic to start the half. It was dead even as we went into the pistol, and now Paper Rex are going to take a timeout. They've been taking a lot of these timeouts early on.
Yeah, second one now.
Final opportunity for Alex to have a bit of input. I mean, aside from later on if Fnatic decide to use one of their own. But it's got to be so stressful in his position too. They're still just settling into the BO5. It's a long way ahead. You can honestly afford to drop a map like this because you have Pearl coming up. You've got 2 maps that you're fantastic on later, Lotus and Split. But you don't want to squander any moments where you think you might be able to get it over the line. That's how opportunities slip. And Alex has seen it all.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, the rosters, they shift around. Individual players can come and go. But Alex has been there to witness every heartbreak and tried to fix them back onto the right path.
It's going to be tough going for Paper Rex here. No more intervention happening from Alex's behalf. They're going to try and run this one back to do it alone.
Paper Rex have been going for those mid lurks quite a lot. They put pressure on mid right at the start of the round, and they've had Pac-Man try to lurk. They haven't been very successful with it. At some point, I wonder whether it puts them off entirely.
Couple of stray shots there, Sheriff in hand. Already trying to dash straight up. An attempt of a punish. Paper Rex are making this one fast and loose, playing it forwards, risks to be had. This is that Paper Rex of old, and just missing the top of Nest. They're timing each other. Alpha still active here, trying to drop back as well. He needs some safety, and he needs some backup, but something is the one delivering depth. All out to the opposition. There's kills happening all over the bloody place.
Something's got to hold off a double flank, but Jing might be the playmaker over in Snowman.
Still player advantage, not for much longer. There it is, something. He's evened it out 3v3, but for the re-peak, all expected. Kayak, 2v3 now.
Jing was just,
Jing
was begging for people to come towards him, and really nobody has. Jing's positioning was cute, but no one's coming his way.
Yeah, and Crashy's brought back into the fold now. This is feeling inevitable. Updraft dash, cute play indeed, isolating the fight. Forsaken trying to make a go of it now, trying to really do the damage. But a bullet to the back, it's all up to Jing, and it's brought it to that 1v1. Smokes v smokes, Boaster sticking and denied the chance. They brought that one back from an impossibility.
Really beautiful positioning and phenomenal impact from 2 incredible players. What was going on there?
Okay.
Absolutely bizarre. But this play from Forsaken, again, enormous impact, just what Mel was talking about on the desk. He might not be exactly at the top of the scoreboard, but every kill he gets is huge impact. And he set up a 1v1 for Jing to slam dunk.
Stem the bleeding for now.
Kayak on another pretty aggressive position. The drone designed to try to push him off, and he dips, not giving away the fact that he's got the op.
Trying to re-peek it as well. That's a wide face, something. Lucky just evades the bullets.
Does Kayak take Alfier's advice and refight? Or is he looking to play risk-averse and set up the retake with the rest of his team?
No dash available, it would be risky, just trying to take that timing inside that smoke with the updraft. Quick scope, bullets raining down onto him. Something, though, has been dropped. Chopped down at the knees is what it seemed. Chronicle happy to deal out that damage here on site.
Still with a recon.
Kayak.
Kayak's op is fantastic at preempting these spots that Paper Rex want to fight.
He's perfectly posted every single time. The dart is a 180. Pac-Man has got to do a lot from this spot. Jing, again, heroics are called for. Cuts forward. The positioning, they're looking to try and stunt it, trying to stop it. Knives in hand. Paper Rex drawing blood. But again, that re-peak playing into Fnatic's hands to buy. Chronicle already on the defuse. He's got to start swinging, and he's got to do it now. It's all safety. Play for Crashies, watching for that peak.
These rounds are going to be tilting Alex in the coaching booth, I think. It's just not good enough for Paper Rex. Look, and in the replay, how often they're fighting one by one. Forsaken on his own. That was a bit of a double fight together, but here Pac-Man swings with Divide, having no real support. Paper Rex need to be coming up with ideas of how they want to fight together or what timings they want to take together in the post plan. Because Fnatic are essentially just waiting.
Yeah.
They're not even really scaling on the retake. They're just holding, knowing that Paper Rex are going to run into them more.
A large reveal. Paper Rex are all grouped up.
Well, they've got a massive ultimate advantage in this round, Brent. So if there was a round to try to do something quick and hit them hard, hit them fast, it would be this one.
Fnatic are just giving them all that space again, like you said.
Post-plant lockdown would be crazy good from Divide too.
Updraft over with the knives. Looking for a target, looking for a sight line. Util just comes out swinging, rebounding. Finally, Forsaken can commit. Paper Rex do have ults of their own.
Yeah, my eyes immediately go to Divide, wondering when he's going to try to use this.
There it is. Smoke's dropped down. This is Fnatic trying to make a go. Lockdown's there. Already in. This is Fnatic trying to make a play for this. Kayak. There's no stopping this guy. Disgusting work, but a lockdown cannot be broken in time. Albiedo found himself a pocket, found himself a window. And Forsaken is going to do it all. Offload him with the ult. It's time ticking, really. That point. Found the kill. Running him down, though. Forsaken will be finished. And Kayak on the fuse.
That's close.
That's so damn close. Oh!
Less than a second on the clock of Fnatic. Perfectly execute a really difficult retake. How on earth do they get that into a 5v3 whilst battling through Divide's lockdown? Not sure what's going through Something's head here on this peak. I don't think that's a good one, but this shot is bonkers. A ludicrous one for Kayak to be bringing out. Absolutely jet diffing Something. And like I said, it's got to be tilting because I don't think Paper Rex are actually playing these rounds particularly well in the post. Earlier on Sunset, I think you could argue both teams were really bringing a good game, but now Paper Rex letting Icebox slip, and this could be Fnatic equalizing.
Kayak been unbelievable so far with his form. Icebox really is his playground, but he's forced to concede that space. Jing forward, sees it onto the shoulder poster. Gone, Alpha responds. Straight it out, but there's pressure in mid. And Divide still looking through, but finally spotted out. Players need to deal with him, but it's all chaos thrown into the mix. Forsaken and Divide. There with a 3-2-1 swing. Chronicle gone, and Paper Rex still alive in this map for now.
When all else fails, rely on the W gaming. That was a really large swing back towards Chaos. Controlled to some degree, sure. There was a double lurk set up, and Jing went for that same play, trying to get deep into Snowman on an unexpected timing. And this time finds a target to be able to work with. But it was Chaos. I mean, this play, Divide just running up tube into Alpha, yeah, he's just hoping he finds that timing and doesn't get punished. One round at a time. Fnatic choosing to go for a half bite here to make sure that their economy doesn't get completely broken.
Kayak swinging and looking to just draw blood out of them. Paper Rex. They are still there though, Divide. You can sense it, posturing occurring, and a deep push and peek by Chronicle is already anticipated.
Good awareness from Divide.
Yeah. Expecting it all now.
Crashes with a rifle. Boaster might be able to recover one if he completely repositioned, but at the moment, really isolated over in this Snowman spot. Should be Paper Rex being able to pick this one up. 4v2.
Hello.
Tip tap.
Ghost bullet. Not the weapon of choice for Boaster, obviously. Not cleaned up though either, and that could spell problems. Jing pressing forwards, crashes now. He's got that rifle, needs to make it sing. He's already found himself two. Dart towards the back, needs to be dealt with, but doubled up Paper Rex. Are the ones on top.
Still though, even in that 4v2, Paper Rex players taking risks.
Sentry.
Gonna be giving Alex a heart attack. But now Alex with another opportunity to talk to the team. And honestly, this might be a blessing for Paper Rex. Because despite winning 2 in a row, they don't look super confident right now.
No.
But it's the Fnatic coaches that have decided to take attack timeout. I'd be a little bit cautious about doing this, to be honest, because I do think it offers an opportunity for Alex to right the ship that's looking pretty shaky in this half overall. Last 2 rounds notwithstanding. Ults are back online as well for Fnatic though, so Milan might be just trying to drum up a set ult round that can knock PaperX out. A little bit similar to what we saw on Sunset towards the end, where you bring out a set play just to get across the line. And Fnatic do have depth. You know that they've got the experience. You know that they've got one of the greatest callers when things get scrappy in a mid-round. But this coaching staff has also proven themselves. It's been a great run since Milan got promoted to the head coach position.
Fnatic, they just need the one. PaperX, as you mentioned, it was a critical timeout taken by Fnatic. Good time to insert what's going wrong for them. PaperX, Alex will happily take that space, but 3 rounds still stand between them, drawing it to OT.
Jing going for another really deep push.
Forwards, Crashies is good. Ajao with a movement still. This is going to be rapid. And Jing's all the way round towards the side. One more TP. Try and get out of dodge there, but committing that paranoia. And Kayak filling in the pieces. Alpha tip top in with the movement.
That's huge from Patman, being able to pick off the 1v1 fight against Alpha and trade Chronicle.
It's all over the place.
Patman can't reconnect with the rest of his team to really pop down this Viper's Pit on site.
Just tried to adjust, missing on either side.
Planted.
Dropping it down though into that 3v2. Boaster might have just caught eyes onto Patman. Patman tucked up close, but Boaster is wise to it.
He's just trying to delay for as long as possible. Actually, maybe he didn't
even... high ground!
Oh, what an off angle.
God damn!
I thought for a moment there, maybe he hadn't realized that Boaster had spotted him, but repositioned into a spot that he was going to be favored on. And this round, I think, again, another reason why I was a little bit worried about Fnatic taking that tack pause. Because Jing immediately comes out of it with a really unexpected way of pressuring these players over towards a mid-split. That recon dart that got thrown over the top from Forsaken. Oh, and the timing here as well.
And this operator, it's critical to Fnatic's game plan.
And this sets us up with a strong potential for overtime. The Fnatic economy is in a really bad spot now. And so, one more rifle round before OT. This play, though, I think huge credit given to Patman. Jing's in a pretty horrible spot there. And Patman has to win the battle against Alpha through Tube before he can go and help him. Take a look at the buy, though.
Yeah.
Knives, okay, huge for a Kayak, but 3 stingers to support.
The rifle and a lot of bolts on top of it. Kayak can't even escape.
I mean, that's insane from Jing just running through, but he has full trust in the paranoia.
Oh, it's full aggression. They're not stopping now. The PaperX of old wants to rear its head. The leash has been cut and snapped. There's no containing them. Like a pack of rabid velociraptors. Hungry for more.
You get to see the full gamut of PaperX here. We started out on Sunset with them playing that slower, more strategic style. And now you get the full W gaming. The last 4 rounds have been really heavily powered by Jing just doing crazy stuff on Omen. And this last round of regulation, at least, Fnatic have got to try to make an adjustment to stop that in its tracks.
And they are all in. Why wouldn't you be? Operator here. Smoke in your face to try and obfuscate. This is the Hunter's Fury that's coming out swinging.
They thought it was another one of those fast hits. Crashies gets the ult baited out as PaperX reset.
Conditioning for you. Devise one away from an ult of his own now. Slower tempo. Even the ult just thrown into it. Jing obfuscating the intent, but bodies are now trying to form up.
That's supposed to draw bodies away from the A site and make it easier for PaperX, but there's still a pit here. There's still a lockdown.
Yeah, there's a lockdown for a lockdown here in this spot. Alpha's ready. Puts it up close to the screens. What's the next level to all of this? Hunter's Fury going to be committed. It's going to be breaking that portion of it, and this has to be respected now. Fnatic, they've offloaded everything to try and stay into this round, but the pit's going to be going down, and Crashies out into the open.
Boaster beefed it. That pit, you're supposed to get back inside, and he got detained.
And PaperX not slowing down, still that res, brings Crashy back into the fold, back into the fray. Watchful eye up through mid, PaperX, eager though, looking to see if they can topple Fnatic before they stand and get a grip onto this retake. Pressing forwards, shoulder to shoulder discipline. It's helped so far, but Fnatic need it now in spades! Jing! That extra element! Drifted into the side here, doubled up, and the rifles are ringing out!
PaperX grab a 5th round in a row to take us into OT. Felt like an inevitability on Sunset, to be honest with you, but here on Icebox, Fnatic take a timeout and it goes straight back in their face. PaperX dial up the tempo, something on a high ground. Jing deep in heaven, getting into aggressive positions, unexpected spots. And even though Alpha dealt with the lurk, there were too many threats. The stress on both sides. And again, a reminder that when you look at the map pool, it feels a bit like a must-win for Fnatic. Next one is their permaban.
Standing ahead. Smoke on the corner, something. Glass cannon operator. Opted into heavy defensive setup here by PaperX. Fnatic again, you're going to see that caution played by them. Tiptoeing around, a bit tepid, but trying to dissect the map. Going overhead, spots out the jet.
Yeah, spotting Kayak there gives you some decent information. An idea that it might well be ending A, so you can keep these 4 players. The trust they have in Patman, just to hold down B if their read is wrong. But it's not at all. Forsaken with exactly the right idea of what's happening here. Boaster calling for a little bit more pressure over towards B, and PaperX, they want info. They want to step up a little. As Boaster sniffed this out, he's calling for Fnatic to reposition.
To the B split, perhaps.
And this is going to put Patman's head on a swivel.
Yeah.
And maybe Patman's head on a spike.
Going to be turning up the heat. 25 seconds left, down to the wire. Patman still has a snakebite to try and deny some space. Shot darts in your face. Walls up, same with the orbs. PaperX starting to get a bit of a read on this one here, but again, Patman needs to try and deny. He steps forward, blind as anything. He does not know what's going on. PaperX trying to even it out. Kayak with the peak, but the plan needs to go down. With no issues further, Crashies commits. They're getting into the spot now. Fnatic putting a squeeze onto these PaperX players. They're going to try and clear this guy out. Kayak, he's done, finished. Paranoia up top. Jing, the way! Nearsighted Chronicle may be, but this guy will not be denied. Something's still there though, swinging wide. The operator switched around, weaponry now with a rifle. Time starting to tick in a 1v1. Crashies, tepid, approach, and it works best for him.
Again, Crashies comes up in the clutch. What a recovery in the 3v3 situation there. Boaster calling a brilliant slow round. It felt like Forsaken exactly knew what was happening, but the further the time ticked, the more that Boaster realized and sniffed out that a stack on A. Chronicle to Legendary in that top nest position. And Fnatic once more have an opportunity to close.
Forwards, Kayak. Trying to fill in their space here. Oh my God, the pure disrespect. The dash is there. Boaster needs to try and stop them here, but he's isolated onto the corner and caught out wide. Kayak's still there though. This guy is eager to just try and play into the mechanics. PaperX not stopping. The feed is filled with red and blood being spilt out onto the site. Tricky task indeed for Fnatic. Walls up and everyone is falling slowly but surely. Chronicle, last one left. 5 bullets left in a swing from Divide. All the confidence in the world.
PaperX have figured out exactly what is working on these attack sites. it definitely feels like they're the team that's closer to being able to close this out, to be honest with you. Despite the fact that Fnatic had so many map points to be able to work with, this looks like Paper Rex is to lose because their attacks, the fast, aggressive approach is just barreling through Fnatic. Something, again, that pulls out the operator, and Fnatic, they got an extra timeout to use once things go to OT, and they're going to use it fairly early on. 13-13, and Milan wants input. Every player, by the way, on Fnatic, over 20 kills apart from Boaster, who's only got 7. That's a little bit rough.
Struggling to put up the numbers.
At the same time, though, it does show you that the other 4 players are all having very good performances. Because all 4 of them have had huge rounds, big moments. And Boaster's calling has still been finding impact, even if his rifle isn't.
That's what Fnatic are leaning on here.
To be honest, Brent, I think you look at the other side of things, and the player at the bottom of the scoreboard there is something. And if he can find 1 round, just 1, with the defensive off, that will right all of the wrongs of what he's been up to in this map. Because Paper Rex have already got the game plan for the attack side, it's working. If he can find a big operator round here, he could well put his team up to a maybe insurmountable lead.
Placing swamp grenade.
Fnatic taking his time to recuperate, breathe a little bit. It's a slow orb that could have been thrown out, but Forsaken, no, he's just, I mean, okay, scot-free.
Yeah, he was playing for that pretty heavily in regulation. Less important, arguably, here in overtime, because everybody starts 3 away. Don't know if you noticed that Nana Swarm as well that was put down on top Jenny from Devi. That's where Kayak's been pathing to almost every time. So they've got a very specific counter plan here. Look at Jing holding that paranoia as well. They know exactly what they want to do to counter this Fnatic A hit.
Primed, ready to pounce here.
It does feel like these timeouts have been helping Alex and Paper Rex more than Fnatic.
Drone's broken. Deep control towards B. Any posturing by Fnatic is put to an end. And now, eyes set over towards A. Triple face, alarm bell. It's going to be gone. Jing there with a paranoia! Oh, my goodness!
It works perfectly. The game plan, absolute perfection.
Cut them to shreds, and Fnatic now left scrambling for options.
There's the op value as well. Devi tucked onto a position that's really tough to clear.
And Kayak is going to try and win that. Final bullets left!
Spike down.
Mid-animation, Boaster, the captain himself. He's going to right the wrongs of the round, but on top of the ropes, the purest form of disrespect, Paper Rex.
And that was the round that they needed. Every attack round has been going well for them. They won the last 5 in a row to close out regulation.
One enemy
it's been pacey, it's been fast. W Gaming and the train keeps on trucking. Let's see if Fnatic have an answer, because all of the pressure is now on them.
Oh yeah. On their attack side, Paper Rex are sending it.
Revealing area.
Grouped up, deep dark paranoia. They're making it feel like it's that fast B pressure. And Kayak is taking liberties, taking risks. Him versus Devi finds it.
That's huge info as well. You see Devi on this side of the map, you know at least that they're defaulting. You don't know for sure that they're coming back over towards A, but you know it's not that fast B hit. And look how quickly Alpha just takes all of this space on B.
Oh, yeah, deep push. Mid-round information going to be given up here. The rest of his team, an attempt of a punish in a jump spot. Boaster, the acknowledgement he was looking for.
I mean, what a decision from Forsaken to try to fake.
Yeah, he's creeping in through the back. They already know he's there. Patman really anticipated. Bodies out wide to the open. Patman just sidesteps it. Alternating with the movement, but tucked behind Dice. Forsaken is creeping forward. Off of that contact, Kayak. When is your time to strike? Deep dart, dash active, wall up into your face. Thrown into the corner, clears him out though. We'll have to use it to disengage.
Chronicle can step in to cover that though. Paper Rex still, even with all 3 players here, have got a difficult task.
3v4 wars down as well, out to the open. Jing is dropped.
30 seconds left.
The Fnatic have found it. Their footing, the foundation. A safety net now, all the pressure's on Patman. 1v3, 20 seconds left. Taps it, looking for a kill, looking for a cheap fight. Again, he's not going to be given it. Snake bite, all the options reduced to ruins.
I respect the balls to go for a fake there. If it had worked, we'd be calling Forsaken a genius. But actually, he just deviated away from a game plan that's been working for Paper Rex. The pace, the aggression, Fnatic did not have an answer for it. And instead in this round, maybe overcooking things slightly. Went to fake that fast pressure and played into the kind of tempo that Boast is super happy to call against. Immediately, Kayak realized it was a fake. Alpha got quick on the flank, and now we're back to even.
14-14. Up overhead with the util.
Something still going for the operator. Every round on defense has been trying to make it work. Did find a little bit of value with it over towards B. They've got to be watching out for this paranoia again. It worked so well last time for Jing, but he's not really in a spot to use it now.
Cheeky with the positioning.
It looks to me like they're trying to fake that it's only Alpha here on A. You know, he's the player that's getting up, getting forwards.
Most man with the dart. It's going to be a drone. Fnatic. Faking like they're taking B control. Looking to see if they can pull bodies to make A a little bit weaker. Soften it up for the take now.
I mean, that's nice. Patman takes contact, which disguises where the operator is. So it could still be on A.
They're drifting though. Paper Rex are losing control. Gonna hard anchor it now, but they're seeing signs of life and hearing it on top of it. Nano swarms, detted. All up in your face to delay.
Do they play to flood? Do they play to defend and deny the spike?
Devi is hard committed. He's seeing just the body. He's peeking over towards the top of this row. And we're seeing it now. Paranoia is forwards again. There's a wall into your face. Fnatic have access towards it.
Insane!
What is that by Jing? Fnatic! Vice grip now over towards the site. And it scraps on the floor that Patman has to pick up and make something from it. Damage done, bullets raining through, but right from the side, Chronicle never denied. Something here, operator in hand, but this is just dire. Oscillating the momentum of this map, happening round by round. Picks up the rifle, but you got one hell of a task, and no clearance again. Time's ticking, it's all against it. Crashies knows it.
Big round from Chronicle, but also a wild play from Jing. We saw the value we got from the Paranoia in the previous round. This time, tries to send it again. Throws that out, goes for the TP. But I mean, that is some nutcase behavior. You see, it did land onto Crashies, but just there's way too many people around there. Again, respect.
Holy shit, that's size, bro.
Respect for going for the play, but keeping things simple might have had Paper Rex already close out the map at this point. And a couple of rounds ago, it felt like they were completely in control. Now it does not.
Now it's flipped, 180.
Thing is though, Paper Rex, again, could just go back to playing those fast attack sides. And we've yet to see Fnatic demonstrate they have an answer. Yeah. There's been no evidence that they actually can deal with that pace. But the more that you have to battle against their map points, the more you start to overthink things. And this map, if it ends up being important later on, will be a difficult mental barrier to overcome for Paper Rex if they lose control here. They did such a good job getting to overtime, denying 5 map points.
Fnatic have clawed it back. One more round is all they need to seal up Icebox, draw us level here in a best-of-5 grand finals.
Fnatic's job is to deny, keep that trophy out of reach.
He's taking a peek here early. It's an operator in his hands. Wall up and over, you don't anticipate this one. It's a classic play, or do you? Heads up play, you're trying to use those walls against Paper Rex. They were born in it, molded by that play.
Beautiful anticipation from Forsaken. Now, the wall does still block Patman off. And Alpha, he's pushed up.
Alpha, you are so hard committed here, but he just spots it onto the drone as well. And my God, man! Does he deliver? Taken out eventually. But he's brought it into a 3v3. Hearing the footsteps, the rumble, Patman, there's a timing to be taken, and he just grasps it immediately, jumps on a chance.
And this isolates Crashies. Crashies would have to be a hero for Fnatic to get this across the line.
Towards the back of the box. walking forwards here. There's a wall into their faces. There's a game on those timings. Again, Crashies. Surely not long for the world. And there it is, Patman from behind. PaperX not done yet.
Planted.
A round where Fnatic tried to pull out a cutesy play, and it leaves the caller in a 1v3. He's destroyed at the end. 15-15. Neither team can get a proper advantage over the other and get a grip on this. They're bringing out tactics they probably haven't tried in quite some time. Both teams have got depth.
One enemy remaining.
But things get scrappy the deeper you get.
You are insane. Bro, you are insane.
All compliments.
Thanks.
Back up on their feet here, 15-15.
Well, PaperX fighting aggro.
Aggro as anything, Kayak though. One shot to the dome, Jing is gone. Wants a little bit more with that dash active. It's going to be used on either side. Something just needs to try and escape. He's got the safety net of Forsaken watching over the shoulder.
And Fnatic back up, anticipating some level of aggression elsewhere around the map. Alpha almost got an opportunity to pick off Patman in mid with that attack op. And Patman is not going to go for it again. PaperX are anticipating a re-hit here, and that does look like the idea here.
Just cautious for now, though.
And Fnatic always with these opportunities to pivot back to Boaster. Boaster's done a very good job in this map of just applying options, giving himself options to work with. His is the more passive role, just making sure nobody pushes out of B. And once again, Patman is asked to do so much.
On a knife's edge here, on top of the wall, it's a dart. Trying to take this timing pass. He's going to try and push forwards. Take the fight to it. There's an orb in the face of these players. Wall up now on top of it. Creeping forwards already.
He caught this timing before.
Wall up though. Surely it's going to be watched for. Spam happening, occurring. Popping up on towards the top! Alpha! How the hell do you land that one? Spike planted. Best scenario you could really hope for if you're Fnatic in this spot here. Again, Alpha, shoulder, peeking out. Taken out. Deep down against the back. Prime's ready and finally let loose with the slow orbs. And you can see that 3-2-1 with a swing. Timing to be taken. Something's on the flank. Already ripping his way all the way past. Needs to be taken out. Something. He's found it. Dash back already. But the time is ticking away.
2 bullets.
And 2 bullets. 2 players. Not enough to get it all done.
Fnatic again with a really solid round to put themselves up once more. So many opportunities to close this. The timing that Patman tries to take, he was rewarded for it previously. This time though, not focusing on the planter, seeing if he could catch a player that was looking to defend and failed. Forsaken pulls out the Odin to try to deny the orb, the wall perhaps?
Second guessing it.
Yeah, decides not to go for it in the end.
Down again. Jing TP's forwards. This is it. Fnatic trying to lock in, trying to step up to that task that's ahead of them here.
And there's the player that's been driving the train forwards. The engine power was coming from Jing in all of these fast attack rounds. Now something has to step up an entry. Dash already popped.
Yeah, Kayak's still here. Put over towards the top there, just spotting it out, and the damage done something. 1 bullet to the chest is all it takes for Fnatic. They can feel it. Energy here on their sides. 3v5, it's all contact called for here by PaperX. They're hoping there's an overextension. Never in a million years though. Fnatic are always going to be disciplined. Snakebite up and over. Dodged and juked the dart towards the back to buy. He's to land these shots. There's no freebies handed to him. Fnatic just bite it out.
They're always expecting PaperX to be the ones making the play. The time is going to be ticking here for Fnatic, though. They've got to go at some point.
Double face up towards the top. Patman reveals his hand with a snakebite drop down on top of it, and this is it. Fnatic never denied it. Hard going all the way through, but they have made it even.
So many opportunities to close this one out, and finally Fnatic managed to grab one of them. 17-15. Both of these maps have been a grind. And in a final like this, so much is about endurance and how you pace yourself. Up next, Fnatic's Permaban.
This mother doesn't need to respect.
Come on! The Alpha is raging. No! Alpha is hungry.
Normally we say respect everyone, fear no one, but they don't give respect to them, okay? Just swing them, just smash their heads, okay?
Turkish wolf is hungry.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Spike defused.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
What's up, everybody? Vansillion back on the floor right now. Well, you know what time it is. When I'm at the bottom of the stairs on the stage, it's time to play a game. It's time to play Pop-Off. I'm still waiting for my contestants to come on. Actually, let's bring them right now. We actually have Abigail representing Fnatic, and Kat, please come in. Everybody, Toronto, give them a hand of applause. My friends, it has been an intensive game so far. How are you doing? I think your voice is almost as gone as mine.
Yeah, I'm out of breath.
Awesome. And for you, Kat, are you going for Paper X here? I'm pretty sure it's a 1-1 score line. You think they're going to win it all?
Oh, for sure.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, Kat, I had you coming on. I was like, hey, do you know what we're doing? And you said you have no idea. So the premise around this, it's popping off. So I'm a bandwagoner. I don't know who to go for anymore. I don't know if it's going to be Fnatic or Paper X. So you guys are going to help me predict. So you're going to lace on to these apparels that we have. Apparatus. There you go. I got my English right. And then we're going to have you pump a balloon. And if your balloon pops, that means it's going to be your team winning the next map. Are you ready for that?
Okay.
So we're going to get our cardio in. Are we good for that?
All right, yeah. Let's go.
How many steps do you do a day?
Oh, like 5.
How about you, Abigail?
What?
How many steps do you do a day?
Oh, not sometimes. 0.
This is gonna be intense then, I guess. I don't know how many steps we're gonna take here, but we're gonna get the helmet up. Let's get the helmet up. Kat, you got the Paper X with the balloon. Abigail, the Fnatic one, you ready for that one as well? Too much hair. We didn't plan this really on trying to get the helmet on time. Yeah, make sure you have your balance right as well. But Toronto, are we gonna try to go here for Abigail with Fnatic? Or how about Kat with Paper X? I saw the votes up there, and it looked like there was a lot of Paper X fans in the audience and around the world. So, all Paper X fans, louder than Fnatic. Paper X, make some noise. And Fnatic, make some noise.
Welcome back, everyone. And
Fnatic won.
Fnatic won. In case you're wondering, Fnatic won the balloon thing, majigum, whatever that is.
Official name, by the way.
That is the actual name of it. Indeed it is. But we are all knotted up 1-1 in this series here. It's now time for our Verizon high-speed moment. This one going to go to Alfier because we ended up seeing, actually, this Fnatic team really get awoken in this one. They needed this in order to get back into this meeting.
They absolutely did. This was their must-win map in this series, and they had a bit of a rough start. Went down 0-4, lost the bonus round, but then as he has stepped up it many times throughout this tournament, it was Fnatic, or it was Alfier, I should say, who brought Fnatic back into this one. He has been playing so well individually throughout this entire run. Just looks so confident on that stage, Bea.
Sometimes you have to be confident, you have to disrespect your opponent, and Alpha needs this kind of rounds. He knows that he's the player that can put the rest of his team in his shoulders and have this kind of moments to bring them back into the game, because those 4 rounds had been so successful for the side of PaperX that if this hadn't happened, we wouldn't be where we are right now.
Yeah, and if
it would be different.
If we're thinking ahead to who might put on that bracelet and be MVP in a couple hours, I think the top contenders for Fnatic right now are Alpha and Chronicle, both of whom had really big impact that game.
Yeah, but let's not forget about the rookies, though, right? Because we've been seeing Kayak as well as Patman step up a couple of times here, Bea, and it's been great to see the rookies take to the stage like this.
It's so important. We had clutches coming in from Patman. His lurks were on point and an absolute pain in the ass to deal with for Fnatic. Kayak also 11-3 in opening duels, and we were seeing it round after round because of the approach that Fnatic has in this map. Yes, they're very good at retaking and whatnot, but against a team that doesn't really have that many means to get the spike down, Kayak needed to be the one actually spearheading from the defense, making use of that operator that he's so good at, Mimi.
What impressed me the most of his defensive opping wasn't even when he was going for forward peaks. It was when Fnatic was flying back and getting set for their retakes. He would pick really good angles to punish PaperX trying to fight deep into site. Because the way you counter Sage retake teams is you fight into backside. And constantly, Kayak was able to deny those angles, keep the players from PaperX push back, and make those retakes that Fnatic just kept winning so easy to pull off.
Yeah, but of course, we started to see things get a little wonky as the series, or rather as the map continued forward here. But what we did get was a strong Fnatic second half there, right, guys? And we were seeing Fnatic come back into this one, but don't get me wrong, though. This could have gone either way, especially with the way OT played out.
Yeah, exactly. I think that starting with this strong second part of the map, when they go onto the defense, they needed to stand up very, very strong. A 6-6 half is a very good result when you start on the attack. So for Fnatic to understand how to play this map against PaperX, having those initiations was very, very important, Mimi.
Early on for them, too, they had such a good read on that piss around to punish the PaperX players who were pushing in through mid. Fnatic, the team, was really good at slowing things down, taking that step back, punishing aggression, and then playing those advantageous later rounds, which is super successful early on. But as we got deeper into that second half, the chaos started to seep in.
How are you doing?
PaperX, I mean, nearly brought it back.
Were you good? How was your heart? How are you handling it?
My heart was okay, but it's like sometimes you see a gap in a map and you see PaperX taking advantage of that, and you're like, please, I know you know, Fnatic.
Hey, but you know what, though? Now we know that we're going to be heading over to map 3, Pearl. And definitively, we're going to Lotus for sure to settle this one. But let's talk about how this series layout has played out, because, Bea, it does feel like everything has gone as predicted. You know, we were calling PaperX for map 1, Fnatic for map 2, but now we're going to Pearl, which Fnatic do not like.
Yeah, do not like. They've played it one time this year, but oh my god. Is this a spoiler?
He's hovering the neon.
Alfier, are you doing this? I was going to say they've only played it once this year. It is a map that Fnatic hates. Previous to that, 2022 in VCT is not something that we see a lot from PaperX, though. This is the first map that they played in this competition, and a 13-1 win for them against Heretics. So it's very smart for them to be picking this map as their third one. And Alpha, are you going to do He used to play the Neon on this map. We haven't seen it a lot, but with this double duelist approach from Fnatic, I'm liking it.
And this is basically the comp that we saw T1 be very successful with when they were playing and when they went on to win Masters Bangkok. On defense, especially, those two duelists can work so well together to play into these flood retakes. It's two players that we know have been playing amazingly just as shooters this tournament. I would love to see this comp get locked for Fnatic.
Well, they're still hovering over and over it. They haven't made any changes as far as like
using the
selecting
time,
other
they're
options.
using the
They're using
time.
that time effectively to communicate, right? Because, you know, Boaster wants to make sure that he's just giving the orders to the troops, right? And it's very important to make sure that you lock this thing down.
If that was the must-win map on
And he
Icebox
did it.
for Fnatic, I think
Oh
that
my
He did it.
God, this is the map that PaperX needs to win. You cannot pick into your opponent's permaban and lose to them there. That sets up a very scary end to this series then for the boys from APAC.
In the words of Admiral Akbar, is it a trap? Are we in for a trap? What is going on here?
It might be, you know, you're going into the unknown. PaperX knows this map very well. Going back into this double duelist that favors them so much. Now we get in the double duelist versus double duelist, something that we will get to see in Split if we get to that final map. But I want to know how this changes the perception that PaperX had. And also, 100% important, Davai having such a good series and playing on device.
All right, folks, let's get ready for map 3. Send it back over to your casters. Here's Brent and Sideshow.
So we're stepping into the unknown here as we go into Pearl. PaperX, you can imagine, okay, you've got some form of an advantage where you can make Fnatic play this map, but you're also going up against a composition which you've seen before, granted, but not the way that Fnatic might play it. It's a lot of unknowns, and it's shaky territory still at 1-1 here in our grand finals.
Now, the other time that we saw PaperX play on this map as well, it was a 13-1 dismissal of Team Heretics, but that was also them beginning on their attack side, which means we barely saw the defense whatsoever. So even though we know that their attack is phenomenally good, at least in the one example we saw at this tournament, we actually don't know anything about their defense. PaperX might suck at defending on this map. We don't know yet. It has been a very good map for them domestically though, and so if you look back there, you shouldn't be too worried about things. And I would echo what the desk is saying. You've got to win on your opponent's permaban pick. But we have seen at tournaments in global finals before that sometimes that is easier said than done. These teams, when they have a permaban, are able to come out with a weird comp, like for example Alpha on Neon, and they're able to throw caution to the wind and play with a level of recklessness that you wouldn't expect sometimes. If Fnatic had any map that they just decided to send it on, it would be here on Pearl. And it puts all the pressure right back on PaperX after they just lost in OT.
Seeing Fnatic on that attack side here as we step into Pearl. Big group up early on. We can see it up here on the casting desk, but potential for some early fights occurring out towards B.
Map 3, where things really start to heat up in a BO5 grand final here. Something and Divide looking down B long, wondering if they want to take contact early. PaperX trying to fight over both edges of the map. And now spreading back out again to make sure they collect any timings like this that have gone missing. But exactly as Chronicle and Boaster go to take some art control, Jing was backing up.
Posted now. Oh my goodness. Forsaken, not to be outdone. First kill immediately evened out from Fnatic side of things here. But that Sheriff, yeah, short work is made to the opposition. Fnatic now leaving the map into partitions, and they're not going to be denied this plant. Divide would have to go absolutely crazy.
Spike planted.
Chronicle 3-piece to get things started here on Pearl.
Something we haven't discussed too much as well is how much the first kills are going the way of Fnatic. First map, I was looking at it and I was like, wow, that's kind of ridiculous actually. They're getting a ton. And then it happens again, pretty much the same way. Even though the maps are close, Fnatic is dominating in the first kill department. Across these first two maps, they're up plus 14, now plus 15 after that pistol. So PaperX are constantly having to battle back from being down 4v5. Now, sometimes they do get those trades instantly if they're deathballed together. But it's worth keeping in mind here.
Time to jump.
Every player apart from Boaster, very positive in the first kill department.
Oh, yeah.
And Chronicle, he had massive impact in the pistol round, and now with just the Sheriff is able to go wandering. He's got a little more freedom.
Players are posted, getting into spot and position. They're seeing signs of life here, but immediately eviscerated. Dubai doing backflips towards the back of the site, and rifle in hand. Okay, Kayak trying to test himself a little bit. Sharp with the aim of the first shot, but step forwards. It's all anticipated and recovered when it comes to the weaponry.
Throwing down the spike as well to make sure that they prioritize Crashy's ultimate. No, giving it over instead to Chronicle, who's a little closer to the lockdown, which is a pretty huge tool that you can work with. Forsaken comes through. Spanks Alpha, yeah? But he's only got a Frenzy to be able to work with.
That's not much.
Would be a ridiculous 1v4. I don't think the chances are particularly high.
Unlikely.
Fnatic trying to keep it clean, putting the rifle into Chronicle's hand as well.
Forsaken's not going to be taking any peeks here, so a strong beginning for Fnatic here on Pearl. As we said it, and we set it up, series of unknowns on either side.
Yeah, so much to wonder about. I mean, the EMEA teams in general don't really love playing on Pearl. But Fnatic, no exception to that. Not a team that's had even historic success, particularly here. But also, they knew 100% that they were going to be playing it here today. So the two maps, in my opinion, if I put myself in Fnatic's coaching shoes, I'd be prepping hardest for Sunset and for Pearl.
One enemy remaining. Go, go, go.
Sunset, they put up a really good showing. There was a possibility that they could have taken that one, but this, we'll have to see. Boaster with the attack op.
Okay. Round 3.
I mean, it's not like he's never done it before, but round 3?
Yeah, bonus round. When you least expect it. Quick little glide and dash to the side. Fights to be had. Jing, he loses his out. Instant dismissal. Alpha, you might be getting a bit overzealous there, but the stun's ricocheting. It's random spam. Over the shoulder, finding that gap. Something snaps down, and Boaster's done. Pings it out as well. I think even spotting out that they did invest into that operator.
Yeah, so they might be expecting that Fnatic will go back and try to recover that over towards B.
Where's that one going?
I mean, I don't think
Surely
that
not thinking
Kayak's
about
ever
it.
going to actually take that one. Certainly not with Divine watching it like a hawk.
No.
Alpha took a lot of spam when he was trying to get a little more aggressive and push his luck in A main. So it's going to be tough for him to get too much impact. This round, probably on Kayak.
The connector. Both. Okay, well, Forsaken is doing a lot of work.
Last player
Deadlifting that portion of the map and taking it fully away from Fnatic. And yeah, Alpha's like, wait a second.
Go, go, go.
I mean, his job here might just be to try to collect the operator and something.
Exactly.
He's got it on lock. Dealt with Boaster early on. Closes down.
So he was aware of it even. We just saw there, obtained the upgrade of himself. So there's going to be a defensive operator now to worry about if you are Fnatic.
And I think they might have just given a really lovely gift over to the defenders. It's a questionable decision, I think, from Boaster. Especially the way that he was trying to get set up with the op. So now in this round, Alpha, yeah, the player with some of the sharpest aim in the entire server is going to bring a judge out.
Well, we'll see what he can do with it. Get up into their faces perhaps already, and he's going to look to do that over towards it. Nasty stuff from Forsaken. Takes control of the rifle in his hands. That's a hard target to hit.
And Alpha, yeah, denied immediately. Maybe trying to push his luck a little. Not a duelist that he's super familiar with.
Bits and pieces of Util now. I mean, it's going to be held into the hands of these Fnatic players, looking to see if they can take a bit of mid-control. Clone. Short, oh, they're stuck onto the corner. It doesn't even trigger the wall. And
the
a seize and a nade. Oh, done! These combinations are cooking! That's a foul concoction if you are Fnatic. You're gonna need those heroics! But it's all watched. Crashies in a 1v5.
That's a beautiful round put together from PaperX. It really is. And a wallbang even all the way through mid, putting a little bit of damage onto Crashies.
30 seconds
The
left.
combo of the seize nade into the pull and into the swing just destroys Fnatic, but they'd already been set up. Couple of weird moments here I mean, Kayak's teleport all the way down into Flowers was a bit of an unusual one. And then his clone getting stuck, failing to trigger out the wall. You can definitely see, I think, that Fnatic are less comfortable.
Yep.
The details are not perfect here.
Throw going a miss. That's ridiculous. Okay.
The slide is really late, though. I mean, he's jumping through and trying to slide. And that's a silly way of ending.
A load of surprises.
Another little evil chuckle there from Batman.
Yeah.
And now Fnatic's economy not in a good spot. They forced up in the previous one, like I said, with that judge. And something is just sitting pretty on the other side of the map with Boaster's operator.
Still in his hands, still watching that deep B line. Makes the guessing game a little bit easier and a lot of stall util.
Yeah. I mean, if it ends up landing kills here,
all the way up.
Fnatic are going to be feeling really bad about the fact that such a valuable asset has gone into the hands of PaperX. It's like Mini in weapon form.
Something's really trying to min-max these timings, I think. The gate crash, backs himself out here. Going to be hearing that drone, just trying to avoid it. Ducking, juking, but now, okay, recall start. Discipline is going to be there from Fnatic. Do you expect something to be here? That's the question.
It's a great flash.
Took to the side here, just stepping up, and wow, okay.
Better shot.
That's overkill. Head's going to be rolling straight off the shoulders there.
Alpha does have his ult to be able to work with, but maybe Alpha's job here is just going to be to try to run a fake and pull eyes towards B. You see Chronicle inserted over towards A, as the rest of the team tries to go back over towards and connect with this guy.
Chronicle's got to get some damage done too. Anything to crack this one open. Contact plays for now. Been peeked out, Divide. Just there's the Thorns. Down below it, it's going to be swinging wide. That flash was a good connection. Forsaken already ready to supplement. Deep Dart dealt with. Almost lining themselves up for it. It is precise from PaperX. Surgical almost, and it leaves it into Alfia's hands. Too much for him to do.
Very comfortable there anchoring from Divide. Super comfortable in that kind of spot. Showing you exactly how to play around in the flash. The Thorns.
Good hit.
And he's got a perfect idea of where the player is going to be positioned. Chronicle core.
Shame. One enemy.
But now the rifles are back for Fnatic. Couple of rounds of lower recon, and now Alpha gets a Vandal. Something still with an operator, so always that's going to be a difficult one to work around. But Alpha's got to be the player that you've got eyes on to try to crack this open. 3 players, though, from PaperX on the other side.
Over the top there with a dart.
Yeah, that recon just to see if he could push away an Oppa that was going to be playing Pillar. This is going to be a fight, though, from PaperX.
Crunchy's far back here. There's going to be that flash play. It's going on either side. Fnatic. Drawing blood. Jing, he's hard committed onto the corner. Do you want to stay here? Oh my goodness! He wants to step up to the challenge. Satchels barely there to evacuate. He's going to be taking a high ground. All perched now. Called for a wrap and rotation as the entirety of Art is given up. Fnatic have access now to this A site.
Full control and only something here. Fnatic should be on the line before the Yoru player.
Doubled up into the back of the site here, but again, oh my goodness, it's the minor of margins. Just spotting another player, but is he expecting from behind? Now, I should say Chronicle.
I mean, the movement's amazing there from something.
Doesn't want to overstep himself. Chronicle still holding control towards the back of it. The turret was placed down. Alpha's time to shine. He's going to be the playmaker here into this spot. The clone going to be taking a bullet to the brain forward, but Fnatic putting that crunch on them. They drag it here, 3-3.
And finally recover Boaster's operator.
Remember, bullets hurt.
3-3, big round from Fnatic. I've got a question about what the hell went wrong with that PaperX fight over towards B long. Before even this began, I think there was a team flash that came out.
They might have shot the clone, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. But everybody really heavily blinded up there from PaperX.
Yeah.
Just as they went to try to trigger the play.
Frustration on the face of something.
Op v Op. It's actually Alpha, yeah, who's going to be running it this time, as they try to take space towards B. Crashies is hearing this, something with the peek, punished.
Insanely brave. And Crashies does punish.
It's about as deep as you can get in the first 10 seconds over towards A main. A ridiculous angle for something to be fighting towards. He was hoping it would be unexpected, but can't quite hit the flick. And now in a 4v5, once again, by the way, Fnatic getting the opening pick. PaperX are going to be incentivized to go for some kind of info peek play around the map. That's where Alpha's op could end up working its magic.
Flash got acknowledgement.
Yeah, you don't need to go for the active info just yet.
You should run.
You can feel it here with a lockdown. Drop down and defeat a Fnatic. You want to clear this one out cleanly. All up. Alpha trying to take this space. Pulled out a lot of util in the process, and you have to respect it.
There.
Alpha throwing the operator over to Crashies as well, who can just play post plant with that weapon and his Hunter's Fury.
He's incredibly pushed forwards here, but okay, just spotted out there with the info. Shorty of his own, Hunter's Fury. Hold on, ton of connections. Crashies looking for a little bit more, but just a one tag. Lights up a few of them. Showstopper is going to be committed. And Alpha trying to hold his ground down, but like a rocket again, Jing this time. Unable to get that value he's done prior. Weapons taken away with a Steel Garden. Divide looking to try and reclaim some of that space. Boaster not removed. Kayaks from behind. Full control. Containment is ordered, and Fnatic have got it all under lock.
Divide towards the end. Caught in a mess of smokes and ults. Couldn't figure out how to navigate a tricky situation. I think they needed Jing to be able to pick up that kill in back halls. But the Duelist taking some wild fights. Alpha deep pushed up as well, just trying to play off the back of Crashies' ultimate. Fnatic, honestly, look like they've got some nice game plans on their attack side.
3 of them. I had 3 of them with my ult.
They're definitely in control.
And like you said, Brent, there was a huge connection with Crashies' ultimate the first time he ripped it. Got 3 players down to 70 health. That definitely helped Alpha. But yeah, let's return back to the game plan from Fnatic then. It's that same slow-paced style on their attack side that they've been playing all tournament, and PaperX are getting baited into going for these fights. And that's then allowing Fnatic to go for pretty simple execs and get the plant down. And the one thing that Fnatic's been amazing at all tournament long, really entirety of this team, has been post plants. They've been winning 82% of their post plants in this tournament. If you're PaperX, you cannot allow them to get that spike down. But that also does mean fighting, and Fnatic are ready and waiting for it.
PaperX can feel this map potentially slipping out of their grasp. Has been back and forth, to be sure, but Fnatic are stringing together these rounds nicely at this point.
And this next one could be massively important, because you look at Forsaken, Divide, Something's Operator, they wouldn't have any of those weapons back online.
Money again, Deep Horn. I'm going to break this one. Alpha looking to get posted. It's him versus Something. Oh my goodness, that's immediately. The clone going to be taking that bullet for him.
And Alpha instantly gets on the line. Doesn't see a re-peek though, and Boaster's calling for this regroup on A. Jing, danger player, tucked. Forsaken playing a bait and switch.
I think no, though. His A main control is going to be lost to them prior. There might be a timing drone forwards. Jing just swinging out wide. It's all anticipated. With open arms, Alpha is turning you into mincemeat.
That's a crazy play from Kayak, and Alpha's there again.
He's just playing his team in perfectly. Put your body on the line, because at this point, what could stop him? 4 kills, ace online. The crowd wants it. They're cheering, and Alpha plucked out of the sky.
4 HP between him and a sick clip. But I don't think Divide's going to be able to keep this up. Alpha has done way too much. And Chronicle cleans up the dregs. That round demonstrates not only the incredible awareness they have of PaperX, knowing that Jing is going to be playing that position, or at least a serious threat of it. Alpha's attack up gets value, but then the killer instinct afterwards to dismantle the play and push forwards into an Astra that's way too far out of position. Alpha continues to get further and further ahead, I think, in the MVP race.
12 and 6. shutting it all down for PaperX. I'm going to bring this one back here. It's aggression, a staple of this team. Now through mid.
Boaster
Giving up on it.
Boaster, I think, just calling to try to keep some of these anti-ecos pretty simple. You know that teams are going to try to fight over towards mid, so they've got Chronicle watching that. You just have Crashies feeding you info on the other side, and then you try to end B. That's a lot of damage through onto Chronicle, though.
And the bodies, Forsaken creeps ever closer. TP into spawn. I think that might have been heard. Forsaken. Crosshair placement, trying to land those shots. Good awareness from Kayak. Spam straight through the wall, sent flying towards them. Hello, there's a lot of damage on the Chronicle. Could have been a kill. Nana Swarm's committed. Anything to clear these players out up through the top section of B. This is Manic, this is Chaos. PaperX trying to take the fight straight to them. They don't care about the battle lines that are drawn out normally.
Man, he could be a difference maker. Why are they not thinking there could be anyone on A?
It's full knives out, and they've opened up a bit of a mistake here. As you mentioned, Patman upgrade. Acquired with a rifle.
A Boaster is
stuck. They're split up.
Boaster has the spike, 25 seconds, creeping around behind Patman.
Nightfall committed, Crashies pushed forward as a result of it. No one really ready for this one, but it's brought it into that 2v2 Fnatic. Trying to get a move on Crashies now. Roles reversed, he's the one putting the pressure in the squeeze onto Patman. And he's earned his team a lifeline.
10 seconds left.
Great read as well. Devi, though, somehow manages to time that recon, but Crashies is aware.
Tagged up just by the drone, Fnatic. Put them into a post plant and they will thrive.
Yeah, Boaster just got escorted the entire way through. Turned into the VIP, and Crashies, the bouncer, kept everyone off him.
As a pull for the first time. Going to be used now. Devi, one hell of a clutch is required. And none of the space to do it. Shock darts flying, Crashies just playing his life perfectly. Impeccable work. Impeccable work indeed, Fnatic.
That is a sick round from Crashies. He's asked to do way too much in that situation. Alpha gets caught on the B re-clear, and Crashies has to push forward, dodge a fade ult, get a kill, come back, defend Boaster as he gets the spike plant down. This fight against Patman, Boaster could have tried to run through, but Boaster wanted to make sure he didn't drop the spike.
You know how did you get 2 kills? Because I killed. I kissed your hand.
Something's brought the op out again. Fnatic have been really good at navigating these kind of positions. Alpha takes a ton of damage early, though.
A bit of spam through the wall. Dart overhead. Clone not broken either.
The utility's been really strong, though, at stopping something for being able to go up for these peaks.
Patman, that's brave. He's doing that solo.
A lot of the defense for PaperX is solo, actually.
Yeah. Trust in the raw aim and mechanics to carry them through. And okay, Chronicle going peeking Jing with the swing.
That's nice support. Now something's going to take a risk and go for a peek into Kayak at B. Fnatic bait out the wall. Devi gets a little bit of info. And this fight... Sorry, I said peek into Kayak. It's Alpha.
Time to jump.
Alpha and Something kind of staring at each other through walls. And Boaster's making the call to come back in this direction. They might not know that something's on the line.
Here.
Oh, he spotted him.
Oh, the ping's out. Deep position and target acquired. Alpha gone. Call for a pivot now by Fnatic. That was the backup policy. With Alpha gone, you've got to try and set your sights in a different direction. 30 seconds left. Where are you going, Patman? Taking a peek. That is uncalled for. Looking for some information. Fnatic, well, they're just taking that timing now, but with 20 seconds stalled out by the Thorns, you've got to get a move on. Sidestepping through, brought down to the brink. Weakened, damaged as anything in a flash and a repeat. Devi delivers.
My ultimate's ready.
They clean up that 5v3, never in danger when Devi's in an anchor spot. He does look so comfortable dealing with Fnatic when they actually finish on his side. The issue, I think, for PaperX has been that sometimes they put themselves in too difficult positions. But this time, player advantage, and Fnatic are trying to head into a site with time not on their side. Something keeps the operator over towards B. He's been very stubborn with this placement. Fnatic have been mostly working around him pretty well. Last time he caught Alpha, yeah, he's going for it again.
Past it. More players, though, waiting to cross. Fnatic Clone taking the bullet, Alpha with the peek, and a swift dismissal. Okay, get out of there.
He's lucky to survive that one.
He really is.
31 HP, one more Vandal bullet. And Paper Rex is going to try to put him on the line again.
For this one. They're trying to take the pressure to them. That's a steel guard in the pocket to play in. Alpha still has his gun. Fake TPs. All that pressure is just dissuaded, diffused.
Fnatic don't really want to commit because they know that the stack is here, but they don't have another option. They don't have a lurker to go back to with info in mid or A.
Oh, a bit of spray down with the rifles. There's a gap in that smoke. Time to play with it, but already that Cosmic Divide is going to be fading. It's not going that way. It's traded out. Showstopper. It's here for Jing. When the time runs short here, you could be in dire straits. Forsaken. Looking like he wants to go for a peek of his own. Flash through in his face. TP into the back of Halls. Kayak. Anything to deal with him? My God, man! Forsaken! Just takes that timing to rip them
30 seconds.
to shreds. Patman!
He finishes what Forsaken began. Forsaken constantly the player in these unexpected positions. And again, just making Fnatic earn every moment. Constantly putting questions and challenges towards Fnatic.
Down B.
And often finding gaps
30
that he can
seconds.
exploit. A lovely risk. Exactly at the right time. And Paper Rex bring things up with an opportunity to get it level at the half. Jing's very fast with a haunt up towards B, but Fnatic don't know too much about that. They're on the exact opposite side, facing Devi. And Devi has been excellent anchoring A.
Runs forward, dimensional drift. Extra info gathered, and a peek from Devi. Forcing the ult out into the hands of Alpha. Good tracking. Locks onto it, something. What the hell are you playing at? Alpha is taking over.
What is going on with Paper Rex? I mean, I know they want to play that aggressively. Here's Forsaken again, looking to try to make the play.
Hold on, he's pushed it up as well. Chronicle.
Spike
Bullet
down A.
to the back of the head of Forsaken. Shuts it down.
Spike planted.
Really on site now into that post once more. It's the last chance here in this first half.
It is planted as well for Secret.
It's a good setup from Fnatic. Paper Rex trying to get a move on. Jing almost lined up for him. Just the one known, it leaves it to the rookie. He's been the glue for this team, but in a 1v2 already, players playing their lives, just spotting signs of life. Fought through. Tap, left guessing, but now spotting. Half on the defuse, might be earned. Patman holds it down, but again, just a peek and crashes. Deliver on to death.
Fnatic getting huge value out of the operator in this half. A really nice anti-strat to deal with Paper Rex, where they go for these aggro peak timings. But I think Paper Rex kind of lost the plot a little bit towards the end there. The ultimate from something bonkers. The swing from Devi, unusual because he was anchoring those spots passively so well. This is Fnatic's Permaban map, and they are up 7-5 at the half.
You're so good, bro.
Unreal scenes from Fnatic. You're seeing smiles across the board for them. For now, though, we're going to send it down to Vansili, standing by with some of our co-streamer friends.
Thank you so much for hanging out here in the co-streaming booth, where I'm actually joined by legendary French casters Kitty and also Renaud. Kitty, Renaud, welcome to Toronto. I just want to ask you your experience first, starting with you, Kitty. How's Toronto been for you so far?
It's very good. I love the food, and yeah, the matches have been amazing, so I really enjoy it.
And for you, Renaud?
Yeah, it's the first time in Canada for me, and Toronto is a nice city. I'm having a good time.
And the games are actually pretty awesome so far for this grand finals. What's your take so far between this Paper Rex and Fnatic game?
I think Paper Rex can take it. I thought it was hard on Icebox, but they managed to come back, and I was not expecting this, so I think Paper Rex can take it today.
Renaud, what about you?
For the moment, everything is here. The game are tough. Fnatic is fighting back on Pearl. I didn't expect that, so it's just amazing to see that we have a very nice grand final.
Awesome. And now that I have your presence with me, is it okay if I practice my French? I'm going to start asking you a question in French.
Avec plaisir.
So what do you guys think about the new map Corrode? Comment trouvez-vous la nouvelle map Corrode?
Je m'attendais pas du tout à ce qu'on ait autant de petits angles à check. Les bombes sites sont très surprenants, et donc je m'attends juste à énormément de gunfight sur les points, les choke points. Et donc ouais, moi j'ai juste hâte de la jouer tout simplement.
That's actually pretty cool because now you're saying basically if you don't understand French, all the words were in English there. So choke points are cool, bomb sites are awesome, spike sites, there's going to be a lot of quick gunfights, so I'm looking forward to that one. What about you, Renaud?
Moi, la chose qui m'a surprise, c'est les wallbangs partout. C'est vrai que la map a l'air d'être conçue pour ça. Et j'ai hâte de voir comment les équipes vont jouer comme ça avec les Odin, les Guardians, etc.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Désolé, on n'a plus assez de temps, fait qu'on va retourner avec le match. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's get back to the game.
Let's head straight back into it. Vantalie just flexing, really. And
I know.
Lorax is on board.
I mean, does the Lorax speak French? Do the trees speak French?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Maybe they do in different parts of Canada. All right, let's take a look at the Coinbase Econ report. I mean, one of the players here that's up towards the top, Alpha, yeah, who had an op in his hand at various points, was getting kills with a shorty, was getting kills with his ultimate, with a Vandal. He's doing everything everywhere. And you heard it as they went into the halftime. Crashies saying, you are so good. It must be wonderful for Crashies to be on this side of it rather than the other side of it, as he was in the past playing for Optic and NRG.
Frequent. I mean, Crashies, a staple in best of fives. He's used to them.
He is. He's had the second most Grand Finals appearances out of any player in Valorant, only behind Chronicle, tied with Boaster.
Yeah, which you wouldn't expect.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it? Well, they got so many with the Optic NRG core, and then back here again. Incredible stuff from him.
And we go into really get this ball rolling here. 7-5, Boaster, timing taken. Hello, right click's not delivering him what he wanted. PaperX are the ones who survive, but Alpha, instant response. He does claim the life divide. Gone for a swing and a peek, and that is called for. That is beautiful by Fnatic.
Oh, that's unreal.
It's poetry in motion.
The synergy there on the wide swing, and Alpha readjusting targets.
Holy.
Forsaken's been good, but he's not been able to recover situations like this, surely.
Spike down, hold on, there's damage done to Alpha at least, but from behind, Kayak just trying to remove those wing cons, and there's damage done to Forsaken. He's going to be able to have access to the spike.
There is a possibility. He'd have to get funky with a smoke, though, and somehow pick off a cheap kill on Alpha.
Not available. Dead Sit consumed is going to Bloom, Blossom, partition up the site. Bit of spam from Fnatic. Hoping to catch a freebie. Second star down.
Concealment.
Consumed again, just trying to cut up the sight lines onto this one. Chronogodo peeks it, and Alpha takes it.
As if Alpha needed more. They feed the beast.
Spike's dead. Go, go, go.
That showcases synergy as well from a duo that have not been having like too much experience in these kind of roles, you know. You got Alpha as a hard entry here, and then playing Crashies in. Crashies still somewhat new to the team, and Alpha doesn't play a lot of the hard entry like this, but that's masterful stuff.
Your comms are insane, your aim is insane, you're insane.
And Crashies is loving his time with this team.
Yeah.
He's talked so much about how good the vibes are and surrounded by incredible talent.
They're in full control of this map.
Which is mad to say. It truly is.
Done. Forwards again, forcing the issue. Boaster from behind. Quick work there with a stinger.
Getting funky with it.
Yeah. Horn forwards will not help you much at all. The fight is immediately gone, and this is just complete control, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fnatic gliding, sliding forward, trying to set up Chronicle for the goods, and Boaster right there to claim it.
Really aggro, following in behind Alpha's timings. Boaster there, disrespecting the smoke as well. Look at him, running inside of it with a nano, knowing that he's going to catch the timing on the PaperX players.
One enemy.
And when this is your permaban, like Fnatic, there's no way of PaperX knowing what's coming for them. You can afford to do silly things, one-and-done things, because it only has to work once.
Oh, yeah.
You only have to win one time on Pearl. Fnatic don't have to be an amazing Pearl team, they just have to win once. Right here.
That puts all the pressure onto PaperX. Not that it's not there already, but 4-round lead for Fnatic.
And I don't think PaperX can afford to lose this one. I mean the round and the map.
That's a tuck to the side, that's something, as a deep TP. Claims the life of Kayak. Moving forwards though, drifting to the side. Boaster looking to see if he can stay alive. Alpha! Deep dash forwards, and now you're seeing signs potentially the things are going a little bit skew with, not quite as practiced.
I mean, having said that though, Brent, they're still in a 2v3 here, Fnatic. There's still a lot of danger. Especially when it's Chronicle, Crashies, both really good in a clutch. FavorX should be able to close this out, but they also need to close this out.
Both Fnatic players in the same position, waiting for the dart timing. Thorns, deaded. Dart to back Halls. Halls going to be used as a response for it, and there it is.
Good flash timing too from Divide. Completely catches Chronicle. And 3 rifles saved. Bunch of armor as well. That's going to keep FavorX in this one. Very aggressive on the peak from something. And Jing ready for that re-clear. Alpha has gone for it quite a few times now on defense. All 3 rounds, we've seen him slide in, trying to play somebody else in around mid. And this time, Jing wise to it. And look, the eco's a little wonky here for Fnatic again. Alpha with a judge. I do like this play. Seen FavorX go for this before. Recall smokes, horn, flash. Allows Jing to get set up. Very difficult to contest A main against that kind of pressure. And then FavorX, they threaten that they could have left somebody inserted. And they're going to go back to contest Kayak. And they're probably going to find this timing just as the gate crash starts to expire.
Yeah, puts pressure on the Kayak. Either take it or you renew another one. Spots the body.
Yeah, look, just as he has to throw out another gate crash.
Flash overhead. Layers down his retreat a little bit better. You're going to see another flash. Spawning bodies and look at the contest and contain. FavorX though. Get out scot-free. Now you're seeing it. Cosmic Divide is going to be splitting up that site. Already a fast blood attempt is going to be called for. Alpha is in your face for Judge. Oh my god, man, he's caught out into the open still. Kayak looking to see if he can help them out. FavorX. They obliterate them though. Util and Chronicle was looking to just contain up through mid. Not for much longer. Crashies. We'll have to concede this space.
And almost certainly concede the round. I mean, one of the weird things here is that Crashies, I'm sure he'd like to try to go for it, but the economy is still not in a great spot for Fnatic. Didn't manage to win the bonus, and then had a judge to work with here, and
okay,
it's a great shot onto Forsaken, and nobody else really trying to hunt him down. So Crashies is going to be able to escape with this one with the rifle in hand. I don't think Fnatic look that great when Alpha doesn't have a rifle or an op to play with. I've not really liked the way that he's been trying to play with the judge. Now in this round, something also hit a great teleport towards backside, and it just put Alpha in an impossible situation. But both times that they've tried to play with that lighter weaponry, it hasn't worked out. And FavorX crawling back into this one. 2 rounds the gap. Every map has been on a knife's edge so far in this game. That's what you expect with 2 great teams. 2 teams that have placed deep at tournaments many times before.
Look at it dragging that a little bit further. FavorX only trailing by the 2. Fnatic with a heavy group up, their money also taking a tumble just as stated their bye last round.
This is a spot where Boaster might try to catch a teleport from something. They are ready to fight them on B.
Warning shot from the judge from Jing, looking to see if they can claim some of that space, but it's a wall up and over towards the top, and it kind of reveals the hand. Fnatic are stacking this.
Yeah, a little early from Alpha there. He thought that FavorX were going to be committed really fast, really heavy. Instead, jumped the gun a little. The spike's making its way over towards A, but I think that's just so that Pac-Man can fake like there's a little bit of pressure there, because all of these players are still set up for a B re-hit.
Still danger lurking. On every corner, Kayak ready to try and respond. He has that rifle. And towards it, flash in your face though. A lot of pressure in through mid. It's definitely split up a lot of the bodies, but 3 still left to stand from Fnatic, looking to try and put stop to this approach. Push coming through though. FavorX not pushed back, it's a haunt. The double jump in, Jing! Goodness me! Absolutely filthy work. rolls out the red carpet for the rest of the team to follow up on, and crashes with just the Sheriff. It's a nice shot to open, but PaperX now just trailing by 1.
Really good utility pressure. Seas came through into back halls, caught onto Boaster, and then there was a stun afterwards as well. So this, it may have looked like it was a Judge versus a Bucky, but the stun was just wearing off there on Boaster. They couldn't really get into a position and fire off that Bucky shot in time. This is what we saw, if you think all the way back really early on in the tournament. PaperX played against Heretics. They won on this map 13-1, and a lot of it was based on that double duelist diving into the back of B site. It's really tough to deal with. You have a teleport that can go almost anywhere, front or back, towards halls. And then Jing's pathing can be anywhere as well. He could go with something, he could go the opposite side of something, he could go to heaven if he wanted. It is so tough as a side anchor to try to figure out what the pathing is going to look like from these double duelist dives. And then you have great util coming in from Forsaken and Patman. Fnatic are losing their control on this map. It definitely looked like they were set up pretty after winning the second pistol. But now, you might be seeing the difference between a team that's got some real depth in the strategy and depth in terms of scrim experience, match experience, and a team just kind of trying to wing it.
Yeah. Tale of two halves. PaperX really feeling like they are in control of this one, even though they are trailing by the 1. Fnatic scramble together a bit of a buy here with the money. Operator in the hands of Alpha. Far back position though. This dimensional drift is going to be increasing the pace. PaperX will take it towards them. Fnatic just exit straight out of there. Something, you want to go for this one? Surely not! Oh my goodness!
These ults have been criminal.
And a Nightfall on top. Looking to lay claim towards the back of the side. Patman is alone, by the way, and he's going for that peak swing anticipated. Hunter's Fury, back pocket of Crash. The plant is down, he's done damage.
A major opportunity for Fnatic here, back in. Jing though. Judge, shut down before he could even see a glimmer of a Fnatic player.
It's a complete denial of space. Fnatic now methodical, surgical, picking apart the players and picking apart the site. Divide playing well, but not this well. Cosmic Divide in your face, you have to give it up. Fnatic now. What a response on the backside of that timeout.
It is a big round for Fnatic to be able to get, but I think you can't watch that and not have questions about the way that Something plays this. He comes dry out of his ult, no utility used, and just tries to catch Boaster while he's throwing down utility. I mean, that's got Alex furious. Yeah. The information that he gathered was good as well. If he'd been able to bail, they probably still have full control of the A site. Can't be making mistakes like that.
Kayak. The operator flash in your face though. Just get away from that spot. Even go for the repeat as a flash. Adjustment, tries to snap to it. No bodies there, but no kill claim. Jing now with that showstopper. He's looking to try and open this one up. Pacey. Pacey indeed. Boaster needs to get a hold of this one here, but here it is, different direction, and Jing, no dice. Can't claim it. Kayak from under. Something's been dropped. Divide just trying to take a lot of this space. Boaster, no more bullets to really make a stand against it, but that stun rattles, and it connects. Shorty, both bullets gone. PaperX are the ones in control.
Spike not planted. Chronicle and Kayak still with a small opportunity of intercepting somebody before they get there.
Seeing it, waiting for that util to come back online. Kayak trying to play the luck of the draw with a shot like that. Already backing away for the save. Fnatic gonna give this one up, and PaperX are now one step closer to trying to draw it level.
I think Boaster needs more assistance anchoring in back halls there, whether it's from his own utility or whether they can get Kayak deeper into that spot with a teleport out.
Finished. My ultimate is ready.
Boaster just looks so overwhelmed in those kind of positions because, again, like I said, it's super difficult to tell what the pathing is going to be like for PaperX. They explode onto the site and they can go from left or right side into back halls. Chronicle, though, with a lockdown, maybe Fnatic will be incentivized to play a bit more of a retake style on B. Kayak took so much damage from that, but did manage to get a freebie. Boaster, though, like I said there, is just under enormous amounts of pressure. I do think he needs somebody else to try to alleviate that to some degree. This time, Alpha is going to choose a different op position, taking it instead of Kayak as well. So bait and switch setup over towards B. If PaperX want to end there, they're going to have to go through Kayak and still think about Alpha Yev playing the Neon off.
Chronicle is going to be feeling that heat. What a flash and what a find. He was the player with a lockdown, Alpha. That operator, he wants to get reposted.
PaperX really do cook with these flashes through smokes to set up Jing. They've got so many of them. It's something that he's amazing at.
Crash, he's desperate for that info, just spots it. Overstays it, but still
Spots a
gets
lot.
out.
Spots a lot, but is worried about Art.
I was going to hear about it. The rumble here. Thinks he's being squeezed, going to be playing it close. Tug, we've seen his angle get value. Stuns forward. Fnatic have responded. Players are waiting for it, and Crashes could be that playmaker. Time to deliver it. Just the one before the trade is through. 50 seconds left. PaperX moving forwards now, seeking to try and at least split up this side. Plant down, committed.
Something relocates. Boaster moves forwards. Smoke, though, kind of cuts his options.
Yeah, that's crossfire setup still. PaperX have options in this spot. A bit of spam Forsaken. What a swing. Alpha's gone, head clean off Boaster. Let's to see if he can do a lot here. Him and Kayak against the world. Flash forwards, good connection. Operator picked up. Still with that util though. Patman, not to be removed, not to be outdone. And he's locking this one down for PaperX to bring it level.
PaperX need a little bit more of that, relying on that extra experience they have on Pearl. Look at that flash. Beautiful setup. They've got a couple of those over towards A main, and there's one through mid. Crashies did the best he possibly could from that pressure position. But the rest of Fnatic not with quite the same kind of protocols as they hold angles for each other, looking to retake. Their retakes look really clean on the rest of the maps in the pool, but here, a little more unpracticed. And PaperX rely on that, lean on that, and force Fnatic into a timeout. They also force the economy down the drain. It's a tough one. Nobody expected Fnatic to really be able to put up a fight here on Pearl. It's their permaban, the Alpha Yen Neon, tearing people apart, honestly. But PaperX, the more we go, the deeper we get on this map, the more we're starting to see them pull out into the lead. And it's a good job, because we were talking about must-win maps. And Fnatic on Icebox, this one, the Des was talking about it, it is a must-win for PaperX. They've been in these kind of situations so often when they're in a big final and something goes wrong. They can't quite get it over the line. The must-wins become could-haves and should-haves. This one cannot slip out of their grasp. You never know how many more chances you're going to get. They've already had so many.
Time to jump.
Up to PaperX to make their own destiny at this point. 10-10. The money is knocked down for Fnatic.
Trying to put Alpha in a position where he can take a fight and still have some level of backup. And Alpha, he does have the hot hand.
Jing's going to be looking to rain down some destruction. There's a full group up. PaperX, they're going to be committing to this. Flash through, Boombot's there. Satchel's in the back pocket.
This star on site could be pivotal for Boaster to be able to play around if he can get inside it, dominate it.
They're already in. And Kayak is no more. Deep flank position. Fnatic need to get some value with this one, but a stun. It's not quite ricocheting, not quite landing. Forsaken under that pressure, but already his team going to be backing him up, helping him out. Something
One enemy
lighting
remaining.
the world on fire.
And another clean B execute for PaperX.
Crashes can't even get it done.
4K for something as well. That'll be a confidence booster. Almost gets another Yoru ult online. Should be huge. I mean, his execution of it's been a little bit wobbly, but you always want that tool to be able to use it if you can. And the variation in terms of how they're pathing he and Jing is putting the squeeze on Fnatic's brains. They need a timeout, and they've just used one.
You know what I want?
Forsaken.
Yeah, getting flustered in a moment, I think. Forgot to buy armor.
Yeah, no armor whatsoever.
It's PaperX up to 11, though. It's up to Fnatic to see if they can answer back. Stop the tide. Kayak.
Here.
Left guessing.
He's thinking about it. He's pinging it out so that Althea can watch it. Try to put a little bit of spam. Recon confirms.
Oh, and there's a damage.
That's really nice from Fnatic. Very good awareness, great comms from Kayak. And it's been the B execs really that have been the problem for Fnatic. This hold on A looks pretty good.
Forwards again. Sees just about dodge. Jing's in your face though, and what the hell do you do about that? With the judge in hand, here with the footsteps. My God, man! From that kind of range, he's getting away with murder. PaperX are all over this one now. That nade rebounding is a pick your poison situation. Crashes. He's barely there. Tucked down. Slim pickings with the help, but Fnatic are grouped up. Down overhead. Spam avoided. Goes both ways though, and Divide! Lighting them all up. Back at the side, Kayak would love to save this gun, but that is a luxury he will not get.
Jing provides more of that magic that PaperX are looking for. His entries early in the tournament were unstoppable, and here's an example why. The movement is so tough to hit. Look at him bunny hopping in through here, halting his momentum in midair as well. And then goes for the push on the Chronicle, anticipating the Chronicle was going to be backing up. There's a prime example of how you use the judge on the attack side. And things were tense earlier on for PaperX, but now it's all smiles.
Who's next?
Round flipped here, Dimensional Drift spots out Alpha, and he feels the need to try and step up and take that challenge. Ult's expended. Potential silver lining, but PaperX can feel it, they can taste it. Chronicle levels it out. And in through the back of the site, Jing already has that space. Batman slinking around on the side here, full plan, committed. PaperX have it. In through the back of the site with a flash and a swing, a nade. They try and delay, but a lockdown used, and a Dimensional Drift with it. Fnatic are in as best a position as they've ever been. Crashes is on that cleanup. Everybody trying to exit out of the vicinity. Could even get a little bit more. Patman, damage done. The rifle rings out anyway. Something straight back in, and a Nightfall as well. This is space given up, granted, and kills collected. Fnatic are against the brink.
One enemy remaining.
And Forsaken the one to deliver it. The death blow potentially here on this map. And Forsaken drops his adversary.
No pull required. Forsaken gets them over the line at 13-10. Way tougher than they might have thought it was to get past Fnatic on their permaban. But PaperX take a 2-1 lead in the series, and everything from here has got to be perfect if Fnatic want to deny the trophy again.
show you how the box does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.